Hello everyone, welcome to another exciting Egbon Tech tutorial where we will build and deploy a full stack music streaming website like Apple Music or Spotify completely from scratch using React and other modern web technologies. Now, if you've been looking for a full stack project to build to add to your portfolio or use for job applications, you are in the right place. And also, if you are someone that struggles to build full stack React applications, you don't have to worry because we are going to start from absolute scratch and I'm going to explain everything step by step without skipping any step. And at the end of this video, I'm going to teach you how to actually debug this application. Then we're going to deploy this application together on Vercel so you can show it to your friends, your family, or potential employers. With that being said, I'm going to show you what we're going to build together in this video. Now, when you land on this application for the first time, I'm going to refresh this web page. You're first of all going to see this cool loading screen right here that you see on popular websites like YouTube and Spotify. Now, I'm actually going to teach you how to make that cool loading screen. Now, obviously, when we click on a song, you're going to notice that immediately the song is going to actually start playing. You can see the song actually start playing. You'll be able to go to the next song, the previous song, go to the previous song again, and also you'll be able to control the volume of the song. Now, if I want to control the volume of the song, I can simply just reduce this. I can see right now this is actually muted. I can take this to maximum value, and also you can also mute the song by clicking on this mute button right here. And you're going to notice that when whatever volume we have right here, this is the volume is actually going to return to. I'm going to take this to 50. When I mute and unmute, it's going to go back to the same volume. And also, when you click on this icon right here, you're going to see you can see the list of queue of songs we're actually playing. Now, when I go to the next song, it's going to go to the next song. You can see right now it's in the next song and it's going to show now playing. And when I go to the next song again, since the music here is going to change, and also whatever we change this song in this music player, the details of the music is also going to change. I'm going to go to the next song. You're going to understand the details is actually going to change. And for this music player, we're not going to make use of any library. We're going to create this music player completely from scratch using React use state, use effects, and also the use ref hook in React. And not just that, the users will be able to create accounts and actually log in into their account to actually upload songs. So I'm going to log out this user. Click on log out. It's actually going to log out this user. And you're going to notice that when the user is actually logged out, you cannot see their music library. Okay, so I'm going to click on login to actually log in a new user. And this user I'm trying to log in is going to have a Gmail of test123@gmail.com. Then the password 00000000. Then I'll click on continue. Now, when the password and the email doesn't match, I want to put a random letter here. I'm going to notice that it's going to say that invalid login credentials. But when they actually match, I'll click on continue. It's going to say login successful. It's going to take us back to the home page. Okay, and for this user right now, this user doesn't have any song in their library. You can see right here you have no songs in your library. Now let's actually upload a song with this user. So I'll click on upload and you can see it's going to bring us to the upload song page. Now for the title of this music, I'll just call this Diamond. Artist, I want to say Raz. I use a random artist. Then for the audio, I want to select a audio, the actual song. I just select a random audio. Then for the cover image, I just select this. I click on open. Now click on add song. Then it's going to say song uploaded successfully. It's going to take us back to the home page. Now you can see the music we just uploaded right here. You can see right now that the total music we have in the application is actually 6 songs, but this user only has 1 song uploaded. Let's actually play this song. I'm going to click on the song. You're going to notice that the song is going to actually start playing. You can see the song is actually playing. You can actually control the song. You can go to the previous song. I'm going to go to this previous song right here. Okay. Now, if you're excited about this project, smash on the like button and leave a comment below. 1 like equals to 1 prayer for the YouTube algorithm to push this content to more people just like you are going to find this content helpful. And basically, just consider it as a very little way of you supporting this channel. And lastly, if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss out on the next project we're going to build together on this channel. Let's dive into it. Now, for the technologies we're going to use, first of all, we're going to make use of React, which is a front-end library for both web and native user interface, which means you can actually use React for building both web applications and mobile applications. But we are not going to be making use of React in its raw form. We are going to pair React with Next.js, which is a React framework for the web. Okay, Next.js is used by some of the world's largest companies. Next.js enables you to create high-quality web applications with the power of React components. Now, when you go to websites like Netflix, Hulu, now these websites actually make use of Next.js. Okay, and you are going to learn how to use Next.js to build a web application in this video. And for styling, we're not going to be making use of pure CSS. We're going to make use of Tailwind CSS, which is a utility-first CSS framework that's packed with lots of classes. Okay, now I assure you, you're actually going to love working with Tailwind CSS. And for our backend, we're going to use Supabase, which has lots of features. Okay, we are going to learn how to make authentication with Supabase, how to upload files with Supabase, and many other features that Supabase actually comes with. I'm going to teach you all this in this project. So first, we have to actually create a new Next.js application. So I'm going to head over to nextjs.org. Right here, we're going to click on Get Started. It's going to bring us right here. I'll click on Installation. And you can see right here the installation guide, system requirement. Before you begin, make sure your system meets the following requirements. Now, you have to actually have Node.js installed in your machine for this command that we are going to run to actually work on your machine. You have to have Node.js installed, and the Node.js version has to be 18.18 and above, and also your machine has to be operating a macOS, Windows, or Linux operating system. So you just have to copy this command right here, nps create next app at latest. So I want to copy this. I head back to my Visual Studio Code. I'm going to open up my terminal. Inside my terminal, just paste that command right here. Now I'm going to add a /. I'm basically telling this command to create this application inside this music streaming website. We don't want to create a new folder inside. I want to create our application inside this music streaming folder. So /, and click on enter. And this is going to ask us if we want to make use of TypeScript. Yes, we want to make use of TypeScript. Do we want to use ESLint? Yes, we want to use ESLint. Do we want to use Tailwind CSS? Yes, we want to use Tailwind CSS. And yes to SRC folder. Yes to app folder. Turbo pack, yes. And would you like to customize the import aliens? No to that. And it's going to start actually installing all our dependencies. The installation process is going to take some time depending on the strength of your network, but when it's done installing, you're going to see those files right here. Okay, and we have this node module that's going to house all the packages we're going to work with. And to actually check the packages we have installed, we're going to go to package.json. And inside this package.json, whenever we install a new package, it's going to be inside this our dependency object right here. And right here you can see we already have 3 dependencies right here. We have React installed because we're obviously working with React. We have React DOM, and we have Nest version 50.4.3 installed. Okay, so I'm going to close up this file. And for the other files we have this public folder right here. And this public folder, this is where we're going to add all our assets, our images, our audio. This is where we're going to actually add those items. Okay, and also we have this SRC folder right here. And this SRC folder is going to actually contain all the files and components, all the pages and components for our application, like our login page, our sign up page. This is where we are going to create all those files, and also our components. Now this globals.css file, this is basically where we're going to have all our CSS. Now since we are making use of Tailwind CSS, this is basically all we need. Okay, and also inside this layers.css file. Now this layers.css file, we are actually going to learn more about this later on in the video. I'm going to teach you how to actually create your own layout in Next.js. And also we have this page.css file right here, and this page.css file right here is currently acting as our home page. So to run this application, I'll just type npm run dev. I'll click on enter. Now that command is going to start up a local server for us at http localhost port 3000. So I'm just going to follow this link. I'll just follow this link. Now this is going to actually open up our project in the browser. And you can see we have Next.js right here. Okay, so now we have to actually get rid of the files we are not going to use. So first of all, I'll just get rid of all the files in this page.css file. I'll get rid of everything here. I'll get rid of this div, and I'll just add a h1 tag that's simply going to say hello everybody. Then also I'll get rid of this next image because I'm not making use of this for now. So next we're going to get rid of the things we don't need in this globals.css file. Remember I said that for now we only need this import Tailwind CSS line of code. Okay, so I just get rid of all the other styles. Get rid of all this. I'll save that. Then I'll go to my layers.css file. Are there files we don't need here? I don't think there are any files we don't need here. Now we have to do is just change the title and description. So when we go back to our project, we go back to the web page, you can see we have this title right here, create next app. Now this is where we're actually going to change it inside the layout file. So instead of create next app, I'll say music streaming websites. Now just copy this. For the description, I'll paste this right here. It's going to be music streaming website by Egbon Thick. I'll save that. I won't head back to the web page. You can see right now that we have that title right here, music streaming website, and all these styles we don't need are actually gone. We have that hello everybody text right here. Cool. Now before we start working on our application, first of all, we have to actually set up the colors we are going to use for our Tailwind application, the custom colors we are going to be using. So I'm going to go to my globals.css file. Go to my globals.css file. In previous versions of Tailwind CSS, when we wanted to actually set custom colors, we have to make use of the Tailwind config file. Now from version 4 and above of Tailwind CSS, we do that inside our globals.css file. Now to actually set custom colors in Tailwind version 4, to do that, we'll say at theme. Then in between this opening and closing squiggly bracket, we're going to paste in the colors we are going to use. So I'll just paste in these colors right here, okay? And these are the variable colors we are going to use for this application. I just close up this globals.css file. Now we can actually start working on our application. So I'll close up this left sidebar. And inside this return statement, I'm going to create a div. This div, we're going to give this div a class of minimum h screen. And this is basically a minimum height of 100 VH in CSS. And inside this div, I'm going to create a nav tag for our navbar. This nav tag is going to have a class of h15, a display of flex, justify of between, items, we'll give it center, padding horizontal of 6, position, we're going to give it fixed, a top of 0, left of 0, width of full, and this width of full is basically a width of 100%. We'll give it a BG of black and a Z index of, let me just use 100. Okay, now you're going to notice the way we actually applied our color. You can see how we said BG black and the black gets applied. Now we'll go back to our globals.css file. Go back to the globals.css file. You're going to notice that we have this theme right here, color black, color primary. When we are making use of these custom colors, we don't have to call this color property. All we have to call the colors after this hyphen. Okay, this is what we actually need to call these colors after the hyphen. So I'll go back to my project. Now just wrap this up. Now you're also going to notice that when I take cursor off this class, you're going to notice that the class name is actually going to fold. That's because I'm making use of a VS Code extension called Tailwind Fold. And this actually helps you to fold your Tailwind when you are not focused on the Tailwind CSS class, which actually helps keep your code neat and organized. So I'll just close this back up. When I head back to the browser, I can see that navbar was just added, right? That black navbar was just added. Now, when we look at our final project, you're going to see what we are trying to build is that we are going to have two containers in this inside this nav tab. We're going to have the container that's going to be at the left hand side. It's going to contain this logo, this home icon, and this input right here. And then we're going to have another container on the right hand side. It's going to contain this items right here and this login button. Okay, so first of all, let's actually add these items on the left hand side. So to do that, I'm going to create a div. I'll give this div a class of flex, a gap of 6, and items of center. After that, I'm going to add an image. So to do that in Next.js, we make use of the image tag. I'll say image, and I'll just import image from next image. And this image tag is going to take an SRC. And this SRC is going to point to an image inside our images folder. Okay, I want to go to our public folder. We have an images folder, and here inside these images lies all the images we're going to make use of in building the UI of this application. And right now we are pointing to this logo.png file. Okay, that's our actual logo. I just close this up. Now, if you actually want these images are going to be available in the description below. I'm going to leave a link in the description below. It's going to take you to a zip file that contains all these images in my Google Drive. So inside this SRC folder, I want to say go into the images folder, then point to logo logo.png. Then we have to pass in a auth property. I'll just call this logo image. And that's not actually all in Next.js. Now when I save this and head to the browser, I can notice that we have an error. Image with src images logo.png is missing required width property. Now when you are working with these images components in Next.js, you have to actually specify the width and height of this image, okay, so that Next.js understand better the aspect ratio of the images. So for this one, we just give it a width of 500 and height of at least 500. I'll save that. Now when we return back to the web, you can see we have that logo right here. Okay, we have that logo right here. Now we have to actually style this logo, so I'm going to add some styles to it. Now inside this logo, I'm going to create a class name. I'll just format this. I'll simply just give this a width of 9 and height of 9. I'll save that. And when we return back to the web, you can see that that logo is actually styled and it's positioned at the left hand corner of this navbar. So after this image, we're going to actually add that home icon. So to do that, I'll just create a link. Now this link, we're going to import this link from Next.js link, from Nest link. And we have to pass in a href property. Now this link, whenever this link is clicked on, I want to just go to the home page, / and inside this link, we're going to call the icon, and we've not installed React icon, so let's actually do that. So I'm going to open up this terminal again. Now I don't want to stop my server, so I just click on create a new terminal. Then I'll say npm install React icons. Click on enter. Now that command is actually going to install React icons to our application. Now to actually check that library, what we are going to do, we are going to go to our package.json. When I open this up, we're going to notice that we have React icons version 5.5 installed to our application. So I'll just close this back up, close up our terminal. This icon is going to be md home field. So we're going to add some styles to this link. So I'll give it a class name of bg background. And this bg background I'm making use of is coming from one of our custom colors right here, okay? Background. Remember I said that we don't have to call this color, we just call from this hyphen background, okay? So I'm making use of this color. I give it a width of 11, height of 11, a display of grid, a place items center to ensure that the icon is actually at the center of this link, text of white, text of 3XL. I'll give it a rounded of full. I'll save that. Now when we head back to the web page, you can see we have this icon right here looking really styled. So next we are going to actually create this input. So let's work on that. So I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code. Now after this link, I'm going to create another div. Inside this, you're going to have an icon that's going to be go search. I'll just try to import that in go search. Then after that icon, I'm going to have an input. And this input is going to have a placeholder that's going to say, what do you want to play? So I'll style them up. So I'm going to give this a class name of bg background. I'm basically giving the background of this input content, the content that wraps around this icon and this input, a background of bg background. I'll give them a display of flex items. I'll give it center, a height of 11, a width of 90, padding horizontal of 3. And I want to add a gap of 3 between the icon and the input. I'll give them a text color of test primary test. Now this is actually one of our custom colors, test primary test. Is basically primary test, and a rounded of full. Okay, I'll save that. I'll just save that and check out the output. Yeah, it's actually looking better. Okay, consider input container around the input and the icon. Okay, and the gap between them. So next we're going to add some Tailwind classes to the icon and input to make them look better. So go back to our project. We're going to create a class name for this icon. Create a class name. I'll give this a text of primary text and a shrink of 0. Now I'm going to explain why I'm giving this a shrink of 0. Okay, so first of all, let's quickly add styles to this input. I'll give this a class name of height full, which is height of 100%, width of full, which is a width of 100%, outline, we'll give it none, outline of none. Then to style the placeholder, I'll say placeholder test primary test. I'm giving the placeholder a test primary test. Okay. Now when I save that, you're going to notice that our input and our icon are actually looking better. We can type on this input, you can see how good this is actually looking. Now back to the reason why I gave this icon a flex shrink of 0. Now when we added a width of full, this width of full property to this input, now what that is going to do is going to ensure that the input is going to stretch and occupy 100% of its content, occupy as much space as can get. And the problem that will cause is that when the screen size starts to reduce, it's going to start to actually shrink this icon. Okay, so we don't actually want that. So that's why I gave this icon a flex shrink of 0. So no matter how much the input grows, it's not going to actually shrink this icon. Alright, cool. So next we're going to work on the items that's going to be at the right hand side of the navbar. Okay, so we're going to go back to our Visual Studio Code. After this first div at the left hand side, I'll just wipe this off. We'll create another div. Inside this div, we're going to have two divs, one for this text right here, one for this text right here, these items right here, and one for this logout button. So create two divs inside that div. I'll create another div. We'll give this div a Tailwind class of flex, items of center. Then I want a gap between the items, so a gap of 8. Now I'll give this first div a Tailwind class of flex, a gap of 2, a text color of text secondary text, a font of bold, a border right of 2, and a border color. We're going to give it a border of color text primary text. And finally, we'll give it a padding right of 6. After that, we'll create an anchor tag in here. Now we're not going to make use of this anchor tag, so I'll just use hash here. And inside this anchor tag, we're going to have a text. The text is simply going to be premium. And for the Tailwind class, we're going to add a hover effect on hover. We'll give it a text primary text. Now copy that link. I'll paste that underneath here. Paste it down underneath here again. And the second one is going to be support. The last one is going to be download. I'll save that. And we'll head back to the web page. You can see we have those items just at the premium support download and that border at the right hand side, the border right of 2. So let's add the login button. So after this div, remember we have another div. Okay, so we're going to create the link in here, the login link. So we're going to make use of the Next.js link components. Now we're going to pass in a href property. Now for now, we don't have a login page. We're going to create that later on, but we're going to have a login page. So the href is going to point to the login page. And the text title is simply going to be login. So let's add some Tailwind classes to make the link less ugly. We'll give it a height of 11. We'll give it a background of white, which is BG white. A text gray, that's a text color, a text gray of 950. Rounded, I'm going to give it full. And this rounded of full is basically a border radius of 50%. A font of bold. Then on hover, I want to give it a BG secondary text. I'll save that. I'll check out the output. And you can see we have that login button right here and it's looking weird. So what I'm going to do, remember that anchor tags by default have a display of inline. That's why this is actually looking very weird. So let me just quickly add a padding and also add a display of grids to this. So I'll give this a display. I'll give it grid. And I'll give it a padding horizontal of 6. Let me just make use of it. I'll save that. And when we head back to the web page, you can see that the button is actually looking better now, but the button is not in the middle. since we give it a display of grid, we can do a place items. I want to place the item at the center. I'll save that. And that's going to position this text in the center of this button. Cool. Now that we've actually gotten the navbar, now we have to ensure this is actually responsive. I won't go to small screen device. I just drag this up and I just drag this to the corner. Now we'll go to small screen device. You're going to notice that it's actually unresponsive, not responsive at all. So what I want to do is that for small screen device, I want to just get rid of this search inputs. Then I want to get rid of these other items. Okay, I only want the login button and these other ones to remain for small screen devices. So let's do that. Now first of all, we're going to start with this search input. So I'll just open this up. Where is that search input container? Right here. So first of all, we want this to have a display of none. So give it hidden. And this hidden is basically giving it a display of none. This hidden in Tailwind CSS utility class simply means display of none. And when we save that, you're going to notice that we cannot actually see this input. Okay. But for last screen device, we want to be able to see this input. So what we are going to do, we're going to say for last screen device, just open up this Tailwind class. I'm going to say for last screen device LG, I want this to have a display of flex. Okay. Now when we hover on this, class, you're going to notice that for screens that are greater than 1024 pixels, this is going to have a display of flex. But for smaller screens, it's going to have a display of hidden. I'll save that. I won't head back to the web. You're going to see that we can actually see this for last screen, but when we go to small screen device, we cannot actually see it. I just reduce, we cannot actually see the input. So let's do the same for these items right here. I'll just scroll down. Remember, we gave these items, I think we gave these items a display of flex. So I'll say I want this to have a display of flex for last screen device, then for small screen device, a display of hidden. I'll save that. I won't go back to the web page. When we use the screen size, we're going to notice that this is not fully responsive. And that's how easy it is to make a web page responsive using Tailwind CSS. We're actually not done with the navbar yet. Now we have to actually convert this navbar to a React reusable component. Now in React, everything we build, you have to actually break them into components. Like this navbar is going to be its own component. So I'm going to teach you how to actually create reusable components. So to do that, we'll go back to our Visual Studio Code. I'll close this up. Inside this SRC folder, I'll create a new folder. I'll call this folder components. And inside this folder, we're going to create our first component. I'll call this component navbar.tsx. Now a component in React is basically a function that's going to return a JSS. So let's actually create our first component. So I'll say down here, I'll say function. And the name of this function is simply going to be the name of the component. I want to call this navbar. And this navbar is going to return. It's going to return. What is it going to return? It's going to return our navbar. So I'm just going to cut our navbar off from here. I'll cut this off. Then I'll just paste that in here. Okay. Then we have to actually import all these icons and all these things we actually imported for these components to work. So I'm going to go back to the page.tsx file. Just everything we imported for this page, I just cut them off from here. We don't need them here. And we'll paste that up here. And you'll notice that those errors are actually gone. I just format the document. But now we have this function right now, but the function is really not doing anything. When we hover on this, you're going to notice that it's going to say navbar is declared, but its value is never read. That's because we've created this function and we basically created a component, but the component is not actually being used. The reason is that before you can actually make use of a component in React, you have to first of all have to export that component. So we're going to scroll down. After actually creating a function, down here, you're going to say export default navbar. Okay. Now with this line of code, we'll be able to reuse this navbar anywhere in our application because we're actually exporting this navbar from this file. Okay. Now we'll go back to the web page. You'll notice that we no longer have our navbar yet, but we actually gotten rid of the code in that page.tsx file. Now to actually use this component, we're going to go to our page.tsx file. Now just on the inside this div, we just call the component, call this component navbar. Then I'll just import that in. Okay, now you can actually import this manually. You can say import navbar from @components navbar. But if you have the right plugin installed, all you just have to do is click on backspace. Then it's going to actually import. Just click on the navbar component. It's going to auto import for you. And you can see right now it goes into the components folder, into the navbar file, then actually imports this navbar in. And when I save that and head back to the web page, you can see we have that navbar component right here. And that's the fun thing about React. We create components and we're able to reuse those components anywhere in our application. Cool. Now, so I'm going to go back to my navbar. Now, I can actually export this in a different way. I'll just get rid of this. I'll save that. Now, up here, I can say instead of just coming down here to write another line of code, up here I can say I want to export default function navbar. It's still going to work. When we go back to the web page, you can still see our navbar component right here. Alright, cool. Now that we are done with the navbar, I can start working on other items like this sidebar, this main content right here. Okay, so but before we can do that, I'm gonna add a background of black to this web page. Now I didn't want to add the background initially because I wanted us to be able to see the height of the navbar when we're actually creating the navbar. So I'm going to go to do that, I'll just go to my layouts.css file. Inside this body tag, I'm going to add a style to this body. So in here, inside this class, then we are applying this font that we're getting from Next.js. Inside this, I'll just add a style here. I'll give this a BG of black, which is one of our custom colors. I'll save that, and when I return back to the web page, you can notice that we now have a black background. Cool. So next we're going to start creating the main contents. Okay, so for my main content, I'll create a main. Inside this main is where we're going to have our sidebar and our main content. Okay, so I'm going to create a component for our sidebar. So I'll go to my components folder, I'll create a new file. I'll call this file sidebar.csx RFC. And this RFC is a shortcut to actually create these snippets. Okay, and you already understood what we did. Export default function sidebar. We're just going to return the CSS right here. Okay, and as usual, you can get rid of this. I'll save that. Now just import the sidebar into this component. I'll say sidebar, and that's going to import the sidebar component into this page.css file. Okay, I'll just format the document. Now inside the sidebar, we're going to have a div. I want to check out our sidebar. You're going to notice that for large screen device, we have the sidebar right here. Then for small screen device, we're going to have this. I just reduce the screen size. For small screen device, we're going to have this little icon right here that we can use to actually toggle the sidebar. Okay, so we have to create a div that's going to contain the aside, that's the sidebar, and this button right here. Okay, so create a div, which we just did. And inside this div, we're going to create an aside. After that, we're going to create a button. Okay, we're going to work on this button later on, but first of all, let's work on this aside. And this aside is going to have a Tailwind class of fixed, a left of 2, a top of 15, a background of BG background, which is one of our custom colors, a width of 75, one dead of LG, a height of 90 VH, a padding of 2, and overflow Y of auto. Okay, and the reason I'm giving this an overflow Y of auto is that when we have items that actually overflows this height of 90 VH, you want to be able to scroll through this sidebar. Okay, that's why I'm giving it an overflow Y of auto. And inside this asset, I want to create a div. I'll give this a Tailwind class of flex, justify between. Inside this asset, I'm going to create a div. Now this div I'm adding right now is going to be the div that's going to wrap around this your library text and this plus icon. You're going to click on to actually add new songs. Okay, so I'll give this div a Tailwind class of flex, a justify of between, one space between the items inside this container, a text of text primary text, items of center, a padding of 2, and a margin bottom of 4. Then inside I'm going to add the items. First of all, we're going to add h to tag. Then simply going to say your library. I'll give it a class of fonts bold. Then after that, I'm going to create a link. I'll just import that from next link. For the href, it's going to go to the upload song page. I'm going to create this page later on in this video. Then the title is going to be an icon of loop plus. I'll just import that in loop plus icon. I'll save that. I'll return back to the web page and we can see those items right here. I don't want a plug icon. I might get a plug icon. Like I said, loop plug, not loop plug, loop plus. Import that loop plus in loop plus, not loop plug. Get rid of this one. I don't want a plug, I want a plus. Yeah, you can see that plus icon right here. Okay, when we click on this, it's going to take us to the upload song page where we can actually upload song. The icon is actually too small. Just increase the size. I'll give the icon a size of 20. I'll save that. Yeah, it's actually way better. Cool. Next, we're going to create these items right here. Okay, so let's start working on that. And we're going to have this button right here. When we hover on this, it's going to actually display this button. I'm going to teach you how to actually do this in Tailwind. So I'll go back to the project. After this div, I'll create another div. And this is the div that's going to wrap around all the items. I'm going to create the first item. I'll give this a Tailwind utility class of flex, a cap of 2, items of center, cursor of pointer, margin bottom of 4, a padding of 2, a rounded of LG, and a hover. When someone hovers on it, I want to give it a BG, the background color BG of hover. Okay, inside this, I want to create an image tag. So I'll just import this from next image. This image is going to have an src that's going to point to our images folder / images folder. Now when you're actually adding images in Next.js, it's very important you put this slash. Don't do it something like this, then after the images, then add a slash. You have to add this slash as your images are not going to be loaded into your web page, into your application. Okay, you're going to be slash cover 1.jp, sorry, not hp, jpeg, jpeg. I'm going to add an alt text. It's going to be cover image. Then for the width and height, I'll give it a width of 300, a height of 300. Yes, I'll just add some Tailwind utility classes. I'll give it a width of 10, a height of 10. Objects, we're going to use cover. And lastly, rounded of MD. Okay, cool. I'll save that. Let's actually check out what we are doing. You can see that image right here. You can see that image right here. Also, when we hover on this, you can see that hover effect we added. Okay, cool. So let's add those two text. So after this image, I'm going to create a div that's going to wrap around those 2 paragraph tags. The first paragraph tag is going to say midnight echoes. Then the second paragraph tag is going to say by neon skyline. I'll give the first paragraph tag a Tailwind class of text primary text, and a font of semi-bold. Then for the second paragraph tag, I'll give it a Tailwind class of text secondary text and a text of SM. Basically a font size, a smaller font size of 14 pixels. I'll save that. And you can see those items right here. Cool. Now let's just create more of these. Let's create about 5. I'll wrap this div up. Now just drag this down 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll save that. Then you can see we actually have 5 of these items right here. Cool. Now you can actually change the details of this one if you want, because my focus is actually to teach you how to actually build the UI. Okay. Now if you want to actually change them, there are the images folder. You're gonna see other image. I think cover 2, cover 3, cover 4. Okay, you can actually update it and just put in some random names and random musician who actually sang the song. Okay, now that we're done creating this sidebar, we have to actually ensure that this sidebar is actually responsive. Now when I take this to small screen device, I'll just take this to small screen. You're gonna notice that the sidebar is not responsive because when we have content in this left hand side, the contents are going to be squished. Okay, the sidebar is going to squish this content. So we have to ensure that for small screen device we cannot see this sidebar. This sidebar is going to be inside the left hand side. Then we'll click on an icon, it's going to slide out. Then we'll click on it, it's going to slide in. Okay, so I'm going to teach you how to do that with Tailwind CSS and React states. So the first step we're going to take is I'm going to create that button that's going to position around this place where this next icon is. We're going to get rid of this next icon, don't have to worry. So I'm going to create a button. And we already created this button initially. Remember I said that this div that wraps around the button and this aside, this button is going to act as the toggle button. Okay, so let's actually style this up. First of all, I'm going to add an icon in here. The name of the icon is going to be MD outline library music. I'll give the button a Tailwind utility class of fixed, bottom of 5, left of 5, BG black, a width of 12, a height of 12, a display of grid. Place items at the center. Place items center. Give it a text of white, a rounded of full, a Z of 50, and a cursor of pointer. I'll save that. Head back to the web page, and we have that. We're supposed to have that button right here. We'll just get rid of this. Hide, and we don't have that button. Why do we not have that button? Let me check the Z index of this sidebar. Doesn't have a Z index, but we still cannot see that button. Why? And that's because we didn't spell this bottom correctly. Bottom of 5. Save that, and we can see that icon right here. Cool. But we don't want this icon to be visible for large screen device. We only want this to be visible for small screen devices, okay, when the screen size reduced. So how do we actually ensure this is only visible for large screen device? What we are going to do, we're going to give this for large screen device, we'll give it a display of none. Okay, now when I hover on this, you're going to notice that for screens that are greater than 1024 pixels, this button is going to have a display of none. As LG hidden. And when I go back to the web page, you can see that we can no longer see that button right there. But when I go to small screen device, you can see that we can have that button right here. And I won't expand. We're not going to see that button there. Cool. Now next, we actually have to ensure that for small screen device, this sidebar is inside the left hand side. Okay, so let's do that. In Tailwind CSS, to actually do that, just scroll up to my sidebar. Scroll up my sidebar, open this up. To do that in Tailwind CSS, we're going to give it a negative translate x of full. I'll save that. When I head back to the web, you're going to notice that this sidebar, you can actually see part of the sidebar right here. It's inside the left hand side. Okay, and I just noticed that we didn't add a background to our button, so let's do that. I'll just scroll down. I'll give this button a background. Sorry, I'll give it a background, not BG black. That's right, BG background. I'll save that. Yeah, that's way better. That's how I want it to look. Now, when we click on this, we want to be able to slide this out. Okay, so to do that in React, we're going to create a state. Okay, so up here in my sidebar, I'm going to create a state. Up here, I'll create a state. I'll say const sidebar open. Then the setter function is going to be set sidebar open. It's going to equals to use states. Now the use state hook is the hook we actually use to manage state in a React component. Now this sidebar open is the variable that's going to be equals to the value in here. By default, the value is going to be false. While this set sidebar open is the function we are going to call whenever I want to actually update the state inside this component. Okay, And when I save this, you're going to notice that immediately we're going to get an error. Okay, and the reason we are getting this error is because we are making use of Next.js. Now in Next.js, every component by default is a server component, which means you cannot make use of state or any client functionality inside that component. So you have to actually tell Next.js that you actually want to write state component, like use state hook, you have to maintain state in that component. So you have to tell Next.js to make it a client component. To do that in Next.js, we just go up here, then we're going to say pass in a command called use client. I'll save that. And that's going to tell Next.js that I want to actually manage state inside this component. You're going to see that error is gone. That's going to tell Next.js that we actually want to make this a client component. Cool. Now next, we want to conditionally add the styles to this sidebar right here. Okay, when the state is set to true, we want to give it a translate x of 0. We want it to be open when it's set to true, but when it's set to false, we want it to be closed. We want to have a translate x of a negative translate x of full. Cool. So let's do that. To do that, I'll just cut everything up from here. Then I want to put these styles inside the backticks. I'll paste that right here. Then to add dynamic styles in Tailwind CSS, we just use this $. Then in between this opening and closing squiggle bracket, we're going to actually add our dynamic styles. Now the condition we want to check if sidebar is open. Okay, if sidebar is open, we want to give it a class of translates x of 0. Okay, but if the sidebar is not open, we want to give it this right here, this negative translate x of full. Now paste that right here. Now what it's going to do is it's going to check if this is true, it's going to use this class. Now if this is false, it's going to make use of this class right here. Cool. I'll save that. And when I go back to the web page, now based on the fact that this state is false, we are not going to see our sidebar. Now when I set this to true, I head back, you're going to notice that we have our sidebar open. But obviously, we don't want to come to our code all the time to actually change this to true or change this to false. Okay, so what we are going to do, we're going to hook up an onClick event to this button right here. So we're going to add an onClick event to this. So I'm going to say onClick. And when someone clicks on this button, what I simply just want to do, I want to set, I want to call the setter function. I want to update the state to is not open, is sidebar open. Okay, and what this line of code is going to do is that whenever we click on this button, okay, it's going to check if the sidebar is open. If the sidebar is open, if it's set to true, it's going to, this function is going to set it to false. If it's set to false, when we click on it, it's going to set it to true. It's basically going to set it to the opposite value. Okay, that says sidebar to is not sidebar open. Cool. Now this is basically just going to toggle it between true and false. I want to head back to our web page. I'll head back. When I click on this, it's going to open it up. When I click on it again, it's going to close it back up. Now I have to add a transition to make it more smooth. So I'll just go to my asset. I want to add a transition with Tailwind CSS. I add a transition. So a transition of transform. And I want a duration of 500 milliseconds. Save that, head back to the web page. When I click on this, you can see it slides out, it slides back in. Cool. But we have a major problem now. When we go to last screen device, when we toggle the class to false, it's going to close it even for last screen device. We don't want that. For last screen device, we want this sidebar to always be open. Okay, so what we are going to do is that we're going to go back to that Tailwind class. We're going to say for last screen device, I want this to always have a translate x of 0. I'll save that. And when I return back, you know that for last screen device, we're always going to have this open. Okay, then for small screen device, we'll be able to open and close the sidebar. Cool. So next, we're going to start creating these items and this main section right here. Okay, now it's going to have the list of new songs, basically all the songs in this web application. Go back to my page.css. So after this sidebar, I'm going to create a div, and this is going to be its own component. So I'll just create a component for this. I'll call this component, what should I call this component? I'll call this component all songs.csx. Okay, RFC. Then I'll get rid of this. I'll head back to my page.css file, save this first. Head back to my page.css, so I'll just call that component, get rid of this div tag. I'll just call that component or songs. And you see how clean this page.css file is. Now we have lots of code in this page.css. So we have code for the Navbar, for the Sidebar, and now we're going to create code for the all songs. But we cannot see those code here. All we just do is just create a component, write those code, and we just import that component right here. Okay, and that's actually the power of React. I'll save this. Then inside my all songs, I'm going to create a div tag. This div tag, I'm going to give it a Tailwind class of minimum height of using 90 VH, minimum height of 90 VH, a background of BG background, margin vertical of 15, and a padding of 4. I'll save that. When I return back to the web page, you can see that we have that container right here. Okay, I can actually scroll through it. But you see the problem we're having right now. Now this Sidebar is actually overlapping this container. Okay, we don't want that. We want the container to start from around here. To do that, we're going to give this container, give it a margin left. Give it a margin left of 80. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, you can see that we now have the margin at the left hand side. The container is actually going to start around this area. Cool. Now I'll give this a rounded of LG and also an MX of 4. I'll save that. Now I'll return back to the web because that MX4 add is going to add a margin at the right hand side right here. Okay, that's basically MX of 4 is basically a margin left of 1, a margin right of 4. Cool. But we have a problem. When we go to small screen device, you're going to notice that margin left of 80 is still being applied. We don't want that to be applied for small screen device. Okay, we want this main content to occupy up to this area, up to here for small screen device. So what we are going to do, we're going to say we want this margin left of 80 to be applied for only screens LG, for only screens that are 1024 pixels and above. Okay, so we just add an LG. So when I save that and return back to the web, you're going to notice that it's not going to be applied for small screen device, only going to be applied for large screen devices. So next, inside this div, I'm going to create a h2 tag, and this h2 tag is simply going to say new songs. Now add some Tailwind utility classes to it. I give it a class of text 2XL, a text of white, and a margin bottom of 3. I'll save that. When I return back to the web page, you can see that text right here, new songs. I'll just increase the font weight. I'll give it a font of semi-bold. That's way better. And also I just noticed that this icon, I didn't actually increase the size of this icon for our Navbar. Let me just go back there. Where is that icon? I'll give this, I think it's this search icon. I'll give this search icon a size of 20. I'll save that. Yeah, that's way better. But I increase it a little bit more. Give it 25. That's too much. 22. Yeah, better this way. So next we're going to create this grid right here. Okay, I'm going to have this music card right here. This is going to be a grid display. Okay, so let's actually create this. So I'm going to head back to my Visual Studio Code. I'm going to go to my all songs. After this h2 tag, I'm going to create a div. This div, we're going to give it a Tailwind class of grid. I'll give each of the items inside the grid a gap of 2. For small screen devices, we want to have 2 columns, so I'll do a grid cos of 2. For medium screens and above, we want to have a grid cos of 3. For large screens, we want to have a grid cos of 4. And for extra large screens, we want to have a grid cos of 5. Now what I'm doing right here is that for small screens, right now, it's going to have a grid template columns of repeat 2 mimax 01 fr. Okay, for screens that are 768 pixels and above, it's going to have 3 columns. For screens that are above 1024 pixels, it's going to have 4 columns, and for screens that are 1280 pixels above, it's going to have 5 columns. Inside this div, we're going to create our first item. I'll create a div for that. This is going to have a Tailwind utility class of bg background. I give it a padding of 3, a cursor of pointer, rounded of MD. Then on hover, I'm going to give it a background color of bg hover. Hover. And this bg hover is one of our variable colors we created in our globals.css. Okay. Now inside this div, we're going to have an image, so I'll call the next image component. Just import that in from next image. Then the src is going to point to our images folder. It's going to point to cover 1.jpg. Then the alt text is going to be cover image. So I'll give it a width property. So Next.js doesn't scream at us, of 500, a height of 500, and I'm going to add a Tailwind class. Now, since we already placed this in a grid display, we just have to tell the image to occupy 100% width. So I give it a width of full, which is basically 100% width, a height of 50, object of cover, and lastly a rounded of MD. I'll save that. I'll check out the output, and we can see that image right here. Okay, we can hover on this container. We can see that hover effect. So next, I'm going to add the text for the song title and that of the artist. So after this image, I want to create a paragraph tag. This first one is going to be Rain on Marble Street. I'll add another paragraph tag. This one is going to be By the Lanterns. Let's just wrap this inside a div container. I'll wrap this up inside a div. And I'll give this div a margin top of 2 to add a margin between these items and this image above it. Okay, now I'll paste the paragraph tags in here. Just format the document. So let's quickly add some Tailwind classes to this paragraph tag. I'll give this a text primary text and a font of semi-bold. And for this one, I'm going to give it a class name of text secondary text and a text of SM. I'll save that. Check out the output, and you can see that this is actually looking really good. Now let's actually create more of these cards. So I'll just go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll wrap up this div as the div item, not the div container. Remember, we gave these div that wraps around these items a grid display. So I'm going to just copy this item created, one of these items, and drag that down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. You can see we have actually 6 of these cards right now. And let's check if this is responsive. When we reduce the screen size, you're going to notice that the cards are going to be fully responsive. You can see right now the cards are actually fully responsive, even the left sidebar. So now the cards are responsive because of these styles we applied up here. These styles we applied when we gave this a grid gap 2, grid cause of 2 for small screen device, grid cause of 2, grid cause of 3. Now this actually was ensuring that those cards are actually responsive. Now I'm not going to be updating the details because I'm focused on creating the user interface. I'm just going to give you that as an assignment. Okay, so next we're going to start creating a login page. So I'll just log this out. I'll click on login. Now I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll create another page. Now to create a new page in Next.js, we'll go to our app folder. Now inside this app folder, I'm going to create a folder. I'll create a folder. I'll call this folder login. Then inside this folder, I'm going to create a page. Page.tsx. Now inside this page, we're going to create a React component. And this is very important when you're working with Next.js page. Now, right now, when we created this with React snippet, I'll get rid of this. When we created this with React snippet, you're going to notice that the name of the page has to be a lowercase page, which means when we use RFC to create this snippet, the p tag is going to be lowercase too. But this is actually wrong in React. Every component has to be a capital casing. Okay, so instead of lowercase, we're going to make use of uppercase. I'll save that. Now when I go back to our project, I'll go back to our actual project. When I click on login, it's going to take some time because the page has to compile. Now you're going to see that we are now at the login page. Okay. Remember we gave the body a background of black. That's why the entire web page is actually black. Cool. So let's start trying creating this login page. Now inside this login page, I'm going to create a div. I'll give this div a Tailwind class of screen. I give it a display of flex, a justify of center, items of center, a width of full, and lastly, I'm going to give this a background color of hover. Okay. Now I'm giving this a background of hover because I want the login page to have the same color we use for our hover. This color right here, go to our globals of CSS. This color we were using for our hover effect. I want the login page to have this color as its background. Okay. Then inside this div, I'm going to create another div. We'll give this div a class of bg background, a display of flex, items. I'm going to give it center, padding horizontal of 6 for small screen. Then for large screen, I want to give it a padding horizontal of 12, padding vertical of 6, a rounded of MD. I'll give it a maximum width of 400 pixels and a width of 90%. Okay. Now what I'm doing right here is I'm giving this login card container a maximum width of 400 pixels, which means for screen size that are greater than 400 pixels, it's going to have a width of 400 pixels. But if the screen size like mobile phones are less than 400 pixels, it's going to have a width of 90%. Okay. And inside this, I'm going to add an image. So I'll call in the image component from Next.js. Next image. And this image is going to have an SRC that's going to go into our images folder. It's going to go to logo.png, and the alt text is going to be logo. And we have to give it a width and height, so Next.js doesn't scream out. So I'll give it a width of 500, a height I'll do 500. And I'll add some Tailwind classes to it, a height of 11, a width of 11. I'll save that. Let's actually check out the output. You can see that, the item right here, the logo right here. You can see that box we just created. Cool. So after this image, we're going to add a h2 tag. This h2 tag is simply going to say log in to Spotify. I give this a text of 2XL, a font of bold, a text of white, margin vertical of 2, margin bottom of 8, and a text of center. I'll save that. And now we turn back to the web page. You can see we have those two items right here, but the background is still black. I just noticed the background is still black. Why is the background still black? We gave this one a BG background. We gave this one a BG hover. Oh, we're saying BG on hover. No, it's supposed to be BG hover. We're supposed to use a hyphen right there. I'll save that. Yeah, this is how I want it to look. Okay, I want these cards, this login box to be dark and the background to actually be lighter. And the reason these things are arranged side by side, like remember we gave the div that wraps around this h2 tag and this image, we gave it a display of flex. So we just give it a flex direction of column. So I'll do a flex of col. That is going to ensure that the items are going to be arranged vertically down. So next we're going to create this form right here. Okay. So after this h2 tag, I'm going to create a form. I'll get rid of this action. We're not going to be making use of this in this project. Inside this form, I'm going to create an input. And this input is going to be of type text and it's going to have a placeholder of your email. I have some Tailwind classes to it. First of all, I'm going to give it an outline of none, a border of 1, a border color of border neutral, 600, a padding of 2, a width of full, a rounded of MD, and give it a text of primary text, and give the placeholder a color, a placeholder of neutral 600. Margin bottom, I'm going to give it 6. And finally, when someone focus on it, I want to give it on focus, I want to give it a color of text secondary text. After that, I just copy this and I'll drag that down. This second input is going to be your password. I think that's it. I'll save that. I'll check out the output. I'm going to see those two inputs right here, your password and your email. Cool. So let's create that button. After these two inputs, I want to create a button. I'm simply going to say continue. I have some tailed classes to this. I'll give this a background of BG primary, a padding vertical of 3, rounded of full, a width of full, font of bold, and a cursor of pointer. I'll save that. Head back to the web page and you can see that button right here. Okay. Next, I'm going to add this text right here. Don't have an account and sign up now. Let's do that. So I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code. After this button, I'm going to create a div. Inside this div, we're going to have two items. First of all, we're going to have a span. This span is going to have this text right here. Don't have an account. Now, this is a HTML entity, okay, for this right here, okay. Sorry, for this symbol right here, okay. After that, I'm going to add a link. I'll just import that in from next link. And this link is going to have an href that's going to go to the sign up page. And the title of this link is going to be sign up now. I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to this item. First of all, I'll give this div a color of text secondary text, a text of center, and a margin vertical of 6. Then for the link, I'll give the link a class name of margin left of 2, a text of white, a text decoration of underline, so I use underline, and hover of this link. I want it to have a color of text primary. Now we head back to the web page. You can see we have this login page completely styled, okay, and we have this sign up now right here. Now I want to click on this sign up. Now I want it to take us to the sign up page, so we're going to create a new page. So inside my app folder, create another folder. I'll call this folder sign up. Inside this sign up page, I want to create a page, page.tsx, RFC, create a React snippet, and don't forget to change this to uppercase. I'll get rid of this. Now we are basically going to do the same thing we did in our login page. I'll just copy everything from the login page. I'll just copy everything from here. Then I'll paste that right here. Cool. Then I'll click on that link. If I click on this link, it's going to take me to the sign up page right here. I will basically have the same thing. So let's actually update that. The sign up page is going to say not log into Spotify. I'm going to say sign up. Sign up to Spotify. This one is going to say already have an account, sign in now. So let's update that. This one is going to be already have an account, already have an account, sign in now. And the sign up page is going to have one more input. This input is going to be your name, and the link, this link right here is going to go to not sign up this time, it's going to go to login. I'll save that, and with that I'm basically done creating the sign up page and also the login page. So next, we're going to start creating this upload song page. I want to click on this icon right here. It's going to take us to the upload song page. So I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'm going to create another page. I'll call this page upload song. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a file called page.tsx. RFC. I'll change this to uppercase. I'll just get rid of this. Now this upload page is going to be actually similar to our login page and our sign up page. Okay, so I'm just going to copy the code from our sign up page. I'll just copy everything from here. Then I'll just paste that right here. Okay, I'll save that. I'm going to click on the upload song link. I'll click on this. And that's going to bring us right here to this upload song page. Now just basically update the details. Instead of sign up to Spotify, it's going to be upload to Spotify. And I only need 2 inputs. I'll get rid of this one. This one is going to be title, the title of the song. This one is going to be the artists. Then I'm going to create another 2 other inputs, but these inputs are not going to be of type text. These inputs are going to be of type file. Okay, so I'll give this one a type of file. I'll give this one a type of file. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web, you can see that we actually have a title, an artist input, then we have these 2 files right here. Now these 2 files right here, you can add placeholders to input to the type of file. So what we are going to do, we're going to add labels to them. So at the top of this input, I want to add a label. And this first one is going to be for audio. Then the ID, I have to pass in an ID that's going to match that for, say, ID, and it's going to be audio. Then I want to add a label to the next one, add a label. This one is going to be for the cover image. So I'll give it a HTML4 cover. Then for the ID, I'll give it cover. I'll give the label some Tailwind class. I'll give it a class of block, padding vertical of 2, and text of tests secondary. Tests. Then I just copy these utility classes. I paste that on this other label. I'll save that. Check out the output, and you can see we have those 2 right here, but I cannot actually see the text. Why? That's because we've not added titles to them. So this one is going to be for the audio, and this other label is going to be for the cover, the music cover image. I'll save that. Yeah, you can see those labels right now. Next, we just get rid of these items right here and change this to add song. So I'll change this one to add song. Then I'll get rid of this right here. I'll save that. Yeah, that's way better. So then it's going to create the hover effects of these cards and of these links right here. Okay, when we hover on them, like when we hover on this one, it's going to show this trash icon. When we hover on this one, it's going to show this play icon. Okay, I actually forgot to do that, so let's quickly do that. So I'll first of all start with my sidebar. I'll go to my sidebar component. Where's our sidebar component? Over to my sidebar component now. Now in each of these links, I want to add a delete button. I'll start with this first one, button. And inside this button, we're going to have a trash icon. I'll say trash. Just import that in from React icons. And inside this button, we're going to give this a class of text, secondary text, position of absolute, a right of 2, a top of 1/2, a negative translate y of 1/2, and a cursor of pointer. I'll save that. And I head back to the sidebar, you can see that we have that delete, that trash icon right here. Okay, but we don't want this trash icon to be visible. We want this to only be visible when we hover on this link. So let's do that. We'll give this by default a display of none, so I'll give it hidden. I only want it to be visible when it's hovered on, so I'll give it a group hover of block. Block. I want to head back to the sidebar. When we hover on this, we cannot actually see that trash icon. Okay, now after giving it a group of block, what I'm trying to say is that I want, when I hover on the parent container of this div, I want to actually show that icon. Okay, so to actually connect both of them, I'm going to give the parent container as this div that wraps around this container. Where's the div? This div, I'm going to give it a Tailwind class of group. Okay, and also you have to actually add relative to this container, because you are going to position this button absolute to this container. So this container has to have a position of relative. Okay, I'll save that. I want to return back to the web page. When we hover on this, you can see that trash icon. Okay, now you can actually update the rest on your own. It's actually very simple to do that. Cool. Now let's actually work on this button. When we also hover on this card, so we want to actually display this icon right here, this play icon. So let's do that. So I'm going to go back to my, where is the code for that? It's not the sidebar or songs. Inside one of these div, I'll just locate this div. I think it's this one. Inside one of these div, I want to create a button. And the icon inside this button is going to be IOMD play. I just import that in. Now add some Tailwind classes to this button. I give it a BG of primary, a width of 12, a height of 12, 1/3 of full, a display of grid, place items, center. Place the items at the center of the grid container. I give it a position of absolute, a bottom of 18, and a right of 5. I'll save that. And we cannot actually see that button. That's because the button, you can see the button right here. That's because we've not given this container a position of relative. Okay, right now the button has given me a position of fixed. So what we are going to do, we're going to give this, the container that wraps around it, to give it a position of relative. I'll save that. And it's going to be position absolute to this container. Cool. Remember that you cannot position an element absolute to an element that has a position of static. So you have to give this container a position of relative. So you can position this button absolute to it. Now by default, we don't want the buttons to be this way. We want the button to only show when we hover on this card. Okay, so we're going to, instead of giving it a bottom of 18, where is that button? Instead of giving it a bottom of 18, I'm going to give it a bottom of 8. Sorry, 8. Then opacity of 0. I'll save that. Now you're going to notice that we can no longer see that button anymore. Okay, now when we hover on that button, we want that button to actually animate in. So what we are going to do, we're going to add a group, because when we hover on this container, we want to actually add styles to this button. So we're going to give it a group property, group. Then inside the button, we're going to say group hover. We want an opacity of 1, and also group hover. We want a bottom of 18. I'll save that. And our button is actually there, but we cannot actually see it. I think that's because in Tailwind CSS we don't use 0 to 1 for opacity. We use, I think, 0 to about 100. So I give it opacity of 100 instead. Yeah, you can actually see it right now. Alright, cool. Now I want it to actually animate in. This thing is actually too sharp. I want it to be smooth. So let's work on that. Give it a transition of all, a duration of 300 milliseconds, and is in out. I'll save that. And you can see that smooth transition as it transitions in. Okay. And we can hover on this and see the trash icon. We can hover on this and actually see the play button. I just give this a cursor of pointer to cursor pointer. Yeah. Next, we're going to start creating the music player. Now, for the music player, I want to click on the music in the finished project. You're going to notice that the music starts playing. Okay, this music player is going to actually pop up. So we're going to start creating the UI of this music player. Because this music player is not going to be any library. We're going to create this from scratch and we're going to add all the functionalities. So I'll go back to my Visual Studio. I'm going to create another component. I'll call this component music player .csx rfc. I'll just get rid of this import statement. Then I'll get rid of this div. I'll create another div. This div, I'm going to give it a class. A Tailwind class of fixed, bottom 0, left of 0, width of full, background of black, sorry, not black, text white, padding horizontal of 4, padding vertical of 3, shadow of MD and a z-index of 50. Next, I want to create another div inside this div. Create another div. I'll give this div a maximum width of 8xl, a width of 95%, mx of auto, display of flex, items. I want to position them center vertically, then justify. I'm going to give them between, justify between. Okay. Now this music player, I'm going to have 3 items. I'm going to have the item at the left hand side, at the middle, and also at the right hand side. So I'm going to start with the left hand side. So for that, I'm going to create another div. I'll create another div. I'll give this div a class of flex, a gap of 4, and items of center. Inside this, I'm going to have an image. So I'm going to import the next image component. And you just import that in. Then the src is going to go into the images folder. I'm just going to go for any cover image. I'll use cover 2.jpeg. I give it an alt text of cover image. Then I have to add a width and height property so that Next.js does not scream. I'll give this 500 of width. Then for the height, I'll also give it 500. Now add some Tailwind utility classes to it. I'll give it a width of 13, a height of 13. Objects, I'm going to use cover. Then rounded, I'll give it MD. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, you cannot actually see that music player component. That's because we're not actually imported that into our page.css first. I'm going to go to our page.css, so I just import that in music player, or import that component in. Save that, and now we can actually see that music component right here at the bottom. Cool. And after this image, I'm going to create a div tag. Inside this div tag, I'm going to have 2 paragraph tags. One paragraph tag for the image title, which I just call bicycle. Then the second paragraph tag is going to be for the music artist. I just put the manual there. Now add a Tailwind utility class of this div of text xm. Then for this, I want to add some Tailwind classes. I'll give it a text of white. Sorry, white. Also add some classes to this one. I'll give this one a text of secondary text and a font of normal. I'll save that. And you can see we have those items right here at the left hand corner. Cool. So let's add the items that are going to be at the middle. So for that, I want to create another div. After this div, I want to create another div. This one is going to be for the song controls. So I just label it as song controls. I give this div a Tailwind utility class of maximum width of 400 pixels, a width of full, display of flex, items of center, flex direction of column. So I give it a flex of col, gap of 3. Cool. Now inside this div, I'm going to create another div. I'll give this div a class of utility class of flex. I want the items inside to have a display of flex. Then a gap of 4. Inside this, I'm going to create a button tag. This button is going to be our previous button, so it's going to be IOMD skip backward. Then I'll create another button, drag this down. This one is going to have an icon of IOMD play. Then after that, I'll create another button. This one is going to be for the next button. So go to the next music. So that's going to be IOMD skip forward. I have some styles to it. I'll give this one a Tailwind utility class of text XL and a test of secondary text. I'm going to copy these utility classes and I'll just paste that on this other button right here. I'm going to add styles for this middle one, and this one is going to be of BG white, text of XL, text of black, width of thin, height of thin, rounded of full, a display of grid, and a place items of center. I'll save that. Head back to the web page and you can see we have those items we just added right here. And this one is not supposed to be backward. This one is supposed to be backward. This one is supposed to be skip forward. Let me update that. Skip forward, not backward. This one is supposed to be skip forward. Yeah, you can see that right here. Now after these divs that houses all these buttons, I'm going to create another div underneath it. I give this div a class, a Tailwind class of width of full, display of flex, justify of center, items center, and a gap of 2. Inside this, you're going to create 2 span, and this first span is going to actually have the current time of the music when the music is playing, the current time. So I just pass in the time that I just do 1:45. Then the second span we're going to create is going to contain the length of the music. Let me say this one is 3 minutes 45 seconds. Then between these 2 timestamps, I'm going to add this right here. In between the 2 timestamps, we're going to have this right here, this right here in between these 2 timestamps. Okay. So in between them, I'm going to create a div. We'll give this div a Tailwind class of width full, and inside this div, we're going to create an input that's going to be of type range. The minimum is going to be 0. The maximum length is going to be the duration of the music. Now, since we don't have a music yet to play, I'll just leave this blank. I add a Tailwind class to it. Width of full, outline of none, height of 1, BG of zinc 700, rounded of MD, appearance of none. Now do accents of white. I'll save that. Head back to the web page and we can actually see that range right here. Okay, you can see that range right here. I'll see these 2 texts right here, 145, 3:45. Now I'm going to add some styles to the span tags. So I'll give the span tags a Tailwind class of text secondary text, a font of normal, and a text of XM. I'll just copy this Tailwind class. I'll paste on this first span right here. Yeah, it's way better. So finally, we're going to create these items. That's going to be the right hand side of the music player. Okay, these items right here. So let's do that. So I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code. After this div in the middle, I want to create another div. This div is going to be for volume control. So it's going to have the repeat button, but I'll just say volume control. Then I'll comment that off. I'll give this a Tailwind class of flex, items of center, and a gap of 2. First, inside this div, we're going to have a button. Inside this, we're going to have an icon of loop, repeat 1. After this button, we're going to have another button. That's going to have an icon. There's going to be MD outline Q music. Add some Tailwind class to this one. I'll give it a text of secondary text, a text of XL, and a cursor of pointer. After this button, I'm going to create another button. This one is going to have an icon of IOMD volume high. It's going to have similar Tailwind classes as this one, so I just copy this, then I'll just paste that right here. Cool. Then finally, we're going to have an input. It's going to be of type range, minimum of 0, maximum of 100. I add some Tailwind utility classes to this. I give it a width of 100 pixels. Outline, I give it none. I give it a height of 1. BG of sync 700. Accent of white and appearance of none. I'll save that. Head back to the web page and we see those items right here. But the items are inside this container. We don't want them to be inside this container. I think we are placing them inside the middle div container. Just paste them after this div. I'll paste them right here. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. This one is going to be at the left hand side. This one is going to be at the middle. While this one is going to be at the right hand side. Okay, so we're going to have the first one. This very first one here. This very first one is going to be at the first one. This one is going to be the middle one, the sound controls. Then the volume control is going to be at the one at the right hand side. Okay, just like this. Cool. Now what we've basically done right now is actually create the UI of this music player. Now I'll click on play or next, or even try to use this slider right here. Nothing is really going to work. Okay, and also the volume is not going to work. That's because we've not actually added the functionality. So let's start actually doing that. So first off, I'm going to add an audio tag to my music player because I obviously want to make use of the audio tag, so I'm able to play audio in this web page. So I'm going to add that audio. I'll close the tag. Then this audio, the SRC is going to point to, for now, it's going to point to a file in my folder, inside my public folder. But later on, we're going to be getting this audio from an API, okay, from a database. But for now, we're going to make use of this one we have locally right here, audio.mp3. So the SRC is going to go into the audio folder, then it's going to go into audio.mp3. Okay, I'll save that. And when I head back to the web page, you're going to notice that we cannot actually see the audio tag in the web page. Now that's because when you're making use of audio tag in HTML or JSX, you have to actually specify the control attribute. Okay, that's how the browser is going to understand that you want to actually display the audio to users. You pass in the control attribute. Then when I head back to the web page, you can actually see that audio tag right here. I won't click on this. You notice that this audio actually starts playing. Now you're obviously not going to hear this because I have my microphone plugged in. But now we don't want this music player here. Okay, we want this one we created to be our music player. Okay, a custom music player. So how do we now ensure that when we play this one actually plays? When we actually control the volume of this one, we are controlling the volume of this one. How do we do that? Now we are going to be doing that using a hook in React called the use ref hook, which is basically used for referencing one element in the web page to another element, and I'm going to teach you how to actually use it. Okay, so first off, I'm going to go back to my music player. Up here, I'm going to say const audio ref is equals to use ref. Then the initial value of this use ref is going to be null. Okay, Now that we've created this ref, we have to pass this ref to the element we are trying to reference this ref to. So I'm going to go to my audio. I'm going to say this is going to have a ref that is going to be audio ref. Okay, just to ensure that TypeScript doesn't actually throw an error later on when we start making use of this ref, we actually have to pass in a type for this. So right here, I'm going to pass a type. I'm going to say this is either going to be an HTML audio element or it's going to be null. Okay, so what I'm basically telling TypeScript is that when this component mounts, this whose audio ref could be null. Okay, but when the component mounts, it's going to be referenced to this audio element, which means it's going to be an HTML audio element. Okay, cool. So after creating this ref, we're going to create some states. Okay, we're going to actually need this state. So first of all, I'm going to say const is playing, and this is the state we're going to know if the music is playing or if the music is actually paused. I'll say set is music playing is equals to use states from React, and the initial value is going to be false. So after that, I'm going to have a state for the volume of the music. So I'm going to say const volume set volume is equals to use states. Now by default, I'll just make this 100 or 50. Now after that, I'll create another state const current time as the time of the music, that is the current time of the music. Set current time is equals to use states, and by default the state is going to be 0. Then also we're going to need the duration of the music. Say const duration set duration is equals to use states. And these are the states we actually need in our music player for now. Okay, so now when we want to actually start playing the music, now when I save this and go back to the web page and we have an error, AppScript file had an error, blah blah blah, you are importing a component that needs use ref. This React hook only works in a client component. Okay, now remember that when you are working with Next.js, when you are making use of states and hooks, you have to actually specify to Next.js that this component is going to be a client component. Okay, so that Next.js know how to handle this as a client component. So to do that, we just go up as usual. We're going to say this is going to be a client component, to say use client. I'll save that, and that should get rid of that error right there. Cool. Now for now, we want to play this music, we have to click on this. Okay, you can notice that the music starts playing, but we don't want to actually use this to actually control the music. We want to use these ones. Okay, so first of all, we're going to work on this play button. Okay, we're going to create a function to toggle, to play and pause the music. So let's first of all create that function. So I'm going to go up here, I'm going to say const toggle play button is equals to an arrow function that's not going to take any arguments. And before we make use of this audio ref, we always have to check if this audio ref has been sent. Remember that this audio ref can either be the HTML audio element or it could be null. Now when you refresh the web page and the component mounts for the first time, that immediate first few seconds it might be null before the HTML audio elements get set to this ref. Okay, so we always have to check if the HTML audio element is actually set. If we don't do that, we might actually get an error. Okay, so to avoid feature bugs, we're going to say if audio ref.current, then return. Now what I'm doing here is that if the audio ref is set, return, but I don't want to return when it's set. I want to return when it's not set. So I'm going to negate this. I'm going to say if no audio ref, then return. We only want to run this code underneath here when the audio ref has been set to an HTML audio element. Then after that, we can check if is playing. Okay, if the audio is actually playing, first of all check that. Now if the audio is playing, when we click on the button, we want to say audio ref dot current dot pause. okay? Which means when the music is playing, when we click on it, you just want to pause it. But if the music is not playing, so I'll say S, and I'll say audio.ref.current.play the music. I'll save that. What I'm basically doing right here, they are checking if the audio element has been set, audio.ref.current. If it's not, we just return. They are checking if the music is already playing. If the music is playing, then when we click on the toggle play button, they want to pause the music. But if the music is not playing, they want to start playing the music. Okay, cool. Now just copy this function. I'll copy this. I'm going to hook it up to that play button. Where's that play button? Audio.play. I'm going to hook it up to this button. I'm going to say on click. I'll just paste that function right there. I'll go back to the web page. You're going to notice that when we click on this button, I'll click on this, the music starts playing immediately. You can see that the music is playing after we clicked on this button. Now when I click on this again, the music is not going to stop. That's because before we click on the play button, the is playing was set to false. By default, the is playing is false. When we scroll up, this is playing was false. Okay, since this is playing was false, it's going to run this one right here. It's going to say audio ref.current.play. okay, since this is ref was actually false, it was not playing. Now when we started playing the music, this is playing is still false, which means anytime we run this code, it's always going to say audio ref.current.play. So how do we now ensure that when we actually start playing the music, we actually want to set the is playing to the opposite value? So now we have to set the is playing to the opposite value. For example, now when we start playing the music, we have to set the is playing to playing. So let's do that. So down here, I'm going to say set is playing, is music playing. I'll just, instead of music playing, I'll just get rid of this music playing. I'll say is playing. Set is playing to is not is playing. Okay. So what this function is going to do, what this setter function is going to do is that if when we have false right here, and we set the music to start playing. When the music starts playing, it's going to set its playing to the opposite value. Now, initially, its playing is going to be false. It's going to set it to true. And also, when we pause the music, its playing is going to be true. Then it's going to set its playing to false. Okay. Now, let's actually test it out. Now, we'll go back to the web page. When we click on this, the music starts playing. Okay. Now, when we click on it again, you're going to notice that the music gets paused. When we click again, the music starts playing. Cool. Now, see how easy it is to actually link these audio elements to this right here using the use ref hook in React. Now, when we play this music, when the music is playing, and also when the music is paused, you're going to notice that this icon doesn't actually change like this one. Okay. So we're actually going to do that. Now we're going to do that using the is playing state we created. One of the reasons we actually created that state. So right here, I'm going to get rid of this play button. I'll just cut this off for now. I'm going to check which icon I want to render. Okay, so I'm going to say is playing. Now if it's playing, then I want to render the pause button. So I'm going to say, I'll paste that right here. Instead of play, I'm going to call the pause icon from Airbnb, React icons. Then if it's not playing, they want to show the play icon. Okay, I'll save that. I want to go back to the web page. You're going to notice I won't click on this. If you can see right now, the pause icon is showing because the music is actually playing. Okay, now to actually pause the music, we'll click on pause. You're going to show the play icon. You see how easy that was. Now for the rest functionality, like for the details of the music, the previous and next button, we cannot actually do that now because we actually need to be pulling the music from the API before we can actually work on these functionalities. So the functionalities we can actually work on in this music player is going to be this pause play, this one right here, this slider right here to control which part of the song you want to play, and also this timestamps right here. And lastly, we can also work on the queue modal. When we click on it, it's going to open up the queue modal. We can work on that too. Then lastly, we're going to work on the volume. Okay, cool. So first of all, we're going to work on this right here, this timestamp right here. When we're actually playing our music, we want to see the timestamp for our music, the current duration, also the total length of the music. So let's actually do that. So I'm going to go to my code. After this, I'm going to create a use effect because we're actually going to do a side effect. I'm going to say use effect. Now I'm going to pass in an empty dependency array. And the use effect hook in React is what we use to actually perform side effects. Okay. Now, what's actually side effects? And when you make use of an application, the application have life cycles. Okay. Now, the component life cycle in React is that for every application we build, the application have life cycles. Okay. When the component match for the first time, when you open the application, when the part of the application updates or when the application unmounts, when the application gets closed. Okay, now if we have to actually handle side effects, we make use of the use effect hook. Okay, now right now this use effect hook is only going to fire once. That's why we have an empty dependency array right here. It's going to fire only when the component mounts. When you open the web page or the first, and this use effect hook is actually going to run. Then after that, it's not going to be run. Now if you want this use effect hook to rerun, maybe for example now you want this use effect hook to rerun when this is playing changes from false to true or true to false, you're going to pass it and explain right here is playing as a dependency. That way the use effect hook is going to run when the component mounts, and also is going to run when this explain value gets updated. Okay, but for now we don't want any dependency in our use effect hook dependency array. So in here I'm going to create a variable. I'm going to say const audio. I'm going to create an audio instance of my audio ref. It's equals to audio ref.current. Then I'm going to check if the audio is actually set. If this variable is set, then I want to actually run this code. But if it's not set, I just negate it. If this audio variable is not set, I just want to return. Okay, now after that I'm going to create a function called update time, which is equals to an arrow function. Now what we actually want to do in this function is that when this component mounts, that's why we are making use of a use effect hook. We want to get some properties from this audio right here, from this music, this audio input right here. Okay, first of all, I want to get the duration of the music that is inside this audio. This audio is actually playing, and not just the duration, we also want to get the current timestamp of the music. That's, we want to get an update. If the music is just started playing, it's going to be at 1 second, 2 seconds. We want to actually get the current time. I want to be able to track it. So to do that, we're going to use an event listener. So down here, I'm going to say audio.add event listener. Then inside this event listener, I'm going to listen for a time updates. Okay, that's when the time of the music is updated. Now when the time of the music is updated, I want to run this function updates time. Okay, now after that, not just that, we also want to get the duration. So I'll say audio.add event listener. I'll say loaded metadata. Then when the metadata is loaded, I want to run the function updates time. Okay, cool. Now anytime you run this function, then I want to set my current time to the audio dot the current time of the audio. We are basically just updating the song every second. Okay, that's what this line of code is going to do. When the music is playing, it's going to keep track of it and be updating our UI according to the length of the song. If the song is at first second, the UI is going to be showing first second. If the song is at 10 seconds, the UI is going to show 10 seconds. Okay, so after that, I'm going to set our duration to audio dot duration or to 0. And we have an error here. Argument of type number is not assignable to parameter of type set undefined. Means our initial value is undefined. Yeah, our initial value is undefined. By default, I want this to be 0. Okay, then if the audio duration is not getting from the metadata, I want the duration of the music by default to be 0. Okay, so I want to scroll down. I want to look for those controls right here. Then where are those timestamps we created, those span tags we created? Instead of this time right here, we're going to pass in our current time, and instead of this one as our duration we had coded, we'll pass in our duration. I'll save that. I head back to the web page. I'm going to notice that when I refresh the web, I just refresh the web page. Then when I start playing the song, you're going to notice that this one actually starts counting. I notice that it's actually counting. And this one, the total seconds of the time is 149 seconds. But obviously, we don't want the format of the time to be in seconds. Okay, we want it to be in minutes and seconds. Okay, we have to create a format for it. So I'm going to go to my Visual Studio Code and create a function to actually format the timestamp. So I just do that down here. Now I'm going to say const format time is equals to an arrow function. Now anytime we call this function, it's going to take a value. Now I just call this value time. Now this value is going to be of type number. Then first off, I'm going to format the minutes side. I'll say const minutes is equals to math.floor time divided by 60. You know how to actually convert seconds to minutes. You have to actually divide it by 60. For example, now you have 60 seconds. You want to convert it to minutes. It's going to be 60 divided by 60, which is going to be 1 minute. So we've gotten the minutes. Then we'll say const seconds is equals to math.floor the time we are passing in, then 60. Then we're going to convert it to a string, then pad start to 0, then a semicolon. Cool. Then anytime we call this format time function, we want to return the time in this format. Return. I use a backticks. I'll say $. I'll pass in the minutes. Then I'll say colon. Then I'll pass in the seconds. Add a semicolon. I'll save that. Now, anytime we call this function, it's going to take the time we pass into. It's going to convert the left hand side to minutes. It's going to convert the right hand side to seconds like this. And it's going to actually display two values. It's going to display it in such a way that if we have 4 minutes and 5 seconds, it's going to be 4 minutes. Then the second is going to be, it's not going to be 5, it's going to be 0.5. That's why we added this part start right here. Okay. Then when I go down here, before I call this right here, instead of me just calling duration, I'm going to cut this off. Then I'll say format time. Then I'll paste that in here. Okay. Same thing with this one. I'll cut this off. I'll say format time. Then I'll pass that in here. Cool. Now when I head back to the web page, you can see that the time is actually formatted. And when we start playing, you can see how good this is now actually looking. So next, we're going to work on this one right here. When we actually use this range right here, you want to use this to actually adjust the song. Okay, so let's actually do that. And it's actually very simple. So let's actually do it. So I just go up here, I'll create another function. Const. I'll call this function handle seek. It's equals to an arrow function. This function is going to take an event, and this event is going to be react dot change event. Okay, it's going to be HTML input element. Then I want to set the value of our event to a variable. Say const the new time is equals to event.target dot the value. I'll just put this inside a pass float. So I'll say pass float. I'll pass that in here. Then I'll say if audio_ref.current. I only want to run this if the audio_ref.current, if the audio has been set to the ref. Then I'll say audio_ref.current dot. I'll set the current time. Then I'll set that current time to the new time from our event. Okay, then I'm going to set the current time to new time. Now I have to actually hook up this function to that input element. So I just scroll down. Where's that input element, which is going to be, I think it's right here, this one right here, this input element right here. Then up here I'm going to say on change. Then I'm going to say handle seek. Remember I said that we're going to set the maximum value of this input to the duration of our music. So I'll just pass in the duration right here. Then the value of this input, the value is going to be current time. Okay. What I'm actually doing right here is that I'm linking these inputs to the actual audio. That way we can use this input to actually control the audio. Okay. We can due to this input, what this actually does. That's what we're actually doing. Okay, you can see right now when we increase this one, the input actually increases. When we decrease, the input actually decreases too. And we have an error, so I'll just refresh the web page. I think it's because we just added that event listener. Cool, that's actually gone. You can see right now when we increase, it reduces. You can see it's actually linked to it. Now when we start playing the music, you can see right now that when this one is actually increasing, this one is increasing too. Okay, now when I take this one to the middle, when I click on here, you see this one actually increases. When I take this one to the ending, this one goes to the ending too. So we are done with this one. So next, we actually want to increase the volume. Now when I actually adjust the volume right here, now to check the volume of this one, you just hover on this right here. You can see the volume right here. Okay. Now this is actually the volume of this audio tag. Okay, you can mute, take it to 0 to mute. You get. But when I'm increasing and reducing the volume of this audio, it's not actually linked to this one. So let's actually do that too. So to do that, I'm going to create another function up here. I just create another function. Up here, I'll create another function. Say const. I call this function handle volume change equals to an arrow function. This is also going to take a change event, and the type is going to be react.change event. Then we just pass in the HTML input element in there, so TypeScript doesn't scream at us. Then in here, I'm going to set a variable. I'm going to say const volume is equals to pass int. Now pass in the event.target. I want to actually get the value, so that value. And the reason I'm adding this pass int is because when we get this event from the input, it's going to come as a string, so we have to convert it to a number. Okay, now up here we use pass float. Now when we get, for example, now we get 12.33 from our input, this particular function, this pass int, is going to convert this to 12. Okay, if we get it as a string as 12.33, it's going to convert it to 12. That's pass int. We're going to change it to the closest integer, which is 12. Okay, if it's 12.75, it's going to change it to 13. Okay, now for this pass float, the reason I use pass float here is I want to get the exact value. Okay, so if I have something like 30.33 from the input and I say pass float, it's going to convert it to a number of 13.33. It's not going to get rid of this other part right here. Okay, that's what the pass float is going to actually do. After that, I'm going to set my volume to volume. Let me just call this volume. We already have a state called volume. Okay, this state we created right here for our volume. This state right here. But we're actually not done yet. We have to actually set this volume to the audio ref. Okay, so say if audio ref dot current, then we're going to say audio ref dot current dot volume is equals to volume, this volume variable right here, divided by 100. I'll save that. Now the reason I'm dividing this by 100 is that the built-in audio element in HTML goes from 0 to 0.1, 0.2 to 1. So the maximum value is 1 and the minimum value is 0. But for our state, for this input right here, the minimum value is 0, the maximum value is 100. Okay, so when we have this value right here, if we have 75 right here, it's going to be 0.75 for our audio element. Okay, so we have to actually divide this. So we have to actually divide this value by 100 to actually pass this value to our audio ref. Okay, cool. So I'm going to copy this right here. Then I'm going to scroll down, actually pass this to this volume control right here. Where is that input? So up here, I'm going to say on change. I just paste that right here, handle volume change. And the value is going to be volume. Okay, so I just format the document. I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page. Now, you're going to notice that when I reduce the volume, we're not going to notice this, but when I get to 0, we're going to notice that this is actually muted. Okay, and also when we increase it again, it's going to unmute it, and when we get to 0 again, it's going to be muted, which means this value right here is actually controlling the volume of this audio input. Okay, but we are not actually done here. We have to actually ensure that this state is always in sync with this audio right here. Okay, so we're going to add a side effect. So down here, after this side effect, I'm going to create another side effect. I'm going to say use effects. Now this time we're going to pass in a dependency. Okay, and this dependency is going to be our volume. Now anytime our volume actually changes, we want to actually rerun this use effect hook. Okay, so inside this use effect hook, first of all, I'm going to check. I'm saying if audio ref dot current, if the audio ref has been set, then we'll say audio ref dot current value dot, I want to get the volume. Then I want to set the volume to our volume state divided by 100. Remember that we always have to divide by 100 to actually convert it to the volume of an audio input. So I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, now you're not going to notice anything, but this is always going to ensure that the this audio is always in sync with this right here. Okay, now when I take this to 0, you're going to notice right now that this is actually muted. When I take it away from 0, it's going to be unmuted. Cool. So the last logic we're going to implement for this music player in this part is going to be for this to mute and actually unmute the video. Okay, now when we mute the video, we want the volume to go to 0, and when we unmute it, we want the volume to go to the initial volume it was before we actually muted it. Okay, so first of all, we're going to create a new state. I'll call this state, I'll just call this state const previous volume, then set previous volume is equals to the use state hook from React, and by default the previous volume is going to be 0. Then I'm going to create a function to actually mute and unmute it. So after this function, create another function, say const toggle mute is equals to an arrow function. Now first of all, I want to check if the volume is equals to 0, is equivalent to 0. Then what we are going to do here is that we're going to unmute the music. Okay, because if the volume is actually equals to 0, which means we have actually muted it before, so we just unmute the music. So I'm going to set the volume to previous volume. Okay, that we want to set the volume of our state, the volume of the music, to the previous volume it was before it was muted. Okay, then you have to set it to the audio ref. So if audio ref.current, and I'll say audio ref.current.volume is equals to previous volume divided by 100. Now this code we just wrote is to actually unmute the music. Okay, so if the volume is not equals to 0, which means we're actually playing the music when we click on the mute button, maybe we are playing at 75% or 100% volume, then we're going to say else, and this is where we're actually going to mute the music. So I'll say mute music. Then first of all, I'm going to set my previous volume state to volume. Okay, and the reason I'm doing this is because when we actually want to mute the music, we actually want to know the initial state of the volume. For example, now I'm playing at 75 or 100%, so I have to know the volume I was playing at, the user was playing at, before the user clicked on the mute button. That way, when the user unmutes the music, it's going to go to that previous volume. It's not going to start from another volume. So if I'm playing at 75% and I mute, when I unmute, it's going to go back to 75%. So that's why I created this previous volume state. Okay, and I'm getting this volume state and setting the previous volume state to the current volume state. Then after that, I'm going to set the volume state to 0. Then after setting the volume state to 0, I'm going to set the audio ref. I'll check if the audio is current. If the ref has been set, I'll say audio ref dot current dot volume, and I'll set it to 0. Now that we have written this function, we have to actually hook up this function to a button. So I just copy the name of this function. I'll scroll down. Where is that mute icon, that mute button we created? It's going to be the mute button. Where's the mute button? 1. I think it's this one right here. Okay. Then I'll just say on click of this button, on click, I want to run this function right here, toggle mute. Okay. I'll save that. I'm going to head back to the web page. When I mute this music, I'm going to notice right now that this is actually muted right here. Okay. Now when I click on it again, it's going to unmute it right here. You can see right there. Okay, cool. But this one is not actually updating. So let's actually work on that. So when we click on mute, it's going to show the icon with a stroke. So let's do that. So I'll just take this button out, get rid of this button. Then I'll check if the volume is equal to 0. If volume is equivalent to 0, which means it's actually muted. Okay, and I'm going to display the volume of icon. I'll just import that in. As if the volume is not equals to 0, then I want to display this volume high button. I'll format the documents. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, when I click on this, you can see we have this right here. You see the music is actually muted. And when I click on it again, it's going to go back. So if I take this to 100 and I mute and I unmute, it's going to go back to 100. Cool. And you can play the music. You can actually control the part of the music you want to play. You can control that, and you can mute the music. You can increase and decrease the volume. Okay, cool. So now that we've linked our audio elements to this, our custom audio right here, we can actually use this to actually play the song. We can control the song right here, and also we can also control the volume right here. Okay, so now that we have done all that, so next we can actually get rid of this. So I just pause this. We can actually get rid of this. To do that, it's very simple. We just scroll down, then we just get rid of these controls right here. Okay, just get rid of that. Now that's going to ensure that we can actually see the audio elements in the UI, but we can actually still play the song. Okay, so next we're going to work on the queue list mode. I won't click on this. It's going to open up this queue list mode, and then won't click on it again. It's going to close it back up. But before we start doing that, I'm going to actually explain something. And when we created this right here, this music player, we created state inside this music player. We created volume state, current time, duration. Now this state we created right here, this state, we can only use this state inside this component. Okay, they are component state. It can only be maintained inside a component. Now when we check out this modal, you can notice that this modal has been opened up by another component. This modal is its own component, but this modal has been opened by a button inside another component, this music player component. Okay, so I'm actually going to teach you how to manage state globally. Now there are different ways to manage state globally in a React application. We can make use of libraries like Redux Toolkit, Zostand, but for this project I'm going to be making use of the built-in method, which is a context API. Okay, so I'm going to teach you how to do that. So first of all, we're going to create our queue component. So I'll create a new component. I'll call this queue.csx RFC. I'll get rid of this. Now create a div. I give this a position of fixed, a top of 15, right of 15, z index of 50, maximum width of 300 pixels, width of full, height of 75 VH, BG of black, border of 1, padding of 4, overflow, y of auto. Then I'll give it a rounded of MD. I'm going to save this and import this component to our page.css. So in here, I'll just import that in. I'll say Q. I just import that in. I want to head back to the web page. You can actually see that modal right here. You can see that black modal right here. Okay, it's actually too close to the top. I want to bring it down a bit. Instead of top of 50, I'll do a top of 80. Yeah, this is actually better. Now inside this div, we're going to have a h2 tag, which is simply going to say Q. After that, we're going to have a div. We'll give this div a margin top of 8. And inside this div, we're going to have a h2 tag that's going to say now plain. We're going to add some utility classes to this. So I'll give this a text of white, font of bold, and a margin bottom of 3. After this h2 tag, we're going to have a div. And inside this div, we're going to have an image in there. I just import that from next image. Then for the SRC, it's going to go into the images folder. We're going to go into the images folder. Then it's going to go for cover theory.jpg. I'll pass in a width property of 300. I'll pass in a height property of 300. The last we're going to add an auth property. The auth property is going to be, I'm just say Q image. And after this image, we're going to have another div. Inside this, we're going to have 2 paragraph tags. The first paragraph tag is going to be the music we actually play. I just call this diamond. Then for the title, I just say title of the musician. I just use solid diamond. Now I'm basically just writing random values here. Now we're actually going to be getting this data from the backend. Okay, so For now, I'm just going to use random values. I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to this. I'm going to start with the div container. I'll give this a position of relative. I'll give this a display of flex, items center, gap of 2, cursor of pointer, margin bottom of 2, padding of 2, rounded of LG, and a hover column. When we hover on this, I want to give this a BG of hover. And for the image, we're going to give the image a width of 10, height of 10, object of cover, and a rounded of MD. Then we're going to add styles to this one too. I'll give this one a class of text primary and a font of semi-bold. Then for this one, we're going to give it a text of XM and a text color of text secondary text. And you can actually see that right here. When we hover on it, you see how good looking this actually is. I said cursor of pointer. What am I saying right there? Let me check that right back. Just check this cursor of pointer. Cursor alias, no, not cursor alias, cursor of pointer. Save that. Yeah. So I just copy this container. I just copy this div right here. I just drag that down one more time. Drag this down. And the title of this is not going to be not playing or playing now. It's going to be Q list. Then I just get rid of that text primary and give this one a text of whites. I can see right here how good this is actually looking. So by default, we don't want this modal to be open, okay? We want a situation when we click on this modal is going to open. When we click on it again, it's going to close. And that is where global state actually comes in, okay? Now, if I want to actually use context API, I'm going to have to use that context API in this page.css file. This right now is like a global page that holds all the components, okay? But the problem is that, remember that when you want to use a hook in Next.js, you have to actually specify that this is going to be a client component. Now, if I do that, then my entire application is going to be a client component. Now, in a real world application, it's not actually ID to come to your page.css file and say use client. Now, what this is going to do is that it's going to convert this your home page, the entirety of your home page to a client component, and also it's going to convert every component inside this home page to client components. Okay, now this actually beats the need to actually use Next.js in the first place. Okay, because Next.js, you use Next.js for server rendering because there could be content in the home page. Now, in this content right now, we don't have content that we want to be rendered on the server because you're basically building a music streaming website. But in an application, maybe say you have a blog website, you can have a situation where you want to actually render content in the home page for SEO purposes. Okay, so doing this, use client is going to convert your home page to a client component, which means you cannot render content in the server. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this. So instead of using this, what we are going to do, we're going to create our own layout. Remember I said that I'm going to teach you how to create your own layout. So in my root folder, I'm going to create another folder. I'll call this folder layouts. And inside this layout folder, I'm going to create a file. I call this file font and layouts.tsx. And let's see. I'll just get rid of this. Now, all I have to do is to copy everything from my page.tsx file and just paste them right here. So I'll go to my page.tsx file. I'm just going to copy everything from here. Then I'll take that to my fronted layout. Then I'll just paste that right here. And we're also going to copy the import statement. I'll just copy this. Then I'll paste that up here. Okay. Now we don't need this all songs component in here. So I'm going to get rid of this. Now, because the all songs is going to be the page. Say for example, now we have multiple pages. For our project right now, we have just the home page. Say we have profile pages. Now, when we go to that profile page, when we click on profile, when I click on profile of a user, I'm going to have this sidebar right here. I'm going to have this Navbar. I'm going to have this MusicPlayer and also this queue. The only thing that is going to change is going to be this right here, this main content right here. Okay, so this main content is not part of the layout. These are parts of the layout, but this is not supposed to be part of the layout because this is just going to be a page. It's not a component. We actually want to be persistent across all pages. So what we are going to do, we just get rid of that. I already got rid of that. That also I already got rid of that. But that also is going to be in the home page. So now this layers component is going to take a prop called children. And this is going to have a type. Now, if you are using JavaScript, you don't have to do this. But if you are using TypeScript, you always have to tell the component that is receiving a prop the type of prop is actually receiving. Now, this is going to be a read only children react node. Click on that. Cool. And you can see it right here. Read only children react node. So now that we've actually created this layout file, how do we actually use this layout file? Okay, so I'm going to go to my page.css, which is my home page, and actually use this layout. I'm going to get rid of this. We're no longer importing the songs here. I'll save that. I'm going to go back to my page.css file. Now I'll get rid of these other items right here. I'll get rid of all this. I'll get rid of this. Now when I save that and head back to the web page, you're going to notice that we no longer have our sidebar, our navbar, and also our music player and our Modal. It's no longer there, okay? So let's actually add that layout to this page. So I'll just cut everything up from here. Then I'll say front-end layout. I'll import that in. Then in between these front-end layers, I'm going to paste this right here, okay? Now what's going to happen right here is that what we just paste, anything that we paste in between the opening front-end layout tag and the closing front-end layout tag, anything we put in between them are going to be displayed right here. So down here, instead of outputting the all songs, we'll just output the children. So whatever content this front-end layout wraps and when we use the front-end layout are going to be outputted right here. Okay, so I'll save that. I'll just save that. And when I head back to the web page, you can see right now that those items are actually back. Okay, now we actually have our layout. Okay, cool. So I'll just get rid of everything here. So now we can actually create our global state in this front-end layout. So let's do that. So up here, I'm going to say const player context is equals to create context. I just import that from React. Then by default, the value is going to be undefined. I'll format the document. And this is how you actually create a context in React. After creating this player context, we have to wrap everything in this return statement inside this player context provider. Okay, so I'll just cut everything up from here. Then I'll say player context dot provider. Then in between the opening player context provider and the closing player context provider, I'll just paste that right here. Then I'm going to say the value. Now what this simply means is that every component inside this player context provider is going to have access to whatever state I pass to as value to this. Okay, so let's actually create a state. I'm going to create a state up here. I'm going to say const is Modal open, or let me say q Modal open, then set q Modal open is equals to use state hook from React, and by default this state is going to be false. Then we can pass this state to this player context as a provider. Okay, so I'm going to say the value first of all is going to be is q Modal open. Then I can pass the setter function set q Modal open. All right, cool. Now we're obviously going to get an error. The reason the error we are getting is actually a TypeScript error, because TypeScript wants to know the data type that this player context provider is going to accept, because we don't want a situation where we created a state right here. We say it's Modal open and set is Modal open and it's false. It's actually Boolean. Then we want to make use of this component in our application. We now accidentally set it to a string. Now this actually happens when you use JavaScript, but TypeScript is very strict to ensure we don't make such mistakes. So TypeScript wants to know the data type of the value you are passing to this context provider. Okay, so let's actually create that type. So up here, I'm going to create that type. I'm going to say type player context type. And the first value we added is this SQ modal. So I'm going to copy this SQ modal. I'll paste that right here. And this is going to be a boolean. While this is the setter function, so I'm going to copy this. Then I'll paste that underneath here. Now the setter function is going to be of type React.dispatch React.setStateAction. And we are setting the states to a boolean. Now after creating the context, we can pass the context to this when we created the context. Okay, so down here I'm going to say this is going to be of type player context. And you're going to notice that we still have an error. When we hover on this, we're going to say arguments of type undefined is not assignable to parameter of type player context type. Right now we are saying this create context is going to be always be of player context, which means always going to have this is modal open or this set q modal open. Can never be undefined. Okay, but when the component has not mounted completely, this context could be undefined. So you actually have to tell TypeScript that this could be undefined or it could be player context type. So how do we do that? So we just come over here and we're going to say this is either going to be a player context type or it's going to be undefined, and that's going to get rid of that error. And when we scroll down, we no longer have any TypeScript error. Okay, cool. Now without TypeScript, this would have been easier. We just created our context, then we just create our states and pass our states to our context providers as values. But TypeScript is very important because TypeScript is actually meant to actually prevent future bugs and error in your application. So you should actually learn how to code using TypeScript. So now that we are done, every component that this player context provider wraps around is going to have access to these state values right here. Okay, this Navbar, this Sidebar, all of them, and also these children right here, which means these items right here, that this layout, this front-end layout wraps around, all are going to have access to these states right here. Okay, so these states right now are global states for these components. Cool. So finally, the very last thing we're going to do, we're going to export the context. That way we can be able to make use of that context in other parts of the application. So I'll say export const player context. Now let's actually make use of this context we just created. So I'm going to go to my key.css where I write my actual modal. Then up here I'm going to say const context is equals to use context. I'm going to import use context from React. Okay, I want to use a context. Now what context do I want to use? Remember that we exported this context right here, export const player context. So this is the context I actually want to use. That's why we actually exported it. So what context do I want to use? I want to make use of the player context. Then I'll just import that in. Okay, so after that we have to check if the context is undefined. Remember that the context can either be the player context type or undefined. So we're going to say if no context, if the context is undefined, if no context, then show new error. The error is going to be player context must be within a provider. And this is also going to throw an error when we try to use this context in a component that this context is not actually wrapped around. You know that this context provider wraps around everything. And so when we try to use a context, maybe we are trying to make use of this context in our login page, which does not have this context provider wraps around it, it's actually going to throw that error too. Okay, so that's why we are saying show new error. Then down here we can say const. I'm going to destructure the values is equals to context. So right here we can actually destructure the values of this context. So the value I want is q modal open. That's simple. Then I'm going to check if the modal is open or if it's not open. So I'm going to say if, I'll negate it. If the modal is not open, if this is false, then I just want to return null. I'll save that. And when I head back to the web page, and we have an error. We didn't pass a use client directive to this component right here. Up here, I'm going to say use clients. Same thing I'm going to do for my queue, because I'm making use of the context here. I'll just say use clients. I'll save that, and that should get rid of those error right here. Cool. And you can see we don't have that modal right here, okay, because we said that if the state is set to false, return null. So when I go to my front-end layout, because these are global states now, and I change this to true, I save that. When I head back to the web, you can see now we are actually going to see that modal right here. Very simple. So what we want to do is that we want to actually create a function. We want to create a function and hook up that function to this button, so we can use this function to actually toggle the modal. So let's do that. So we're going to go to our music player components and actually do the same thing we did right here. So I just copy this. I want to get the context. So I copy this. I'll just go to my music player and I'll paste that. We have lots of code here, so I just go all the way up. I'll go all the way up. I'll paste that after these states. I just paste that right here. Then I'll just import use context from React. Import use context. Import the player context. And import player context. Alright, cool. So we need both the isQModal open and also the setter function. So I'm going to destructure that to set QModal open. Okay. Then I'm going to scroll down, actually hook this up to that button. I'll just scroll down. Where is that button? That Q music. I think it's this button right here. So we're going to add an event handler right here. So I'm going to say click. I want to run a function that's going to set QModal open to is QModal open. Then we'll just negate this, okay? Just negate this. It's basically going to set it to the opposite value, basically just toggling the state. So when I head back to the web, when I click on this, it's going to open up this module. When I click on this again, it's actually going to close up this module. Now that we are done with the UI, we are basically done with the front-end part of this application. We have to start actually integrating our backend, okay? So the first thing we're going to do is actually implement authentication in this application. Now, before we can actually do that, we have to actually connect Supabase to our application. So I'm going to get over to Supabase. In my browser, I'm going to type Supabase. I just click on this link right here, supabase.com. And it's going to bring me right here to the official Supabase website. Now, if you don't have an account, you can actually create an account. It's very simple and it's free. Just go to create an account and you can actually sign up with GitHub. You can use your GitHub credential to actually set up a quick account. Now, if you've done that, then just click on start your project. I'll click on start your project. Now it's going to bring me right here. You can see right now, I already have a project right here. Now I'm going to create a new project. So I'm going to say to create a project, I'll click on new project. Then you have to give this project a name. For this project, I'm going to say music streaming website. And for the organization, I'm going to use Airbnb Tech. Now, if you've not created an organization, it's very simple. You just have to create an organization and give that organization a name. You can use your name if you don't have an organization or a brand. Then after that, you have to actually select a password. I just click on generate a password. It's going to generate a password for me, okay? Then this is very important. You have to actually select a region. Now, you have to select a region that's actually closer to you. Okay, now there are lots of regions right here. South America, if you're in Brazil, South America, then if you're in Australia, Oceania, Sydney, then you understand, you just pick a location that is closer to you. For me right now, the closest location to me is West Europe, Paris. Okay, after selecting that, you just click on create new project. And with that, we have basically created a new Supabase project. Now, all we have to do is actually connect the Supabase project to our actual project. To do that, we have to actually install Supabase to our project. So I'm going to scroll down right here. I'll just copy this right here. I'll just copy this. Then I'll head to our project. I'll head back to my project. I'll just open up my terminal. I'll create a new terminal. I don't want to stop my server. Then inside my terminal, I'm going to npm install supabase/supabase Next.js. I'll click on enter. Now that is actually going to install Supabase in our project. I'll just close everything up. Then I'll go to my package.json, and you can see right now we have Supabase installed version 2.53 installed, okay, as a dependency. I'll just close up this package.json file. Then I'll close up this terminal. Cool. So now we've created a new Supabase project, and we also installed Supabase to our project. So now we have to create a link between this project and our Supabase project. We basically have to actually connect to that Supabase project. So how do we do that? So I want to create a folder. I'll call this folder live. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a file. I'll call this file Supabase, client.txt. So first off, I'm going to say import create clients from Supabase. Then down here, I'm going to say const Supabase URL. I'm going to put a pause on that. Then down here, I'm going to say const Supabase anon key is equals to. Now the reason why I'm not actually typing the values here is that when you are building an application and when you are using sensitive credentials, you cannot pass in the sensitive credential directly right here. Okay, now for example, now when we go back to Supabase, now these are the credentials we need. We need this project URL, this is Supabase URL, and then we need this anon key. This is the anon key. Now don't use my anon key and my project URL, because when I'm done, I'm actually going to delete this project. Okay, so you have to create an account and actually create a new project so I can generate your own project URL and API key or anon public. Now if I copy this right now, head over to my project, then I just paste that right here as a string. Now this is actually going to work, but the problem is that when you actually want to deploy this application, maybe you are deploying on Vercel or on GitHub or any server you are deploying to, this is going to be part of your files, which means if someone gets access to your files, you can actually see your Supabase URL and your Supabase anon key. So to solve this problem, we're going to make use of environmental variables. I'll just get rid of this. Now I'm going to create a env file. To do that in Next.js, we are simply going to say .env.local. And in here, we're going to say next public Supabase URL is equals to, then I'll paste that environmental variable right here. Now when we are making use of env files, we don't have to pass it, we don't have to do it like this. Okay, you don't have to use string, don't do it like this. You can just paste the variables directly like this. Okay, and also right now this next public added is very important when you are making use of environmental variables in Next.js. So whatever variable you are going to set is going to be next public and the variable name after that. So let's create another one. So I'm going to say next public Supabase anon key. Then we're going to copy the Supabase anon key from our project from Supabase, which is this right here. I'll just copy this. Then I'm going to paste that right here. Okay, cool. So now we have these two environmental variables set right here. We can actually now use them in our Supabase clients.ts. I'll save this. Now head over to our Supabase clients.ts. And to make use of those environmental variables, I'm going to say process.env. Now I'm going to copy those names. I'll copy this one, the next public Supabase URL. I'll copy that name. Then I'm going to paste that right here. Okay, same thing with this one. I'm going to say process, spell that process correctly, .env. Then I'll also copy the next public Supabase anon key name. Then I'll paste that right here. Cool. Now this way, if someone gets access to these files, they are only going to see this environmental variables name. They are not going to actually see the Supabase URL and the Supabase anon key. Okay. After that, we're going to say export const Supabase is equals to create client Supabase URL then the Supabase anon key. And this is actually a TypeScript error. So to solve this problem, I just add exclamation marks at the end. Add exclamation marks at the end. Also add exclamation marks at the end right here. Okay, cool. Now that's actually going to resolve that TypeScript error. So I want to head back to my web page. I'll just refresh the web page. And we don't have an error, which means we have successfully connected our Supabase project to this project right here. All right, cool. So next, we're going to start working on authentication. So first of all, we have to actually create a new user. Now in Supabase, by default, when you create a new project, a user's table is already created for you. I'm going to go over to authentication. You can find it right here. When you hover on this sidebar right here, you're going to find authentication. You're going to click on authentication. And you're going to notice right now that a table for users is already created with a name, display name, a UID, unique ID, email, phone, the provider you use. Maybe you are using Google to log in, GitHub, or email password, the provider. You can see the table right here. So a table is already created for you for authentication. So you don't have to create a new table for that. So all we have to do now is actually to start creating new users. So I'm going to go over to my sign up now. Go to sign up now. Now I have to actually start creating new users. Cool. So let's do that. So I'm going to go to my sign up page. I'll just close up everything here. I'll just close all. Then I'll go to my sign up page. Sign up here. I'll go to my sign up page. So first of all, we have to actually handle the user input. So we're going to create states for that. But before we do that, I'm going to make this a client component because I want to make use of state in this component. So I'm going to say use clients. Then down here, I'm going to say const name set name is equals to use state, and by default this is going to be an empty string. Then down here I'm going to say const email set email is equals to use state. Then by default also it's going to be an empty string. After that, I'm going to create another state for our password. Password set password is equals to use state, and by default it's also going to be a string. And also we have to create a state for our error messages or simply messages. See, for example, now we are trying to register a user that's already registered. So the Supabase backend is actually going to send back a response that this user already exists in the database. Okay, so we actually have to create a state to actually handle that too. So down here I'm going to say const message set message is equals to use states, and this is also going to be an empty string. So now we have to connect these states to this input. So I'm going to say this input is going to have a value that is going to be of names, the name states. The email is going to have a value that is going to be of the email state, while the password is going to have a value that is going to be of the password state. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. When I try to type on this input, you're going to notice that no value. It's not. I cannot actually type on this input. And also, when I click on this error right here, say you provided a value prop to a form field without an unchanged handler. Now that is simply telling us that we have to add an unchanged handler to this input. Okay, so whenever we type on this input, it's going to actually update our state. So I'm going to say unchanged. I want to add an unchanged handler. I'm going to say unchanged. I'm going to run the function. It's going to take an event. Then I want to set name to event.target.value. Okay. So what I'm basically doing right here is that on change of this input, anytime I type on this input, I want to capture the event. Then I want to set my name state to the target value, to the value of this input. For example, now if I just save this now if I go back to the web page, if I type here, you can see right now it's now working. Anytime I type on this input, it's going to set my state to the value. If I type name, it's going to set my state to name, my namespace to name. Okay, but when I type on this one, it's not going to work, but we've not actually added an unchanged event handler to this. Let's do that. So also in this other MP, I want to say unchanged. I want to run an arrow function. I want to take an event. I want to set email to event.target.the-value. Same thing with the password. I want to say unchanged. Run an arrow function. I want to take an event. Then we are going to set password to event.target.value. Cool. Now when I save that, I head back to the web page. You can see that I can type on any of these inputs. Okay. Now we've basically connected these inputs to their respective states. Now just format the document, arrange the code a bit. Yeah. So now that we've actually handled the inputs and connected these inputs to the state, now when we click on continue, we want to actually sign up a new user. How do we actually submit the form? So I'm going to go back to my signup.css file. Now I'm going to hook up an onSubmit event handler to this form. So I'm going to say onSubmit. When this form is submit, we want to run a function. Okay, so let's actually create that function up here. So up here, I'm going to say const handle sign up is equals to an arrow function. And this function is going to be an async function because we're going to be making network requests. So I'm going to say this is going to be async. Now I can hook up this function to that form. When someone submits the form, on submit of the form, we want to run this function handle sign up. And this function is going to take an event. And when we hover on this, you're going to notice that TypeScript is going to scream at us. Parameter A implicitly has any type. So you have to actually pass a type to this. This is going to be of type React.form events. Then the first thing we're going to do inside this function, we're going to say e.prevent defaults. Now what this is going to do, let me first of all comment this off. I'll just comment this off. Now when you create a form in whether it's HTML or JSX, when I type into this form and I try to submit, you're going to notice that the form is going to actually refresh the web page. Let me try that again. It's going to refresh the web page. When the form is submitted, it's going to actually refresh the web page. And this is the default behavior of forms in HTML or JSX. So we have to actually prevent the default behavior. So that's what I'm doing. I'm taking the event from here, then I'm also preventing the default behavior. Now when I save that, when I go back to the web page, when I type here, I'm going to notice that it's not actually going to submit the form by default. Cool. Because we actually want to submit this form on our own using JavaScript. After that, we're actually going to validate the inputs. Okay, so I'm going to check if no name. If the name state is actually empty, that's what I'm checking right here. But the problem is that we actually have to check for blank space too, because the user can actually do something like this and it's going to actually be able to submit the form. So we have to check for blank space too. So to do that, I'm going to say name.trim. And I'm going to say or email dot trim or password dot trim. Then I'm going to negate this last one. Now what this is going to do is that it's going to ensure that these three inputs actually feed up. They actually have values before it's going to actually allow us to submit the form. If we fill in the email but we don't fill in this two, this right here is going to return true, and if it returns true, it's going to fire the function inside this if statement. We are simply just going to set the message state to all fields are required. Then we're going to display the message state down here as a paragraph tag. I just create a paragraph tag. Then I'm going to say message. Now we actually want to display this message when we actually have a message in our message state. So I'm going to always check message. If there's a message, if the message state is set, that's only when I'm actually going to display this message. We're going to give this paragraph tag some Tailwind utility classes. We'll give it a BG of primary, a font of semi-bold, text of center, a margin bottom of 4, and a padding vertical of 1. I want to head back to the web page. I'm supposed to see that right here. Let me just get rid of the state for now. Get rid of the state. I get rid of the state. Now just add a message here. Just add code something here. I'll say this is a message. Save that. And we're going to see that message right here. This is a message. And this is only going to show when we have a message error, okay? Or a message in our message state. Then I'll just go back. Now I won't try to submit the form. Without actually filling this. You're going to notice that it's going to say all fields are required. And also after setting the message state to all fields are required, right here we're just going to return. Okay. And what this is going to do is it's going to stop executing this code right here. It's going to actually return. So after returning here, after this if statement right here, we're actually going to sign up the user. So I'm going to create a function. Outside of this file to actually keep this file organized, to actually create a new user or sign up a new user. So in my lab folder, I'm going to create a new folder. I'll call this folder auth. And inside this auth folder, I'm going to create a file called sign up user.txt. Click on enter. Now this is where we're actually going to make the network request to Supabase to actually create a new user. So the first thing we are going to do, we're going to import Supabase. I'm going to say import Supabase from Supabase client. Okay, from that Supabase client file we created in our live. Remember we created a Supabase client. This Supabase instance we created export con Supabase. So that's the Supabase instance we're actually importing in the sign up user.ts file. So down here, I'm going to create a function to create a new user. I'm going to say const sign up user is equals to an arrow function. This function is going to be an async function and it's going to take 3 arguments. The first argument is going to be a name of type string. Then the second argument is going to be email of type string. Then the last argument is going to be password of type string. After that, we're going to create a try catch block. Now, since we are making a network request, we can actually get an error. Maybe a user is actually trying to use this application and the user doesn't have data connection or maybe network issues. Now, this can actually throw an error. So we just want to catch that error. So to do that, we just wrap the network request inside a try catch block. And this is actually the best practice when you are building an application. So when there's an error, I just call this error. I just want to console.log unexpected error. Then I just pass in the error right there. Okay. After that, I'm going to return a message from my message state. I'll say return error something went wrong. Then inside the try part of the try catch block, you can actually try to make that network request. Then down here, you can say const. We create an object. I'm going to destructure object from this. It's equals to Supabase dot auth dot sign up. And this is going to be a network request. So we're going to say await. And this is the reason why we actually made use of async. Okay, that's why we're making use of async function. Now, when you want to make use of await inside the function, you have to make the function async. Now, if I get rid of this async, you're going to notice that we're going to have an error. It's going to say await has no effect on the type of this expression. Await expressions are only allowed within async functions. Okay, so I'll just return back. When we call this function, we're actually going to pass 3 arguments: the name, the email, and the password. So right here, we're going to pass the email to Supabase. Then we're going to pass the password to Supabase. Now, the reason why I'm not doing something like this, password equals to password, is because when you have a value, for example, now this is the value and this is the key. If the value and the key is the same, then you can just use one shorthand method. Okay, just pass in the password. It's still going to work. This is same thing as saying the password key is equals to the password value. Okay, then after that, we actually want to pass in the name too, but we don't. When we check our Supabase table, we're going to notice that we don't have a a name, we have email, we have phone, we have providers, but we don't really have a table fit for name. Okay, so to actually solve this problem in Supabase, we're going to actually use options. Okay, now Supabase actually allows to add additional data when we are creating a user, like name, username, and profile picture, something like that. So to actually add this additional data, to do that, we just say options. And inside this option, we're going to have access to data. Then we have to add the custom value. It's going to be a name field that is going to have this value right here, name. Now we've written the code to actually sign up a new user, but Supabase is going to return two response. Supabase is either going to return a data to show that we've actually created a new user, or it's going to return an error. So here we're going to destructure that. We're going to say error or data. And after this, we can say if error. If we get an error, then we want to console.log. I'll call this send up error. Then I'll just pass in the error dot the message of the error to the log statement. Then we can return a message for our message state. Return error dot message. Now we've basically created a function to actually create a new user in our Supabase table. Now you're going to notice that we are not making use of this data right here. Okay, that's because when we create a new user, we don't really need the data we are getting back. Now, if for example, now we're actually making a get request to get the users, then we are going to make use of this data. All we want to do is actually check if we have an error. Okay, now if we have an error, we want to display that error to the user. But if we don't have an error, that means user was actually created successfully, so we don't really need this variable. I'm going to get rid of this. And also, we have actually created this function in this file, but this function is basically not doing anything. We can actually use this function in our page.css file. So to actually make sure we can actually use this function, down here I'm going to say export default sign up user, and that's going to export this function. We're able to make use of this sign up function anywhere in our application. So I want to go back to my page.css file. After we validated the user's input, we just want to say const results is equals to await. I'm going to await the results. And I'm going to call the function sign up user. I'm going to import that in. Then all we have to do is just pass in the name, the email, and the password to this function as argument. Now, if we don't pass in, for example, now we don't pass in the password, I'm going to notice that this is actually going to be an error. It's going to say expected 3 arguments but got 2. Now that's one of the beauty about TypeScript. TypeScript ensures we don't actually write bugs in our application. So I just add the password back. So now you have to check if we got an error. So I'm going to say if results.error. Now if we got an error, I simply want to set my message state to results.error. Okay, yes, that means that we were actually successful in creating a new user. We didn't get any error. Okay, I'm going to set message state to sign up successful. After setting the message state to sign up successful, we just want to add back to the home page. So down here, I'm going to create a set timeout. I want to add back after 3 seconds. Set timeout. And this, I want to run this after 3 seconds. So I'll say 3000 milliseconds. Then inside this set timeout function, I'm going to say router.push to the home page. So first of all, we have to actually create a new router instance. So up here, I'm going to say const router equals to use router, and I'll just import that from next router. Then I'm going to make use of this router variable we just created. So down here, I'm going to say router dot push. Where do we want to go? We want to go to the home page. Okay. And the reason why you just go to the home page is because when we sign up a new user in Supabase, by default, that user is going to become authenticated. We don't have to log in the user. So when the user is successfully signed up, the session of the user actually starts immediately. Okay, so let's actually test this out. So I'll go back to the web page. I'll just refresh the web page, and we see I have that error. Next router was not mounted. Why is that? Okay, that's because we are getting next router from next router. Okay, now in the pages further of Next.js, if Next.js version 13 and below, this is very valid code. Okay, but in Next.js version 13 and above, version 13, 14, 15, you cannot import use router from next router. You have to import use router from next navigation. So I'll just get rid of this, then I'll just import this from next navigation, instead of next router. So that's to get rid of that error right there. All right, cool. So let's test this out. I'm going to say your name. I'm going to say Emmanuel. Your email, I'm going to say egbon@gmail.com. Then your password, I'm going to use 000000000. Now click on continue. And you're going to notice that we have an error. Email address egbon@gmail.com is invalid. And that's because this Gmail doesn't actually exist. Okay, now Supabase is smart to know that when it actually try to create this user, because when you create a new account with Supabase is going to send an email for you to actually confirm that email address. Now this email address is actually an invalid email address. Okay, now you can actually turn this off, but if you are building an application that's going to have reusers, you should actually turn this off, because it's going to prevent users from actually spamming your Supabase server with fake emails. Okay, now in my case I want to make use of this fake email right here, so I'm going to turn this off. So to do that, I'll just go to authentication. I'm already at authentication. I'll go to sign in providers, then I'll go to email provider. Under auth providers, I'm going to go to email providers, and you can see right here enable email provider is set to true, then confirm email. I'll just turn off confirm email. Okay, now click on save. I'm going to try that again. I'll just click on continue. And it's going to say sign up successful. Then it's going to take us back to the home page. Cool. Now let's actually check our Supabase database if we have that user. I'll go to authentication. I'll just refresh the web page, and you can see we have a new user right here, egbon@gmail.com. Then the email, we used an email provider to actually sign up this user. Then they created as the last sign in at. So now that we've successfully created a new user, let's actually start working on actually trying to log in a user. But right now, this user is actually logged in already. Now, if I go to I'll just go to inspect. I'll go to inspect. Then I'm going to go to my applications. I'll go to applications. Just open this up. I'll go to application. And my local storage right now, you're going to see that in my local storage, we have this right here. SB right here. Now this is Supabase auth token. When I click on this, you're going to see right now this user is already logged in. Okay, now when the user is logged in, you're going to have this in your local storage. And when we open up this user metadata, you can see that email egbon@gmail.com, email verified true. That's because we actually turned off email verification. Now if we didn't turn off the email verification, then when you create the user, you have to verify the user before you can actually log in. Now since we turned off email verification, when a user actually registers, by default it becomes verified, and you can see the name right here, Emmanuel. Okay, now we don't actually need this right here, because after we actually worked on the login code, we're actually going to log in a new user. So I'm going to get rid of this. I just delete this off manually. I'm going to get rid of that session. So I'm going to go to my login page. I'll go to my login page. Up here, I'm going to create states too. I just copy the state from this page. I actually need two. I need the email and I need the password. I also need the message. So I'll copy these three. Then I'll just paste that right here. And also, we have to tell this page, this file right here, that this is going to be a client component. I'll say use client. Then I also import use state hook from React. Now I just link this state to the input. So I'll scroll down, and this one is going to have a value of email. Then on change, I'm going to run a function that's going to take an event. Then I'm going to say set the email. So event.target.the value. Same thing I'm going to do for the password input. I'm going to say the value is going to be the password state. Then I'm going to say on change of these inputs. I'm going to run a function. I'm going to take an event. I'm going to set password event.target.thevalue. I'll save that. Now just go to the login page. I'll go to login, and we can actually type on this input, and they're actually working. Type on the password input. Yeah, cool. So now we're going to create a function to actually handle the form submission. I'm going to take const handle login is equals to an arrow function. And this function is going to take an event that's going to be of type react.form events. Then we're going to say event.prevent the default behavior of the form. After that, I'm going to do a little validation. So I just copy the validation from this sign up page. I just copy this. I'll paste that right here. Then I'm going to get rid of this one. We don't need the name for this one. We only need to check for the email. We only need to check for the email field and the password field. Okay. So we're going to create a function to actually log in a user. So I'll go to my auth folder. I'll create a new file. Call this file login user.ts. First of all, I'm simply just going to import Supabase. Just import Supabase from Supabase client. Then down here, I'm going to say const login user is equals to an arrow function. The function is obviously going to be an async function. It's going to take two arguments. First of all, it's going to take an email that's going to be of type string, and also it's going to take a password that's going to be of type string. And also remember that when we created this sign up user right here, we said this is going to take three arguments: the name, the email, and the password. Now when you're actually passing that argument, you have to actually pass it in the same order, the name, the email, and the password. Okay, it has to be in the same order. So inside the function, I'm going to create a try catch block. I'll just call this L. I'm going to log that to the console.log. In fact, I'm just going to copy the way we handled it from this sign up user. I'll just copy that. So it's going to be this right here. I'll just copy that so we don't have to rewrite the code. Then I'll just paste that right here. Okay, it's basically going to be the same thing. When we get an error, we just want to log that error to the console, then return an error to the client, to the message state something went wrong. Inside the try, we're going to say const destructured. We're going to destructure the error, but for now it's equals to Supabase dot sign in with password. We're going to pass in the email, then we're going to pass in the password, and this function is actually going to take the arguments. Okay, and we have to actually await because it's going to be a network request. Then we can just destructure the error. Cool. After that, we can check if we get an error. So I'm going to say if error. Now if we have an error, I'll just copy this other one, then I'll paste that right here. If we have an error, we're just going to log to the console. It's going to be a login error, then the error message, then return this to the message state. And this only want to fire if we have an error. Okay, but if we don't have an error, then it means the user was actually sent in successfully. And down here, we're just going to say export default login user. Now we can make use of this function anywhere in our application. Let's actually make use of that. Let's make use of that function in this our login page right here. So I'm going to say const result is equals to await. I'm going to await for the result. Await login user. Then I'm going to pass in the two arguments it needs. It needs an email and it needs a password, which are going to be coming from our password and email states. Now we're going to get an error. We are using await, but we are not specifying that this is going to be an async function. So I'm going to say async. That should get rid of that error. And down here, I'm going to check if results.error. If we have an error, I simply just want to set message to results.error. Okay. Else, if the user logged in successfully, we're going to set message to login successful. Then down here, I'm going to set timeout to 3 seconds, 3000 milliseconds. I have to actually create a new router instance. I'll just go back to this page. I'll copy this one we did here. Use router goes to use router. Then I'll just paste that up here. And then we have to import this from Next navigation. Then down here, I simply can just say after 3 seconds, router dot push to the home page. Cool. Let's actually test that if this is actually working. Now, if this actually works, it's going to route us back to the home page and it's going to actually create a session for us. Now, I'm going to go back to my application. You're going to say, when I go back to my application, you'll see right now that we don't have any value in our local storage. Let's actually log in a new user. So I'm going to log in this user. I'm going to say username is egbon@gmail.com. Then for the password, I'm going to use 00000000. I'm going to click on. Now, let me purposely just use a false password. Let me just add some random stuff to this. Then click on continue. I'm going to notice that we're going to get and our web page got refreshed. That's because I don't think we've hooked up that function we created. I don't think we've hooked up that function to our form. Let's do that. I don't think we've done that. Yeah, we've not done that. So I'm going to say on submit. On submit, I want to run a function called handle login. Cool. Save that. Let's try that again. So I'm going to say egbon@gmail.com. Then I'm going to say 000. Then I'm going to add some random stuff to it. Purposely use a wrong password. Then I'll click on continue. And we are not actually outputting the message too. So I'm going to go to my sign up page. I'll just copy this right here. Copy this message right here. Then I'll just paste that message underneath this form tag. Save that. Yeah, invalid login credentials. So when we try to log in with a user with the wrong credentials, it's invalid login credentials. Cool. Now when we use the right password and the right email, login successful, then it's going to take us back to the home page after 3 seconds. Then we'll go back to our application. You can see right here we have a Supabase token right here, SB auth token. We're actually logged in. Cool. So now that we've actually created a new user and we actually learned how to log in a user and create a Supabase auth token, so next we have to actually work on protecting routes and actually protecting certain parts of the web page. Okay, so when a user is not logged in, a user cannot access the upload page, a user cannot actually see their library. And we are also going to conditionally render certain parts of the web page. Like when you are logging, you're going to see logout button here. Okay, so let's actually start doing that. First off, I want to start with the conditional rendering of conditionally rendering this button and also this right here. And since we have 2 items we want to render conditionally, I'm going to create a custom hook. So I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll just close this up. I'll create a new folder. I'll call this folder custom hooks. Inside this folder, I'm going to create a file called use user session.txt. When creating a custom hook in React, all this best part is to make use of the use, okay, use then the name of the custom hook. Now you don't have to do this. You can basically name this anyhow you want. This is just basically naming convention. Now when we go back to our login page, we will see the use state hook. Now this is actually a hook. You're going to see at the back of it, you have use before the state, use state. Also with use effect, you have use before the use effect hook. Cool. So down here, I'm going to say export default function use user session. So I'm going to create a state for our session. Say const session set session is equals to use states. Also, we're going to create a session for our loading state. I'm going to say const loading. So when we are checking if a user is actually authenticated, it's going to take about 1 second or half a second. But that few seconds that we're going to be checking, we just want to display a loading screen. Okay. Set loading is equals to use states. Then by default, this is going to be true. Why by default the session is going to be null. Okay, so the session can either be null or it can be a session. Okay, so if it's null, which means the user is actually not logged in, then if it's session, which means the user is actually logged in. So you have to tell TypeScript the type this is, because obviously when we set this session to our Supabase session, it's going to throw an error. So you have to tell TypeScript the data type this session is going to take. You're going to tell TypeScript that this is either going to be a session. I just get that from Supabase. I'll get that from Supabase. I can import session from Supabase, or it's going to be null. After that, we're going to create a use effect hook, because we want this to actually fire. So we want this to actually fire when the component mounts. Okay, that's when we want this to fire. I just import this use effect hook from React. Then I'm going to add a dependency array. The dependency array is obviously going to be empty because we want this to only fire when the component mounts. Okay, we don't want it to fire. We don't want it to depend on any variables or any state. So in here, we can create a function to actually fetch the user session. Say fetch session is equals to an arrow function, and this is going to be an async function. Async. And inside this function, we simply just want to get the Supabase session. So I'm going to say const. I'll destructure this equals to await Supabase dot auth. Now I'm going to actually import Supabase from Supabase client. The Supabase client we created dot auth dot get session. I want to get the session. Now remember that Supabase is either going to return an error or the data. So I'm going to say error or data. After that, we can set our session state to data dot session. Then we can set our loading state to false. Now we are not actually done. We actually have to write a code to actually listen for changes in our session. Now when the user logs out, we want to actually listen for that, actually update the session accordingly. Okay. When the user logs in, you actually need to listen for that and update the session. Okay, so we have to actually write a code to actually listen for changes in the session. So down here, I'm going to say const. I'll create an object. I'm going to destructure this later. It's equals to Supabase dot auth dot on state change. It's going to take an event. And this event could be a login event, a logout event, okay? And also new session. Then I'm going to set my session to the new session. All right. Then I'm going to destructure the data. And inside the data, I'm going to destructure the subscription. Now I need this to actually do some cleanup when this component on mount. So down here I'm going to say return subscription dot unsubscribe. Okay. Now what this is going to do is it's going to listen for events when we log out, when we log in, and when we register. Okay, especially when we log out and when we log in, and update our session accordingly. Now we are not done yet. When we hover on this, you're going to notice that the first session is declared, but its value is never read. That's because we've not actually invoked this function. We've not called this function. So down here, I'm going to say fetch session. I'll just call that function. The anytime we call this custom hook, we want to return two values. We want to return the session, and also we want to return the loading states. Format the document. Then I'm going to save that. And we are basically done creating this custom hook. Now with this custom hook, now we can know if a user is actually logged in or if a user is actually logged out. Then we can actually conditionally render parts of our UI accordingly. And also you're going to notice that we didn't make use of this error. We only made use of the data. So we're going to get rid of this error. So now that we've actually created this hook, we actually have to make use of this hook. So to do that, I'm going to go to my Navbar component. I'll go to my Navbar components. Go to components. Where is that Navbar? Navbar component. And inside this Navbar component, I'm going to actually call that hook. So in here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure this. Is equals to use user session. Okay, the two values we are going to destructure are the two values we're actually returning when we actually call this session, this return session and loading. So I'm going to say destructure at the session and also the loading. When this component is trying to figure out if the user is logged in or logged out, which means the loading state is set to true. And when the loading state is set to true, what I simply just want to do is I want to say loading. Now, what I'm simply want to check if the loading state is false. Now, if the loading state is false, I'm going to negate this, which means the loading state has been set to false, which means we now know if the user is logged in or logged out. Then that's only when I actually want to display this link right here. Okay, I'll just paste that right here. Cool. And also, if the user is logged in, you want to display a logout button, and if the user is logged out, you want to display this login link. So what we are going to do, we're going to cut this off. I'm going to create this right here. Then in between this, I'm going to say I'm going to check for session. Now, if the session is true, which means the user is actually logged in. Now, if the user is logged in, I want to display a button. So I'm going to say button. And this button is going to say log out. But if the user is not logged in, that is X, then I want to display this login link right here. I'll just format the document. And now I'm going to add some styles to this button. So I'll copy the Tailwind classes, the Tailwind utility classes we added to this. Then I'll paste that class in this button. Okay, and also I'm going to add a cursor of pointer. I'll save that. And when I refresh the web page, I'm going to use that there's going to be an instance where we cannot actually see that button. That's when the loading state is set to true. I'll just refresh. And you can see that we can actually see that button right here. So now we're going to work on the sidebar now. Now when the user is logged in, we want to actually show the library of the user, the music the user uploaded. But when the user is not logged in, you want to show a login. We can actually tell the user that you have to log in to actually see your library. Let's do that. To do that, I'm going to go to my sidebar component. I just open up my sidebar component. Now also up here, I'm actually going to get that custom hook. I'll just say const. The structured object is equals to use user session. Then we have to destructure those values, the loading and the session. And down here, I'm going to say if loading, and I want to actually return a JXS for when the sidebar is actually loading. Then I'll just copy this. I'll copy this aside. Then I'll just paste that. Then I'll just paste that up. You'll say return this right here. But we're not going to have all these other stuffs in there. We just want to keep the aside, but we're going to get rid of all this stuff. And in here, we're going to say loading. Sorry, add the h2 tag first. Then I'm going to say loading. Now you don't have to worry about this. For now, I'm just going to put a loading text right here. Okay, now later on in the future, I'm going to teach you how to actually implement that clean skeleton loading effect you're going to find on popular websites like YouTube and Spotify. Okay, but for now, I'm going to make use of this text right here. And we have to take this state up. This state is supposed to be up. I'll just take this up. This is supposed to be up. Now you cannot actually pass in a state after you've returned a JSS. Okay, so I'm just going to get rid of that. Now save this, head back to the web page, and you can see right here. Now I'm going to refresh the web page. Again, we can actually see that text. That text is actually up there. Let's actually add some styles to this. I'll give this a class of text to Excel and a text of white, also a text of center. And to actually ensure we see it, I'll just set this to true for now, and which means it's just always going to return true as a true. Then I'll just commit this right here. I'll commit this code right now for now, so we can actually see that loading screen and save that. Now when I head back to the web page, you can see right now that it's going to actually be loading. Cool. I'll just get rid of that. Loading. Now anytime I refresh the web page, you're going to notice that immediately you're going to see that loading right here. It's going to be very fast. You're going to see that loading before it actually checks if the user is actually authenticated. Now we still have to check if the user is logged in or not. If the user is logged in, the user can actually see your library. The user can see their library. But if the user is not logged in, you want to actually show a login button. So let's do that. So I'm just going to cut everything from here. I'll cut everything up. I'm going to create a tag right here. Then I'm going to check. I'm going to say session. If a user is logged in, which means if the session is set, then I want to display this right here. Else, I want to display this right here. So what do we want to display? We're going to paste what we just copied right here. We'll paste that right here. Then when the user is not logged in, I'm going to also paste that right here. But I'm going to get rid of majority of what we have here. I'll get rid of everything inside this aside. I'll get rid of everything inside the aside. I'll get rid of everything here. Then in here, we're going to create a div. We'll give this div a Tailwind utility class of padding vertical of 8 and text of center. Then inside this div, I'm going to create a link. So I'm going to call next link. I'll just import that from next link. I think that's already imported. Then I'll say href. This is going to go to the login page. /login. You have to add it as a slash before the login. It's going to go to the login page. Then simply going to say login. Then I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to this. A class name. I'll give this a BG of white, a padding horizontal of 6, a padding vertical of 2, a rounded of full, a font of semi bold, and an hover of this link. I want it to have a BG of text secondary text. That's one of our colors, custom colors we actually created, text secondary first. Then underneath this link, I'm going to create a paragraph tag that's going to have this text in there. Log in to view your library. I'm going to add some classes to this. I'll give it a margin top of 4 and a text of white. I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page. We cannot actually see this because we are logged in, so I'll just refresh. I'm going to see that when it loads, we actually logged in. We cannot actually see that. So to actually check this out, what we are going to do, we're just going to set this to, we're going to negate this to say that the user is not actually logged in. So instead of session, I'm going to turn it to the opposite file, negate this, and I'll save that. And that's going to ensure that we can actually see, you can see it right here, log in to view your library. Cool. Just take this back, get rid of that. So now that we are actually done with conditional rendering of this part of the web page, this sidebar, and also this button right here, now we can actually start working on this logout button. Now I want to click on the logout button. We actually want to log out a user. So let's do that. So first of all, I want to create a new file in my lib folder, in my auth folder. I'll create a new file. I'll call this file logout user.ts. First of all, I'm going to import Supabase. So import Supabase from Supabase client. So down here, I'm going to create a function for logging out a user. I'm going to say const log out user is equals to an arrow function. And this is going to be an async function. And inside this function, I'm simply going to say const is equals to await supabase.auth.sign out. I'll just invoke that. Then I'm going to destructure the error. I only need the error. Then I'm going to check if we have an error. Then I'm going to copy that from our login user. If we have an error, I'll just copy this right here. Then I'll paste that right here. Okay. If we have an error, I'll call this logout error. We just want to return that error and also log the error to the console. Then down here, I'm going to say export default logout user. Then we can actually make use of this function inside our Navbar. Let's do that. So I want to go back to my Navbar. Up here, I'm going to actually make use of that function. So when someone clicks on this logout button. I'm going to hook up an event handler to this. So when someone clicks on this, I'm going to say on click. I want to run a function called handle logout. So let's run that function. So up here, I'm going to say const handle log out is equals to an async function. And inside this function, I'm still going to say const results equals to await log out. Then we're going to call that logout function we created, log out user. Then down here, I'm going to say if results dot error. Now, if we have an error, we really don't want to do anything. We only want to run this code inside this if statement if we don't have an error. So I'm basically checking if we don't have an error. Okay, so I'm going to negate this. And this is going to be if we don't have an error. Okay. Now, if that is true, we don't have an error, I'm going to make use of my router. I'm going to say const router, create a new router instance equals to use router. I'm going to get that from Next navigation. Then down here, I'm going to say router dot push to the home page. Then we're going to copy this function right here and hook up this function to our onClick event handler. Where's that button? We'll just paste that function right here. All right, cool. Now let's actually test this out. I'm going to go back. Then I'm going to click on logouts. And you're going to notice that the user is actually logged out. Okay. Then you can log in if we want to actually log in the user again. Cool. So now we've written the code to create a new user. We've written the code to actually log in a user. We've also protected certain parts like the sidebar and this button. Okay, we've conditionally rendered them based on if the user is logged in or not. And we've also worked on the logout button. We can actually log out a user. So the final thing we're going to work on for authentication is that we're actually going to protect routes. So when we go to the upload page, I'll just go to the upload page. I'm going to say upload song. I go to the upload song page. Now I'm actually logged out right now, but you're going to notice that I actually can access this page. Now we don't want the users to be able to access this page when the user is logged out. We want these routes to be a protected route. Now to do that, I'm actually not going to create a custom hook. Now if I have lots of pages to actually protect, because this is the only page we want to protect. Now if I have lots of pages, like 5, 6, 7 pages to protect, I'm going to create a custom hook for that. Now I only have this page to create, so I'm going to make use of a use effect hook inside this page. I want to go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll look for that file. Where's my upload songs? Go to SLC app, upload song. I'll look for that file. Now inside this file, I'm going to create a use effect hook. I'll say use effects. I'm going to import that from React. Then I'm going to pass in the dependency array because we only want this use effects hook to run only when this component mounts. I'm going to get rid of this link. We're not making use of this link here. And also we actually have to say use client because we want to actually make use of a hook in this page. So say use client. Now inside this use effects, we're going to say Supabase. We're just going to import that in from Supabase client .auth .get session then now in here we're going to destructure the data. Then we're going to check if data dot session. Now this is actually going to be if the session is set, okay, but we want to check if the session is not set, so we're going to negate it. Now if no session, okay, then I want to push the user back to the home page. So up here I'm going to say const router is equals to use router. Get that from Next navigation. Then I'm going to say if the user is not actually authenticated, if no data session, then we'll say router does push that user to the home page. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, now when I try to access that page again, I'll just go to the upload song page, upload song. It's gonna bring me back to the home page because I'm actually not authenticated. Okay, so upload song. It's gonna bring me back to the home page. But when we go to the upload song page, you're going to notice that there's going to be an instance where we actually see a glimpse of this upload song page. Now, we don't want users to be able to have a glimpse of it. Now, there are some times where you could have that could be a protected version. You don't want the user to actually see the contents of that page. So let's actually ensure that the user don't see the contents of that page before it runs them back to the home page. Okay. So what we are going to do is that we're going to create a state. I'm going to say const loading set loading. It's going to be equals to use states. Okay. Then it's going to be by default, it's going to be true. Now I'm only going to set that state to false if the user is actually authenticated. I'll say set loading to false. Now what this is going to do is first of all going to check if the user is actually authenticated. Okay, if the user is not authenticated, it's going to say water.push, going to push the user to the home page. But if the user is authenticated, this is going to return false and it's going to set the loading state to false. Okay, so to protect this page, I'm going to say if loading. Now if the loading state is set to true, I want this page to return null. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, when I go to that upload song page, I'll say upload song. I'm not going to see anything. It's going to take me back to the home page. Cool. So I'm going to log in a user. I'm going to go to login. I'm going to say egbon@gmail.com. I'm going to use account credentials. It's going to say invalid login credentials. So I'm going to say 0000. I think we use 80. I'll click on continue. So it's going to say login successful. It's going to take me back to the home page and I'm logging. And when I'm logging, I'm going to see a logout button. Then I'm going to see my music library. Now you're going to notice that I can actually go back to the login page. When I go back, it's going to bring me back to the login page. Now you don't want users to be able to access the login page and the sign up page when they are authenticated, when they are logged in. So what we are going to do is that we're going to copy this right here. I'll copy this, including the loading states. I'll just copy this. Then I'm going to take this to my login page. Where's that login page? I'm going to paste that up here. Paste that right here. Now just import use effect hook from React and also import the Supabase client from Supabase client. Then for this one, we are not checking if the user is not authenticated. We are checking if the user is authenticated. So I want to say if there's a session that I just want to push the user to the home page. If there's no session, which means the user is not authenticated, then set loading to false. I'll save that. Now when I go back to the web page, it's going to take me back to the home page. I want to go to login again. Login. And I've not actually added that return null. So down here, I'm going to say if loading, I'm going to say return null. Let's try that again. Login. It's going to return null. It's going to bring me back to the home page. Now I'm going to copy that code and actually use that code for my sign up page too. Just copy this. I go to my sign up page. Then up here, I'll just paste that up here. Then I'm going to import use effect hook and also import Supabase from Supabase client. Then down here also, I'm going to say if loading, I'm just going to return null. Go back to the home page. Then I'll try to go to the sign up page. Sign up. And it's going to bring me back to the home page. And with that, we are basically done with the authentication part of this project. So next, we're going to work on actually uploading songs in our application. I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'm going to open up this SRC folder. I'll go to my app folder. Then I'll go to the upload song page right here. Now up here, I'm going to create some states. First of all, I'll create a state for my title. So I say const title of the song, then set title is equals to use states, and by default this is going to be a string. After that, I'm going to create another state, const the artist, set artist is equals to use states. Also by default it's going to be a string. I'll create a state for my audio file. Say const audio file set audio file is equals to use states. By default this is going to be null. Okay, now we have to actually pass a type to this because this is actually going to be a file. So we're going to say TypeScript is going to be a type of file, or it's going to be null. And after that, I'll create a state for our image, our cover image, const image file set image file is equals to use states, and by default is also going to be null. Then the type is going to be similar with this one. It's going to be a file type. I'll just paste that right here. Cool. I have to create a state for our message. Say const message set message is equals to use states, and this is going to be an empty string by default. And also we have to actually create a loading state for when we actually send the data. So I'm going to change these loading states to page loading. Okay, so page loading, let's say page loading. I'll just update that wherever we are using that. It's going to be page, if the page is loading, and also set page loading. Cool. Then we can create a state for when we actually send data. Then I'm going to say const loading set loading is equals to use states from React, and by default this is going to be false. So now that we've created this state, we have to actually connect these states to the input. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down. I'll look for my input, and this is my title input. I'm going to say the value of my title input is going to be the title state. Then on change of this input, I want to run an our function is going to take an event. Then I want to simply set my title to event.target.the value. Then I'll do the same thing for my artist input. The value is going to be the artist state. Then on change, we're going to say we want to set. It's going to take an event. If our function is going to take an event, we want to set our artist state to event.target.value. Cool. But for the audio input and for the image input, we're going to actually handle this differently. Format the document. Now, first of all, I'm going to say I want this audio to only accept audio files. Okay, I want this to only accept files with audio extensions. Now when we try to select, we're only going to see audio files. Okay, now after that, I'm going to add an onChange event handler to this. I'm going to say onChange. This is going to run an IO function. It's going to take an event. And then I'm going to create a variable. Say const files is equals to event.target. Event.target.files. Okay, so what I'm doing is that when we actually upload a file, when I click on the input and upload a file, this onChange handler is going to fire. Then it's going to take an event. That's the actual file, the event of the file that we uploaded. Then I want to create a variable and set that variable to the event of the target or the files we actually uploaded. Okay. Then I'm going to check if the files variable is empty. Now, if the files variable is empty, so I'm going to say if no files, I'm going to negate that. Then I simply just want to return, stop executing the code right here. But if there's actually files, we actually uploaded a file, then down here I'm going to say const file is equals to the files we uploaded. I just want the first one. Okay. And that's because when you actually upload the file, even if you are uploading a single file, the file is going to come as an array of objects. Okay, so you just have to select the first object. So obviously, if we uploaded just one, if you're uploading just one audio file, it's going to be an audio file with just one object in it. So we always have to specify that we just want the first one, okay, which is the first index of 0. Then down here, I'm going to set audio file to the file. Cool. Then after we do that, I'll just say console.log the file. I'll save that. Now let's actually test this out. So I'm going to go back to my web page. I'll just go to my console, and my console, clear up this console. Then I'll just refresh the web page. All right, cool. Clear this up again. Now I actually want to test this out. So I'll just click on audio file. Then I'll click on any file. Now when I open this, I'm going to say it's going to get logged to the console. You can see that the file gets logged to the console. The file name, they modified, the size of the file, and also the type audio file. All right, cool. Now we're actually getting this file, so we're actually setting this file to our audio file state. So let's do the same for our image. So in our image, we're also going to say they want this to accept. I'll say accept images dot. Okay. Then we're going to say unchange on an arrow function. It's going to take an event. Then we're going to create a variable const files. Basically, we're going to do the same thing we did here. So I'll just copy this. We don't have to rewrite this all over again. I'll just paste that right here. Okay. Then I'll just get rid of the log statement. We don't obviously don't want to log this in production. So I'll just get rid of the log statements. Get rid of that. I'll save that. Cool. But obviously, this is not going to be setting to the audio file. I'm going to set it to the image file. All right. Now for files, we don't need a placeholder, so I'll get rid of this. Also get rid of this placeholder right here. Now we've handled the input for our title and our artist, and also the audio file and for the image file. So now what we have to do is actually handle the submit. When we actually click on the submit button and just submit this form, let's actually handle that. So I'm going to scroll up here. Down here, create a function. Say const handle upload is equals to an async function. And this async function is going to take an event that is going to be of type react.form event. Okay, and as usual, we're going to say events.prevent the default behavior of the form. And also, when we start actually uploading, when we start the uploading process, we want to set our loading to true. Okay, then after we are done uploading, we're going to set this loading back to false. When we are done post uploading the files, okay, we're going to set the loading back to false. Okay, then next we're going to validate the input. So I'm going to say if no title, if we don't have values in our title dot string, or artist dot string, I'll just negate that, or no image file, or let me use audio file first. No audio file, we don't have any file in our audio, or no image file. Then if that's the case, if one of these return true, which means one of these fields is actually empty, so I'm going to set my message to all fields are required. After that, I'll just set the loading to false. Okay, then I'm just going to return, stop executing the code right here. Let's actually output that message. So down here, underneath this form, here's that form, I'm just going to output that message. I'm going to say message. I'll just copy the one we already started in our login page. I'll just copy the one we already started here, which is going to be this one right here. We already add Tailwind styles to this one, so we don't have to rewrite those Tailwind styles. I'll just paste that right here. Okay. And also on submit of this form, I'm going to say on submit of this form, I just want to run the function handle upload. Then yeah, that's it. Let's actually test it out. Then when I go back to the web page, when I try to upload the song without actually filling the input, when I click on add song, it's going to say all fields are required. Cool. When I type on this, then I upload on this one. I upload an audio for this. I'll click on add song. It's still going to say all fields are required. All right. So now that we've done validating this, let's actually send this to a Supabase backend. So down here, I'm going to create a try catch block. Try catch. Inside the catch, I'll say console. I'll call this error so it doesn't conflict with the error we are getting from our Supabase request. Console.log error. First of all, just label the error. I'll say catched error. Then I'll just pass in the error right there. Then inside the try, we're actually going to upload that song. Okay, so up here, I'm going to upload the song. So the uploading of the song is going to be 3 steps. First of all, we're going to upload the image to Supabase bucket. Also, we're going to upload the audio file to a Supabase bucket. I'm going to get the public URL of the audio and of the image. Then we're going to create a new song in our songs table. So now we have to create a new table in our Supabase project. So I'm going to head over to Supabase. I'm going to go to, I'll just hover on this right here. You can see right here, table editor. I'll click on table editor. It's going to bring me right here. You're going to notice right now we have no table right here. So I'm going to click on create a table. Now we have to give this table a name. For this one, I'm going to give it songs. Then for the description, this is actually optional. Then we already have a column right here, the ID. Now this ID is going to be the unique ID that we're going to use to actually identify each of the songs. Okay, so I'm going to click on this. Then I'm going to say is unique. Yes, I have to enforce that this is supposed to be unique. Okay, so I'll say is unique, true. Because I want the ID to actually be unique. All right. Now we're going to add our first column. So to do that, you're going to click on add column. The first column name we're going to add is going to be for our title. And it's going to be of type test. Where is that? It's going to be of type test. After that, I'm going to add another column. This column is going to be for our artist, the artist name. And this is also going to be a test. Then we add another column again. This column is going to be for the user ID. This one is going to be UUI ID. Where is that? I think it's going to be the UUI ID. Then we have to select that we want this to be the auth ID. That's the authenticated user's ID that actually created this song. And after that, we'll create another column. We'll call this column cover image URL. Then this is also going to be of type tests. Then we'll create another column. This one is going to be audio URL. Then when we click on this, you're going to notice that it's nullable. It's set to true. So we're going to click off this. We don't want this to be nullable. Then also click off this, uncheck this. And also we're going to uncheck this. Uncheck this. Then we're going to uncheck this. That means all these fields are not nullable. All of them are actually required. This audio URL is also going to be of type test. I've not done that. It's going to be of type test. Then after that, we're actually going to save this table. So I'll click on save. And that is going to create a new table for us right here. You can see the name of our table, songs. You can see the data we have in our table. Cool. The ID, which is the unique key identifier, the created ID, the title, the artist, the user ID, just as we added. Now we are not done yet. After creating a table in Supabase, we actually have to create policies. And this is actually a good thing because now if you create a table in your Supabase server, now users cannot actually write to your server, they cannot insert to your server, they cannot actually get data from your server, make get requests to your server, that select from your server, or actually delete from your server too. So you have to create policies that say, okay, I want authenticated users to be able to delete their songs. We also want authenticated users to be able to insert new songs, and also we want all users to be able to actually select on the songs, actually see songs from our database. Okay, so we have to actually create those policies. So first of all, I want to create a policy for actually inserting a song. So I'm going to say create. To actually get here, just click on this icon. I hover on it, click on these 3 dots right here. Now you can see view policies. Go to view policies. And that's going to bring you right here. Then you can actually create your own policy. So I'll say create policy. Right now, I want to create a policy for insert. So I'll click on insert. So right here, I'm going to say auth.role. Now, if that user is authenticated, so I'm going to paste authenticated. If the auth role is also authenticated, then the user will be able to actually insert into this table. So I'm going to save this policy. And we obviously have to pass a policy name. I'll call this allow insert for authenticated users. Okay, and I'm going to save the policy. Just save the policy. Now we've created a policy for users actually inserting data to the database. So only when user is authenticated, that's only when the user can actually insert data. Now we're also going to be deleting from the database. So we have to create policies to actually delete from the database. So what we are going to do, create another policy. So up here, we say create policy. Then this policy is going to be simply the same thing with what we did. We're going to say auth.role equals to authenticated. Okay. Now this is going to be a delete policy, and the name is going to be allow authenticated user. I'll just shorten that to auth users to delete songs. And I'll go to save policy. It's actually going to save that policy. And the last policy we're actually going to create, we're going to create a policy for users to select. Now for this policy, you want users that come to the website, even if they are not logged in, to be able to see songs, actually play songs. Okay, so we want all users to be able to select from the songs table. So we're going to create a policy for that. I'll say create policy. Now what we simply just want to do is I want to say true. Now this is going to say create policy name on public song, permissive for select to public, like allow public to be able to access this. We're going to say true. Then the name is going to be public read access to songs. Okay, then we have to save that policy. So I'll say save policy. So with this now, we can actually now delete from this table, insert into this table, and also select from this table. Okay, cool. So now that we've actually created the table, we have to actually create a bucket for our audio files and our image. Okay, because we actually have to store those somewhere. So we have to create a bucket. So I'll just hover on this. You can see we have a storage right here. I'll click on storage, and you can see a button right here, new bucket. Now I like to keep everything organized, so I'm going to create 2 buckets. One bucket for my images, for the cover images, and one bucket for my audio files. So I'm going to say new buckets. I'll call this first bucket cover images. Now this is going to be a public bucket, so I'm going to click on public bucket. I'll click on create, and we have a bucket right here. So I'm going to create another bucket for my songs. So up here I'm going to say songs. Then down here I'm going to say this is going to be a public bucket. Then I'm going to click on create. Now we have a bucket for our cover images, and we have a bucket for our songs. Now let's actually test this out. So I'm going to go to my cover image bucket. My cover image bucket, I'm going to upload a file. I'll go auto upload files. Then I'll look for an image. It's actually an image. I just upload this image. Again, that this image is going to be uploaded. Cover4.jpg. Look at the image right here. I'll click on this image, and you can see right now we can actually see this image inside our bucket. Now this is the URL we're actually going to be getting. Then when you see right here, say get URL, I'll click on this URL. And this is the public URL we're going to actually use. And this is the URL we're going to insert in our table to actually be able to load this image into our project. Now, when I paste this image in a URL in my browser, you're going to notice that it's actually going to display the image. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to delete this image. I'll just delete this image. So now that we've created our songs table, we've created a bucket for our audio files, our actual audio files, our songs, and also we've created a bucket for our cover images. So now we can actually start working on writing the code to actually upload a song. So right here, I'm going to write the code to actually upload a song. So first off, I want to create a variable. I'll call this variable time stamp. This variable is going to be equal to date.now. And the reason I created this is because I want to actually attach the string this is going to return to when we upload a file. Okay, so the file name is going to be unique in Supabase storage. Then down here, I'm going to say upload the image. Then we'll just comment that off. So I want to create the image path. I'm going to say const image path is equals to, I'm going to use backtick because we're going to be adding dynamic variables right here. It's going to be /$timestamp. I'm going to add an underscore, then another $. Then I'm going to get the image file state. I want to get the name of the image. Now this variable is basically going to return a string like this. It's going to be a string like this. It's going to be the current date, say 12/45/1995, something like that. Then it's going to be an underscore. Then it's going to be the image file name. Say the name of the image is bicycle. It's going to be bicycle.jpg. Okay, and this is what this variable is actually going to return. Okay, this is how the string is going to look like. All right, cool. I'll get rid of this. So next, I want to say const object is equals to await. I'm going to await this because this is going to be network request Supabase dot storage. I'm going to go down. I'll say dot form the cover image bucket, cover images bucket. Now I have to confirm the name of this bucket. I just go back to my Supabase cover image and hyphen. Say hyphen, not an underscore. After that, I'm going to say dot upload. I'm going to pass the image path. Then I'll pass in the image file. Now I'm going to destructure the error in case we have an error when uploading. I'll just destructure the error. Then I'm going to rename this error because we are also going to have error for our audio file. So we're going to name this image error so we don't have conflicting errors. Then I'm going to say after we've uploaded the image, I want to get that error. Say if image error. If we get an error, I'll set the message state. So the image error dot message. Then I just set a loading state false. Then underneath this place, I'm just going to return. Okay, cool. Now, if we don't get an error, then we're going to continue executing the code. Then down here, actually going to get the image public URL because after we upload the image, we want to get that public URL we used earlier to actually open the image in the web browser. The public URL. We want to actually get the public URL. So I'm going to say get public URL. Then down here you can see const the structured object is equals to supabase.storage.form cover images dot get public URL. Then we're going to pass in the image path. Okay, and this is the image path we are going to use to actually generate the image URL. Now when we upload the image right here, we passed in the image path right here. Say image path, the image path we created. So Supabase is going to use this image path to generate a public URL. Okay, then down here you can actually just get that public URL of the image. Okay, then we're going to destructure the data. Say data, and from the data we're going to destructure the public URL. So I'm going to rename this so we don't have conflicting public URL with our audio. I'll call this image URL. I'll just format the documents. Now, after we're done with that, then we have to actually upload the audio. Down here, I'm going to say upload audio. And first of all, I'm going to get the audio path. I'm going to say const audio path is equals to, I'll just copy this right here, copy this, then I'll paste that right here. We're still going to reuse this timestamp because this timestamp is going to be different for every time we upload a file. Then right here, instead of the image file name, I'll say the audio file dot the audio file name. Cool. After that, we're still going to write the same code we used to actually upload the image, but we're just going to make some tiny changes. So I'll just copy this right here. I'll paste that underneath here. That way we can actually save time. I'll just paste that right here. I'll get rid of this one. I shouldn't have copied this one. Now instead of the image error, I want to call this the audio error. Then instead of going for the cover image bucket, it's going to go for the songs bucket. Then for the upload, it's going to be the audio path. Then it's going to be the audio file. So after uploading the audio, we want to get the public URL of the audio. So down here, I'm going to say const a structured object is equals to Supabase dot storage dot from what bucket? The songs bucket dot get public URL of an audio from that bucket. What's the audio part? I'm going to say the audio, this audio path variable right here, the audio path. Then we're actually going to destructure the data. So the data, then from the data, I'm going to destructure the public URL. Then I'll just rename this audio URL. Now what we are simply doing is that when we upload a song, first of all, we are going to actually upload the image. After we upload the image, we're going to check if we get an error. Now if we get an error, we're just going to return, actually show that error to the user. But if we don't get an error, the code is going to continue executing. Then we're going to get the public URL of the image, which we are going to set to this variable image URL. And after that, we're going to make a request to actually upload the audio. Then after that, we're going to check if we have an error, and we are not checking that. So I'll just copy this. I'll copy this and I'll paste that right here. And this is not going to be the image error. This is going to be the audio error. Okay, yeah. So after we've checked if we have an error, we are return here. If we don't, we're going to continue executing the code. We're going to get the public URL of the audio. Then we're going to set that URL to a variable called audio URL, just like that. So after uploading the image and the audio, and we've gotten the path, the image path and the audio path. So let's actually send the data to the songs table. So then down here, I'm going to say save songs to Supabase table. Then we can say const object is equals to await Supabase dot from which table? The songs table dot insert. Then we're going to say title is equals to title. Remember that when they actually match each other, we don't have to write them. Use the shorthand method. So I just get rid of this. First one is going to be for the title table, because this variable right here actually matches with our title table in our Supabase table. When we go to our Supabase table, you can see that I just go to table editor. You can see in our songs table, I'll go to the songs table. In our songs table, we have a title right here. Since the value matches the variable name, you can just use the shorthand method, say title, then artist. Then since this one doesn't match, we'll say cover image URL. It's going to be equals to the image URL. Let's see the cover image URL. Let me check if that's correct. Cover image URL. Yeah. Then the next one is going to be audio URL. It's going to be the audio path. So check this one, audio URL, yeah. Then the user, and this is actually a very important field because this is how we're going to know which user actually uploaded a song, like which song actually belonged to which user. Now that's why we have a column right here called user ID, which is going to be the authenticated user ID. So we're going to say the user ID is going to be, now we have to actually get the ID of the user from the session, okay, from our Supabase session. So up here, I want to create a variable. So up here, I'm going to say const object is equals to use session. Now this session I'm getting is that custom hook we created, okay, that use session custom hook we created when we were doing our authentication. So right here, I just destructure this session from this use session hook. Remember, we created two variables, the session and the loading. So I'm actually getting the session. So down here in the user ID, I'm just going to pass in the session. I'll pass in the session dot user dot the user ID. Okay. Now I'm going to destructure the error. I'm going to call this error insert error. Then we're going to check if we get an error. If insert error, now set message to insert error dot the message from the insert error. We'll set the loading state to false. Then we're just going to return up here. Stop executing the code. If we don't have an error and we are successful in uploading a song, down here we are going to set our title state to an empty string, basically clean up the input. I'll set my artist to an empty string. I'll set the image file to null, set it back to null. Also set the audio file state back to null. Then I'll set my message state to song uploaded successfully. Then I'm going to set a timeout. So set timeout. I'm going to set this to, let me use 3000 milliseconds. Then in here, I'm simply going to say router dot push the user to the home page. Okay, after 3000 milliseconds, which is basically 3 seconds, format the document and save that. So let's actually test this out. I'm going to go back to the web page and try to upload a song. Song title, I'm going to use first song, then by who, I'll say by Emmanuel. Then the audio, I'll just choose an audio file. Then I'm going to choose a cover image. Then I'm going to click on add song. And we have an error, new rule violates rule level security policy. We've already created policies for our songs table. I think we forgot to create policies for our storage buckets. So right here at Supabase, I'm going to go back to storage bucket, go back to storage. I'm going to go to policies and actually create a policy. So under here, if you want to create policies for each unique table, say you want to create policy for just the images, the cover images bucket, you can do it right here. New policy for only the songs bucket, you can do it right here. But I want to create global policy for the object, for the storage object. So I'll say new policy, click on new policy. I'll go to for full customization. Then I want to create a policy for insert. Okay, I'm going to paste that code we added when we were actually adding policies to our songs table, which is going to be author if author is equals to authenticated. Then I'm going to add a name to this policy. I'll say allow auth users to upload files. Then I'll just click on review. You can see right now the policy, create policy, allow users to upload files on storage bucket. Then I'll click on save policy. And we've created a policy for actually allowing users to actually upload files. That's insert policy. Now let's actually create a policy for actually deleting files too, because we're actually going to delete files too. So I'm going to click on new policy. I'll go to full customization. Then I'm going to click on delete policy. Then I'll paste that right here. I'll go to review. Okay, we've not added a policy name. I'll say allow auth users to delete files. Then I'm going to click on review. Allow auto equals authenticated, and click on save policy. Now let's actually try that again. But before we can do that, I'm going to add a loading state to this button. So when we're actually uploading a song, this button is going to actually show to the UI uploading. Then I'll come back to Visual Studio Code. I'll just scroll up. Then we have a loading state. Remember, we have a loading state up here. And we're setting that loading state to true when we start actually uploading the song. Setting loading state to true. So we're going to scroll down. Then down here, all the way down, when we have this button right here, we are going to render this button conditionally. We're going to say loading. If the loading state is set to true, then I want this button to display this, and it's going to be, I'll just use uploading s is going to display this add song button right here. Okay, format. I'll save that. Let's test this out again. So I'll say first song, then the artist name, I want to say Emmanuel. Then I want to choose an audio file. Choose an audio file. Then I want to choose a cover image. Cover 2. Then I want to click on add song. I'm going to say it's going to be uploading. Okay. After uploading, it's going to say song uploaded successfully. That's going to bring us back to the home page. And obviously, in the home page, we're not going to see the music we just added because we are not fetching the data yet. Okay. So we have to go to our Supabase table and actually check. So when we head back to our Supabase table, you can see we have a new song right here with title first song, artist Emmanuel, and also we have the user ID right here, the cover image URL, and but our audio URL is not a URL, it's actually a path. Why is that? I'll just check out our code. I'll just scroll up, and the audio URL, we're not passing the audio, we are passing the audio path. I'll just get rid of this. We want the audio URL here, not the audio path. I'll save that. Now I'm just going to delete this table. I also delete this table. Delete. And I also delete the songs on the buckets because obviously we just uploaded this song. We're going to have files in our buckets. And you can see the file we just uploaded right here. I'm going to delete this. I'll delete the audio. So let's actually try that again. I'll go to upload song. I'm going to pass in the title. I'll say first song. Then artist, I'm going to say Emmanuel. Then I'm going to choose an audio file. Choose any audio file. Then I'll choose a cover image. I'm going to click on add song. Uploaded successfully. Then it's going to take us back to the home page. So let's check out our table again. So I'm going to go to Supabase. I'll just scroll. We have our first song. We have our artist name. We have the user ID. Yeah, and we have the cover image URL and the audio URL. Cool. So now we are done actually creating songs in our database. Now we have to actually focus now actually pulling those songs and fetching those songs and displaying those songs in our UI. So let's actually do that. But before we can actually do that, I'm going to actually teach you how to install React Query, because when fetching data in a React application, I usually use React Query because of its ability to cache, to revalidate, and many other features React Query actually comes in data fetching. So I'm actually going to use React Query for data fetching in this application. So I'm going to open a new tab in my browser. I'll search for Stack React Query. I'll scroll down. I'll just click on this npm link right here. This npm Stack React Query from npm. And you can see the installation guide right here. npm install at stack react query. I'm going to copy this command. I'll head back to my project. I'll just open up a terminal. I'll paste that command right here. npm install at stack react query. I'll click on enter. Now that command is actually going to install react query as one of our dependencies. Okay, so I'm going to go to package.json. Right here, you actually see react query right here at react query version 5.84.1. All right, I'll close this back up. Then I'll close up my terminal. Now, before we can actually make use of react query, we have to wrap the components and the pages we want to be able to access react query. We have to wrap them around a react query provider, just like we did with the context API when we were creating global states. So I'm going to head to my layout. I'll go to my front-end layout. And this is where we actually want to wrap our application. Just the way we wrapped our application with this player context provider, we're going to wrap our application with the react query provider. So up here, I'm going to create a variable. I'm going to say const query client is equals to new query client. I'll just import that in from react query. So next, I'm going to scroll down. I'll just cut everything from here. In here, I'm going to say query client provider. And I'll just paste what we copied right here. Now, the query client provider is actually wrapping our application. Okay, so right here, we're going to say the client is equals to the query client variable we just created right here. This query client variable. Okay, now with this right now, we'll be able to make use of react query in any component that is within this query client provider. Okay, just like we were able to make use of these variables within the components that had this player context provider wrapped around it. All right, cool. I want to close this back up. So I want to go to my all songs component. Where's that all songs src component, all songs component, and this is where we're actually going to fetch all the songs. Okay, first of all, we're going to make this a client component. We want to actually fetch this data on the client. I'm going to say use client. So first of all, we're going to create a function to actually fetch data. Okay, so up here, I'm going to create a function. I'll say const get all songs is equals to an async function. And inside this function, we're going to make a request to a Supabase server. Say const the structured object is equals to await. I'm going to await because it's going to be a network request. Supabase. I'm going to import Supabase from the Supabase client we created. Dot from which table? The songs table. Then dot select star, which is basically select all. Okay, I'm basically select all from songs table. And the SQL query going to translate to select star from the songs table. All right, cool. After that, we're going to destructure the variables. We're either going to get a data or we're going to get an error. Then we have to check if we get an error. So I'm going to say if error. If we get an error, then console.log. The name of this error is going to be fetch all songs error. Then I'll just pass in the error right here. That's the message. But if we don't get an error, we're going to continue executing the code. So down here, we're going to say return data. So inside we'll call this function. If we were successful in fetching the data, this function is going to return the data we fetched from the Supabase backend. The reason we are creating this function first is because React query needs a function to actually fetch data from the database. Okay, it needs a query function. Okay, so let's actually use React query to actually get this data. Down here, I'm going to say const the structured object is equals to, I'm going to call in the use query from stack React query. Okay. Now this object is going to take two values. First of all, you're going to take the query function, which we just created. Now, what's the query function? The get all songs function. Then after that, it's going to take the query key. And this query key, this is how React query is going to key, just the way React needs a unique ID identifier to actually keep track of items in a list. React query needs a unique key identifier to track which data we are fetching. We're going to have key for our all songs and also for the songs of the user personal songs. So when we actually want to invalidate those query, we are going to use the query key. And I'm going to teach you how to do that later on in this video. And the importance of the query key is that React query is going to use to track if, for example, now we've deleted data from the database. Initially, we have 5 data and we deleted 1. We now have 4 in the database. We can actually invalidate that query. And React query is going to check if we still have 5 items. If we now have 4, it's going to update the UI to 4. That's why this query key is very important. That's why React query is going to know which query, which data from which query is going to actually update in the UI. So for the query key, I'll call this all songs. Then now we can destructure the values we need. First of all, we're going to need the data. Then we're going to need the is loading states. Then we're going to need the error. Then we're going to need the is error. Okay. Now this is error and this error, they're actually different. This is error is a boolean. It's going to say it's going to be true if we have an error and false when we don't have an error. Why this error is actually the error. The error actually contains the error message. Okay. So down here we have to check. We'll say if it's loading. We just want to return. For now, we just return a. I'll just copy this, copy everything here. I'll copy this container, copy everything here. Now paste that up here. Now just close up this div. Then right down here, we're going to return a h2 tag that's going to have a class of text center, text of white, and text of Vercel. Then simply just going to say loading. Okay, and we have to actually return this. So I'll say return. Yeah. Then after that, we have to check if we have an error. So I'm going to say if is error. If we get an error, then we want to return. I want to return this same JSX. I'll return this. But this time around, I'm going to pass in the error right here. So I just display the error. Say error dot the error message. Okay. So now we've handled if the data is loading. Also, when we have an error and we've displayed the error, now let's actually make use of the data we are getting. So I'll just rename this data. I'm going to say this is going to be our songs. I'll call it a songs. I'll rename it songs. So down here, we can actually map through that songs and put that songs to the UI. And before we can do that, we have to create a tab from the data we are getting from our database. Okay, for that songs data we are going to be getting this songs data. Let's actually do that. So I'm going to create a new folder. I'll call this folder tabs. And inside this tabs folder, I'm going to create a tab. I'll call this song.ts, the song tab. And the reason I'm actually creating this tab in a separate file is because I want to reuse this tab in all components, all other components. Now, most of the tab we've created, we've made use of the tab inside the same component, or the same page. But this song tab we want to create, we're going to reuse it multiple times. That's why I'm creating this as an external tab. Okay, so we can actually just import it whenever we need it. So up here, I'm going to say tab song is equals to an object. Now the key for this song has to match with the name of the column in our songs table. So when we go to our songs table in Supabase, you're going to notice that we have a title here, artist. So that's what we are going to do. This is actually the names we're actually going to use. It has to match these names right here. Okay, so the first key is going to be the ID, and this ID is going to be of type number. Then the next key is going to be the title, and this is going to be of type string. They're going to have another key, the artist. Is also going to be of type string. Then we're going to have a cover image URL. It's going to be of type string. We're going to have audio URL. It's also going to be of type string. We're going to have the user ID and this is also going to be of type string. And lastly, we're going to have created at. We don't actually need this in our application, but let's just pass this here as a type. It's also going to be of type string. All right, cool. I'll save that. To be able to make use of this type, we have to actually export this. So I'll say back here, I'm going to say export type song. All right. Now I'm going to go back to my project and actually map through the songs we are getting from the database. So I actually need one of these. I don't need all of these cards. I actually need one. So I'll just close this one and actually get rid of the rest. They are surplus to requirements. So just swap all this up, get rid of these other two. Also, I'll wrap all these ones. I'll get rid of these ones. Get rid of this. I'll save that. Now you can see right now, when we head to our web page, we're going to have only one card. Now this is the only one we need. Okay, we're just going to loop through it and repeat it every time we loop through our songs. So up here, I'm going to say songs.map. Now, anytime you want to loop through items in React, you always have to make use of the map method. Then I'm going to call each of the song a song. So every time I loop through, I'm going to call each of them a song. Okay. Then what are we going to return? We're going to return this JXS right here, this card right here. I'll just paste that in here. Format document. Cool. So every time we loop through a song, we're just going to output this right here. And also we have to pass in our song title. So this is going to be of type song. The song type we just created, I'll just import that in. And you see that song type is actually imported up here. Okay. And also I'm going to get the index of this song, because we're going to make use of this index when we start actually playing the songs in the application. So after that, we have to pass in a key. Okay. Now when you are looping through items in React, you actually have to pass in a key. React needs that key to be able to identify which item is which. So each item needs a unique key. So I'm going to give this a key. I just give this a key. And the key is going to be the song dot the ID of the song. Okay. The unique ID of the song from the songs table. I'll save that. Now all we have to do now is actually output the data of the song. Okay. So down here, instead of outcoding this, I'm going to say I want to display the song dot the title of the song. And for this one, I want to display, instead of by the lanterns, the song dot the artist of the song. And then for the cover image URL, I'm going to get rid of this. The sRC is going to be the song dot the song cover image URL. I'll save that. I head back to the web page and we have an error. Okay, invalid prop HTTPS discover image. Now this right now, the error we are getting actually has to deal with host name and domain name in Next.js. Now when you want to actually import images from a different domain name, for example, now this server we are running this server localhost port 3000, and we are importing this image from the Supabase server. You have to specify to Next.js the domain name that you want to align your application to be able to actually pull in images to your application. So you have to register the Supabase domain name as one of the domain name and you want to actually pull images from. Okay, so let's actually do that. So to fix this, we're going to create an image config in our Next.js config file. Okay, so I'm going to go to my project. I'll just scroll down. I have this file right here, nextconfig.ts. I'm going to click on this file. Now down here, I'm going to pass in some configurations. The configuration is going to be for images. Then we're going to say remote patterns. It's going to be an array. In here, we're going to create an object. And the first value is going to be protocol. And the protocol is going to be HTTPS. Then after the protocol, we're going to pass in the host name. So down here, I'm going to say host name. Now this host name is actually unique to your project. So we're going to actually copy that. We'll go to our environment variables. This variable creates Supabase URL. We're going to copy this, but we're not going to copy the HTTPS. We just copy up to this point. Okay. and this is actually the domain name we're actually pulling data from, and this is actually unique to our Supabase project. Now for you, you're going to have something different from this, okay? But it's actually going to be this random right here, these random letters right here, .supabase.co. Then I'll just paste that right here. Then after adding the host name, we're going to add the path name, and this path name is going to be /storage /v1 /objects /public, then /**, basically looking into that public folder. Okay, now let me actually explain what we are doing here. When we go over to Supabase, we'll just go to our storage buckets. I'll click on cover images, then I'll just click on this image. Then I'm going to get the public URL, click on get public URL, then I'll paste that in my browser. I'm going to notice that when we open up this image, you're going to see that HTTPS domain name. The HTTPS is the protocol, the domain name, okay? Then we're going to see the path name before we see the image. And this is what we are trying to pass to Next.js, so that Next.js know where this image is actually coming from. We have to actually register that with Next.js. And you can see that path that is storage v1 object public, then into the cover images folder. Then you can see how we are pulling the image in. Alright, I want to get rid of this. I want to return back to the web page. You can see that the error is actually gone. Okay, so now we can see the song we just added, first song by Emmanuel. Now let's actually add another song. So I'll click on upload. Now go to the song types. I'll say second song. Then the artist, this time I'll say by Emmy. So I'll say Emmy. Then the audio, pick a random audio file. Then I'll pick a cover image. I'll pick this one. Now I'm going to click on add song. Song uploaded successfully. That's going to take us back to the home page, and we can see the song we just uploaded right here. Second song by Emmy. Alright, cool. So now we've written the code to actually pull in new songs. Okay, so now we have to actually write the code to actually pull in songs by a specific user, so that when a user is logged in, the user can actually see songs that they've actually uploaded. I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll just close up this file. Now I'm actually going to open up my sidebar. Now inside my sidebar, this is where I actually want to fetch that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a component for that. Okay, so I actually need one of this right here. I actually need one of this. I don't need 5 of them. I only need one. So I'll just get rid of these other ones. I think this is the first one. Then I'll start from the second one, get rid of the second one. I'll get rid of this. I'll get rid of this. I'll get rid of this. Then I'll get rid of this. I only need one of these. Okay, I'll save that. Yeah, we have one. Now I'm going to create a component for this. Okay, so I don't want to fetch the data inside of the sidebar, so I'm going to create a component for that. So I'll create a new component. I'll call this component user songs.tsx rfc. So all you have to do is just cut this. I want to place this in its own components. I'll save this, and when I save that, you're going to notice that we cannot actually see it anymore. Then I'll just paste that right here. This component is just going to return this. Then I have to import this, then import this from next image. Okay, I'll format the document. I'll save that. Then I just have to import that component right here. I'll just import user songs. Then I'll get rid of those import statements. We no longer need this fat trash. I'll get rid of that. Also, we no longer need the next image. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web, you can actually see that component right here. So now we can actually fetch the user's data from this component. But before we do that, we actually need the user's ID, because remember I said that we need the user's unique ID to be able to identify which user has which songs. So we need the user's ID in our request. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass the user ID to this as a prop. Okay, so up here we have that session right here already. You can see right now we have that session, loading session, where we actually use to actually validate this page, to actually conditionally render this sidebar. So all we have to do is just create a variable. Say const user ID is equals to session dot the user dot the ID. Okay, then we just pass this ID to that component as a prop. So down here, I'm going to say this is going to take a user ID, and that's going to be equals to the user ID we just created. Okay, so now we're obviously going to get an error because we have to tell this component that it's going to be receiving a prop. So we have to actually do that. So I'll save this and I'll go back to that user songs, actually create a type for that. So up here, I'm going to say type user songs props. It's going to take a key called user ID, and this is going to be either a string or it's going to be null. Cool. Remember that when we actually loading the session could be null or the session could be a session. So also the user ID could also be null or it could be a string. Cool. So we have to tell TypeScript that. Then here we'll just pass in the user ID. We'll get the user ID from the parent component. Then we pass in the type. It's going to be of type user props, and that's going to get rid of that error. Cool. And we are still having an error. Why are we having an error over on this argument type string undefined? Oh, this is not going to be string and it's going to be string and undefined. So we're going to say either it's a string or it's going to be undefined. Yeah. The reason we are getting that error is because if the session is not actually set, then the ID, user ID is obviously going to be undefined. Remember that in our sidebar, we are saying the user ID is equal to the session dot the user ID. Now, if there's no session, this is actually going to return undefined. Okay, so this is the beauty of TypeScript. TypeScript allows you to actually spot these errors before you actually execute the code. It's one of the reasons I actually love TypeScript, and it's also a reason you should actually learn TypeScript if you've not learned TypeScript. Okay, so now inside these user songs, this is where we actually want to fetch the data. So we now have access to the user's ID. Okay, we have access from the parent component, which is sidebar. So now we can actually fetch data. So I'm going to create a function down here. I'll say const get user songs is equals to an async function. In this function, I'm simply going to say const the structured object is equals to await Supabase. We're going to import Supabase in dot form songs dot select all from that row, select star from the row, select star dot eq where the user ID in the column of the user ID matches user ID. Basically selecting star where ID equals to ID, SQL query. Then we're going to destructure the error. Then we're going to destructure the data. Okay, I'll just format this. Then down here, I'm going to check if error. If we get an error, I'll just copy the error from these all songs. Where's that error? So I don't have to be typing that all over again. I'll copy this. Then I'll paste that right here. And this error is going to be not fetch all songs error, fetch user songs error. Then if we don't get an error, then we're going to continue executing the code. Then down here, we're simply going to tell the function, hey, return the data. Okay, so anytime I'll call this function, it's going to return the data. So after that, we're going to make a query with React query. So I'll just copy the one we actually did from this all songs, so we don't have to write everything all over again. I'll copy this code. Then I'll just paste that underneath here. And obviously, we have to change some things from get all songs. We're going to say it's going to be get user songs. Then the query key is not going to be on songs. It's going to be user songs. Each query has to have a unique key. Then we just import React query from TownStack React query. So down here, we're going to say if it's loading. If it's loading, we just want to, for now, we're just going to return a h1 tag that's going to say loading. Okay. Then if we get an error, if is error, then we're going to also return with h1 tag with the error. Just output, sorry, I'll output the error dot the error message. So I'm going to add some Tailwind utility classes to this. So I'll just copy the one we did here. Just copy this loading. This is basically H2 tag, not even H1 tag. So I'll just replace this one. Same thing with this one. I just copy this. Then I'll just paste that right here. Okay. So now we actually have to map through the song. So I'll just cut this off. I'll cut this off. Then down here I want to say songs dot map. I want to call each of them a song, and it's going to be a data type of. I'll just import that song type from my song type. Okay. Then anytime we loop through, you just want to return this JSX right here. Okay. And we're also going to need the index. I'm going to say index. All right. Then we're going to update this image SRC. Update this to the song cover image URL. Then for this one, I'm going to update this to the song title. Then for this one, I'm going to update it to the song artist. I'll save that. And we have an issue. We've not passed in a key. Don't forget to do that. It's very important. We're going to pass in a key property, and the key is going to be the song dot the ID of the song, which is very, very important in React. I'll save that, and we have that song right here. All right, cool. So now we are fetching all the songs, and also we are fetching the songs by the user. The reason we have 2 here is because this user has actually uploaded 2 songs. So later on, we're going to create a new user. Then we're going to actually upload song with that new user. Okay. Then when I refresh, I'm going to notice that loading state right here. Loading. Okay. Cool. Now let's actually start work on actually deleting a user's song. Okay, so when a user deletes the song is going to be deleted from the user's library, and it's going to be deleted from the platform. Okay, let's work on that. Now everything in React is actually broken down into components. So what we are going to do, we're going to create a new component for our button. That way we're going to write all the logic we need to delete a song from the database, from the server, in that component. And let's do that. So I'm going to create a new component. I'll call this component delete button.tsx. Now all this delete button is going to return is going to be this JSX right here. It's going to return this button JSX right here. Then I'll say RFC. Now get rid of this div. Then we're just going to paste that in here. Then import this from React icons. I'll save that. Then all we have to do right here is just call that component. So I'm saying delete button. Okay. Then we can get rid of that import statement, this fat trash import statement. We don't need the icon in this component anymore. Then I can say that when we go back to the web, when we hover, we can still see the trash icon. Cool. Now by doing this, we're going to write all the logic to delete a song in this component. Then we just import the component in here. You can see we just import the component right here, thereby keeping this component clean and organized. Now to actually delete a song, we need the unique ID of the song. We need the ID of the song. That's what we need to actually be able to delete a song. So we're going to pass in some props to this component. We're going to say this prop is going to take a song ID of song dot the ID. Sorry, the ID. Now we're not just deleting the song, we're also going to delete the image, the cover image, and the audio. Okay, so we have to pass in the path so we can actually delete that too. So I'll say image path is going to be equals to song dot image cover image URL. Then lastly, we're going to say the audio path is going to be equals to song dot audio URL. Okay, so I just format this. So now we have to tell TypeScript that this delete button component is going to be receiving 3 props. So let's do that. So up here I'm going to say type delete button prop. So first off, I'm going to set a type for the song ID. This is going to be of type number. Then after that, we're going to set a type for the image path, which is going to be of type string. Then we're going to set a type for the audio path, which is also going to be of type string. Then here we can actually destructure those props. So this is going to be, we're going to need a song ID. Then we're going to get the image path, then the audio path. Then it's going to be of type delete button props. Just format this. So this is actually all the information we need to actually delete a song, and we are passing this information from this parent component right here, this parent component, this user songs component, to our delete button component. So now we're going to write the function to actually delete a song. Okay, so let's do that. So down here I'm going to say const delete song. It's obviously equals to an async function. First of all, we're going to make a request to delete the image. So down here I'm going to say const the structured object is equals to await Supabase. I'll just import Supabase into this component dot storage dot form which buckets from the cover images bucket dot remove. Then you have to pass in the image path. Okay, remove that image. Then here we can destructure the error. So error, we want to check if we get an error. Format the document. So now after that, I want to check if we get an error. So I'll say if error. If we get an error, I'm actually going to rename this. So I'll say image error, so it doesn't conflict with the other errors. I'll give it image error. Then here I'll just say image error console.log. This is going to be the image delete error. I just pass in the image error dot the message from the image error. Alright, cool. Then after that, I'll just return. Stop executing the code. Then next, we have to actually delete the audio. So down here, we're going to say, we'll just copy this because we're going to write similar code. Then I'll just paste that right here. Then instead of image error, I want to call this audio error. Then for the name of the bucket, it's going to be the songs bucket. Then we're going to pass in the audio path. Then you can copy these two and paste that underneath here. Then just check if we have an audio error. Then we can just display that error, log that error to the console. Then this one is going to be not image delete error, audio delete error. Then we're just going to return here if we get an error. Then if we don't get an error, then we're going to delete the song from the songs table. So down here I'm going to say const the structured object is equals to await Supabase dot from the songs table dot delete dot eq, where the ID matches the song ID. Okay, you can simply destructure the error. I'll say error. I'll call this error delete error. Format the document. Then down here I'm going to say if delete error, if we get an error from the deleting, then I'll just copy this over here. I'll paste that right here. Then instead of audio error, I'm going to say delete delete error dot the message. The next one is going to be the table delete error. Then I'll just return. I'll format that again. Cool. Now what we are doing is that up here we're going to write the code. We're going to try to delete the image. If we get an error when we delete the image, we're going to stop executing the code right here. Same thing with the audio. If we get an error when deleting the audio from the songs bucket, we're going to return here. But if we don't have an error, we're going to go to the next line of code. We're going to delete the song from the songs table. Now after we've deleted the songs for the songs table, if we get an error, then we're going to return here. Now if we don't get an error deleting the songs from the songs table, then we're going to actually invalidate our queries. Okay, so down here I'm going to say query client, and I've not created a query client, so I'll just go up here. I'm going to declare a variable. I'm going to say const query client is equals to use query client from Tanstack React query. Okay, now I'm going to explain what I'm actually trying to do. So I'm going to scroll down. So down here, after we've deleted the song, I'm going to say query client dot invalidate queries, passing the query key, and the query key is going to be the query key we created when we were actually fetching the songs. So for the all songs, we just copy these all songs. So we just copy this all songs query key. Then we're just going to paste that right here. Then we're going to do the same thing for the user songs. So I'll copy the key from that. There's the key, the user songs. I'll copy this. Then I'll just paste that right here. Yeah, I think that's actually it. So the final thing we're going to do, I'm just going to hook up this function to this button. So I'm going to say onClick. What's the name of this function? Delete. I'm going to run the function delete song. Let's actually test this out. So I want to go back to my web page. I'll just refresh this. Then I'm going to try to delete a song. I'll click on this. I'm going to notice that the song actually gets deleted. Now you're going to notice that when we deleted the song, our UI was actually updated. So just one song, okay? One song here and one song here. Now that's the reason we actually did this right here. This query client does invalidate queries, okay? Now this code we wrote up here, this code is only going to delete the song from the Supabase database, okay? Now there's actually no real-time connection between the Supabase backend and our application. There's no return, there's no socket connection. So there's no way our application is going to know that this data has been deleted from the Supabase backend. So without that invalidate queries, if we delete from the database, we're still going to have two right here in our UI until we refresh the web page and actually pull the data again. Now that's actually the beauty of React Query. Now with React Query, after deleting the data, we can just tell React Query to refetch this with this key. It's going to refetch the data for the all songs and for the user songs, okay? That's one of the reasons why these two lines of code is actually important. That's what they're actually doing. So now that we've written the code to actually fetch all our songs from the Supabase server, so now we actually have to work on the code to actually play the songs, okay? So let's actually do that. So before we can do that, I'm going to actually create some new songs. I'll just create new songs. I'm just going to return when I'm done actually creating more songs. So now I've created two more songs. You can see we've actually added two more songs to our song. So now we actually want to work on actually playing this song in our application. So before we can do that, I'm going to create some general states. I'll close up all these files, close all. Then I'm going to head to my front-end layout. So go to layout, front-end layout. Now this is actually where we're going to create our global state so that we can actually pass it to the player context provider. And first of all, we're going to create a state for the current music. So I'm going to say const current music set current music is equals to use state, and by default this is going to be null. Now we have to actually pass in the type, so I'm going to pass in the type. Now this is either going to be null. You see the current song state is either going to be null, there's no song in it, or it's going to be of type of song. Okay, I'll just import that from I'm importing that song for our types. Okay, so the song state, the current music can either be the song or it can be null. Now if we have a song in this state, then we are going to play the song. It's going to be a song type, basically going to be a song object, else is going to be null. Then I'm going to create another state. I'll say const current index set current index is equals to use state, and by default this is going to be 0. Then we're going to create a state for our queue. I'll say const queue set queue is equals to use states, and by default this one is going to be an empty array. We are creating a state because we want to fetch our music from the database. We're going to, even we have for right now, we actually have 3 songs right here. So we're going to set our queue states to those 3 songs. Okay, if we are playing from the all songs, new songs library, all songs library, from the general songs, we're going to set our state queue state to this. Now if we are playing from the users library, we're going to set that queue state to this. So that queue is going to be an array of all these objects. That's why I passed in an empty array. Okay, now we actually have to pass a type to this. So we have to take types, so that this is going to be a type of song. It's going to be an array of songs. Okay, which means this is going to be a state. There's going to be an array of songs. Okay, we could have more than one song, so that's why we have to take types, and this is going to be an array of different song objects. So after that, we have to create a function to actually go to the next song and go to the previous song. So let's do that. They are going to be general functions that are going to be able to access in every part of the application. So I'll say const play next is equals to an arrow function. And first of all, we have to check if current index is less than q dot length minus 1. Okay, then I'm going to set the current index. I'll get the initial state, previous index plus 1. Okay, now let me explain what this function is going to do. Now this function is going to check. Now if, for example, now let me say, for example, now we have 3 songs, song 1, song 2, song 3. We have 3 songs in the array, and we are playing the first song. Now this is going to check. Now the q dot length is going to be 1, 2, 3. Okay, while the current index is going to be 0. Okay, because computer starts from 0. This is actually index 0, index 1, and index 2. Okay, so when we click on the play the next song, it's going to go to this one, which is going to be of index 1. Okay, then when we click on go to the next song again, it's going to go to this one, which is at index 2. So remember that our q dot length is actually 3. So it's always going to check if our q dot length is less than q length minus 1. Okay, so if we have 3 items, 3 songs, we cannot go more than 2. So the maximum index we can get to is going to be 2. So if the current index is 2 and we have 3 minus 1, 2 is not less than 2. So that's going to be, we cannot go to the next song because there's no next song. Okay, I'll just comment this off. Then after that, I'll create a function to go to the previous song. I'll say const play previous is equals to an arrow function. Now I'm going to check if current index is greater than 0. Okay, then I'm going to set current index. I'll get the previous index, then I'm going to set that index. So previous index, I'm going to minus 1. Okay, so if this is true, we're going to add 1 and go to the next song for this play next. But for this one, we're going to check if the current index is greater than 0. Now if the content index is greater than 0, which means we had song 2 or song 3, we can actually go to the previous song. But if we had song 1, which means the current index is 0, 0 is not greater than 0, which means when we click on previous song, the button is not going to work. This function is not going to run. Okay, so I get rid of this. Now after this, we actually have to create a side effect to actually know when the song state has been updated. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to say use effects I just import that use effect from React. So inside this use effect, I'm going to check if q.length is greater than 0. Now this is actually going to check if we actually have songs in our queue array. Remember that if this queue right now have no songs, the q.length is going to be 0. Okay, so we have to check if we have song. But if we have one song, the q.length is going to be 1. Okay, then I'll say and the current index is greater than or equals to 0. That's the current index of the song, and also current index is less than q.length. Okay, I just had space here. Then we're going to set the current music to q, the current index. Okay, and this use the effect is actually listening for changes. Okay, so it's going to actually depend on some certain values. We want this to rerun when the current music changes. We want to click on the next music, we go to the next song, we want to change the current song, we want this to rerun, and also we want this to rerun when the queue actually changes too. Okay, so what this code is going to do is basically going to do what this one and this one are doing. It's going to do this right here. It's going to check if we are at the last index, and also it's going to check if our current index is actually greater than 0, and also it's going to check if the q.length is greater than 0 if we actually have a music inside that queue array. So now that we've created these functions right here to actually go to the previous and the next song, and also all this state, we actually have to pass this to our context provider. Okay, but first of all we have to create their types. I'm going to go up here, I'll create a type for the current song, say current song, and this is going to be of type song. All is going to be null. Okay, we're either going to have a song in this state or we're going to have null. Okay, which means we don't have any song playing in the application. After that, I'll create another one. This one is going to be set current song, and this is going to be similar with this. So I just copy this, I'll paste that right here, but instead of boolean, this one is going to be either a song or it's going to be null. I'll create a type for our queue. So queue is going to be a song array. I'm going to create one for our setter function, the set queue function, and this is going to be a function that's going to take in songs, and it's going to be of type song, and it's going to return void. Okay, and after that I'll create the play next function, play next, and this is also going to be a function that doesn't need an argument, and it's going to return void. It's going to return void. Okay, return void means the function is not going to return anything. The next one is going to be play pref, and this one is going to be a function that's not going to take an argument, so it's going to return void. Then I'm going to pass this to our context provider. Then I'm going to start with the songs. This current song, we are still getting an error. No value exists in scope for showing that about the current song. Why is that? Not current song, current music, not current song, current music. Let me update this. It's going to be, instead of current song, it's going to be current music, and also this one is going to be set current music. My bad, music. Then down here, you can actually pass in that. Just say current music. Then set current music. Then also the queue and set queue. Then the play next, and also the play pref function. So now we've passed this to the player context provider as values. We can actually access them in here. Okay, now we want to actually render this music player only when the music player is playing, only when we are playing a music. Okay, So down here, I'm going to check. I'm going to say current music. If we have a music here, then only then do I want to output this component right here. Okay. Now when I save that and head back to the web, I'm going to notice that we can no longer see that component right here. That component is only going to be visible when we are actually playing a song. So if I change this to true, I'll change this to not null. I'll just change this to true. I'm just trying something out. I'm going to notice that we can actually see that component right here. Okay, it's only going to be visible when we have music in that state. We have a song we're actually playing. So I'll get rid of that. So now we can actually start making use of the values inside our music player. So I'll just go to my music player component. Now inside this component, first of all, I'm going to destructure those values from this context. First of all, I'm going to get the current music. Then I'll get the play next function and the play previous function. Okay. And also in here, I'm still going to check. I'll say if we don't have any current music before we return. I'm going to say if no current music, if we don't have a current music, we don't have any music playing, we want this component to return null. Okay, just an additional check. So next, we're going to actually hook up those functions to the next and previous button. So these functions we just actually imported in here with our use context provider. So I'm going to hook up these functions to those buttons. So where are those previous and next button? This is skip forward. So this is going to be the next button. I'm going to say on click of this button, I want to say play next. Okay. Why on click on this other one? I'm going to say on click play previous. Okay, it's going to go to the previous song. Okay, it's going to set the index to index -1. When we click on this, it's going to set the index to index +1 by going to the next song. Cool. Now we actually want to play a song now. How do we actually do that? So we're going to create a use effect hook that's going to listen inside this music player for when the current music actually changes. So underneath this use effect, I'm going to create another use effect hook. Passing a dependency array. Now this dependency array is going to be for the current music, which means from our general context, from our front end layers, when we change the index, it's going to fire this use effect hook, and this use effect is going to set the current music to another music. For example, now when we are playing the first music, this is going to be 0. Okay, say we have 1, 2, and 3 songs. If we are playing the first song, it's going to be at index 0. So when we click on next song, it's going to be index 2. So it's going to set our current music to the next song, okay, which is at index 0. And when that actually happens and this current music state changes, it's going to fire this other use effect hook right here. And this use effect hook inside this music player is actually going to play the music we just actually selected. So I'm going to go back here. Then I'll just get rid of this. I just added that for demonstration. Then I'll get rid of that. Cool. Then in here, we're actually going to write the code to actually start playing the song. In here, I'm going to create an audio variable as const audio is equals to the audio ref dot current. Then I'm going to check if there is no audio in this audio ref, we don't have any audio in the audio player, or we don't have any music in our current music states. Now, if one of these is true, I simply just want to return. Okay, stop executing the code. Then, if we have an audio, we have a music in our audio player, and also we have a current music in our current music states, then I'm going to use a try catch block. Now, inside the catch, I'm just going to log the error to the console. I'll say console.log audio play error. Then I just pass in the error. Okay. Then I'll set is playing to false. Okay, which means there's no music actually playing in this music player. So we're going to set is playing to false. That's this state we created up here. Whereas that state is playing right here. Okay. Let's go back down. Now, if we don't get an error, now if there's no error, so we want to try to await audio dot play, and we have to have this in an async function. So I just cut everything we have here. I'm going to create an async function to actually wrap it around const play audio is equals to an async function. Sorry. Now just paste that right here. Okay. Now that error is actually gone. Then after that, we're going to set our is playing to true, which means we're actually playing a song. Okay. And down here, I'm just going to call that function play audio. Okay. So now we're actually done writing all this code to actually start playing a song. We actually have to create a function to actually activate everything. Okay, so we have to create a function that when we click on a song, it's actually going to fire and actually activate everything and start actually playing a song. So to do that, we're going to go to our user songs. I'll go to my user songs. So we're going to add an event listener to the song. Okay, so first of all, we're going to create a function for that. So up here, I'm going to create a function. I'll call this function const start playing song is equals to an arrow function. And this function is going to take two arguments. It's going to take the songs we actually fetched from our database. Okay, so I'm going to pass that in here. I'm going to say songs. Then it's going to be of type song. Since it's an array of songs, it's going to be an array. Okay, and after that, it's actually going to take the index of the song we actually clicked on. So I'll say it's going to take an index, and this index is going to be of type number. Okay, it could be index 0, index 1, index 2, and so on. Okay, then in here, I'm going to set our queue, and we are not actually gotten our queue function from our global state. Let's actually do that. So I'm going to scroll up. Up here, I'm going to say const context is equals to use context. Then what context? The player context. Then we're going to check if there's not a context. If no context, we always have to check this. Then I'm just going to throw new error. That's going to have this in there. Player context must be used within a player provider, player context provider. Okay. Then down here, we're going to destructure the values. Destructured object or destructured values is equals to the context. Okay. Then we just get the values from the context. First of all, we're going to need the set queue. Then we're going to need the set current index, not the set current music. I don't think we are passing that to our context. We are not passing the set current index. We need this actually. We need this set current index. Okay, to actually update the index to the index we actually clicked on. So I'll paste that right here, and obviously we're going to get a TypeScript error. So I'll just paste that here. It's going to be a setup function in React. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that right here. I'll say this is going to take a number. Okay, and I'll save that. And I can actually now destructure at that set current index from here. So set current index. Cool. So I'm going to scroll down. So when we're actually clicking on the song, this start playing song, I'll set this to set current index to the index we actually clicked on, to the song we actually clicked on. And also we're going to set our queue to songs. Then I'll copy this function name. I'll scroll down, actually hook up this function name to each of these cards right here. I'll say click on any of this song card. I want to run an arrow function. It's going to fire this function right here, starts playing song. It's going to take two arguments. The first argument is going to be our songs. Then the second argument is going to be the index. Okay, this index right here as the index number of the song we clicked on. So the final thing we have to do is that we have to actually update our music player. Okay, so that our music player, the details we are using the details from our local folder right here. Okay, this audio from our local folder, so we have to actually use the one for our current music state. So I'll just get rid of this. I'll say the audio SRC is going to be the current music dot the audio URL of the current music. Now, if the current music is null, this is actually going to return an error. So we're going to say if the current music is not set, we want to display an empty string for this SRC, okay? And also you have to actually update the cover image too. So I'll just update this. It's going to be the current music dot the cover image URL or an empty string, okay? Then we have to update these ones too. This one is going to be the current music dot the title, and this is going to be the current music we are playing, the current music dot the artist. I'll save that. Let's actually test this out now. So I'll go back to the web page. First of all, I'll just refresh. Now, which one did we work on, the all songs or the user songs? Let me check that. The user songs. So which is music? We're going to click from this one. So I'll click on this one right here. You're going to notice that immediately music actually starts playing. I won't click on the next button. It's going to run the next function. I'll go to the next music. I'll click on this, and that's not working. I'll click on another song. That's also not working. Why is that? Now we actually, for when the index actually updates, remember we have a use effect hook to know when the music index updates. Right now, when I clicked on this one is an index of 0, index of 1, index of 2. When I clicked on this one, the current index is actually 1, okay, which means the current music is going to be this one right here, this second object in our queue array. So if we click on next, it's supposed to set our current index, so index plus 1, go to this song. So inside my front end layer, now this use effect was actually causing the problem because this was responsible for actually updating the music, okay? So q.length is greater than 0, current index is greater than or equals to 0, and current index is less than q.length. And if this is true, we want to set our current music to the queue, okay? But we want to get one, you want to get the one with this index, okay? And then want to listen for updates in our queue. And this is actually where we are getting our problem. So we don't want to listen for the changes in the current music. We want to listen for the changes of the current index. So when this current index actually changes, we want this use effect to actually rerun. I'll save that. Let's actually try that again. I'll just refresh the web page. Then I'll click on this first song right here. The song starts playing immediately. And I'll go to the next song. It actually goes to the next song. Then we'll go to the next song again. It's going to go to the third song. Okay. Now when we click on next again, it's not going to work because we said that if remember in our next function, we said if the current index, the index we are in, is less than the q.length minus 1, since we are at the index of 2, and 2 is actually less than 3 minus 1, which is 2. 2 is not less than 2 actually, okay? 2 is not less than 2. 2 is equals to 2. So this function is not going to run when we try to go to the next song, okay? So it's only going to work now when we click on the previous song. It's going to take us to the previous song with the index of 1. So next, we're actually going to update this too. When we click on this song, we want to be able to play this song, okay? For now, the only songs we can actually click on are the songs in the user's library. So I also want to be able to click on this one. So let's actually do that. So I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll go to my all songs container. I'll just copy some of the code from these user songs. I'm going to need this right here. Where is that function? This function right here. I'm going to need this function, so I'll take this function over to my all songs. I'll just paste that function right here. And we obviously have to get this function from our global states. So I'll go up here. I'll just copy where I'm actually destructuring this. I'll copy this. I'll head back to my all songs. Then I'll just paste that up here. I'll just paste that up here. Okay. I'm going to import the player context from our front-end layout, and I'll import my use context from React. Cool. Now we now have access to these two setter functions right now. Okay. So all we have to do is actually hook up this onClick handler to the card, to the song card. So yeah, I'm going to say onClick. I want to run an arrow function. And this function is going to fire the setter function up here, start playing song. And it's going to take 2 arguments. The first argument is going to be the songs argument. Then the second one is going to be the index of the song I actually clicked on. I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page I'm going to click on this one. It's going to actually start playing. Then when I click on next, it's going to go to this next song right here. Okay, cool. I can also click from the library too. Click from songs from the library. I can actually play songs from the library too. So now that we can actually play the song. Now when we take this song to the ending, when this song stops playing, you're going to notice that when the song stops playing, it's going to actually stop playing. Now you have to actually add a side effect to listen for when the song stops playing. So we want to decide if repeat is on, they want to start playing the song again. But if repeat is switched off, if we are not at the last song, we want to go to the next song, because obviously if repeat is turned off, if we are at the last song, we cannot go to the next song. That's the end of the queue. Okay, but if we are at the first song or the second song, we want to check if repeat is on. If repeat is on, it's going to continue playing this song right here. But if repeat is not on, it's going to go to the next song. Okay, so let's actually write the side effects for that. Now remember, to do side effect, we're going to make use of the use effects hook. So I'll go to my music player. I'm going to create another side effect down here. I'm going to say use effects. And this side effect is going to listen for when song has ended. So I just label it. This would listen for when a song ends. First of all, I'm going to get the audio ref. Say const audio is equals to audio ref dot current. I'm going to check if audio ref is set. If audio, basically I'm going to check if there's no audio. So I'll negate that. If no audio, if the audio variable is not set, then I just want to return right here. Okay. Then if there's no error, we're going to continue executing the code. But we have to create a state for whether our song is set to repeat or not. Okay. So I'm going to scroll up. I'm going to create a state. I'll just scroll all the way up. I'll create a state down here. I'll say const repeat song, then set repeat song. And this is going to be equals to use state, and by default we want it to be false, because when the song ends we want it to go to the next song. Then I'm going to create a function const handle ended is equals to an arrow function. And inside this function, first of all, I want to check if the song is set to repeat. Now, if repeat song is set to true, if repeat song, then we simply just want to set the audio dot the current time of the audio to 0. That's reset the time of the audio back to 0. Then we're going to say audio dot play the song. Okay, but if the song is not set to repeat, we want to play the next song. So I'm going to say s play next. I'm simply just calling the play next function we created inside this front-end layout right here. Okay, this play next function, so it's going to play the next song in the queue. So now we've written this function. How do we actually fire this function? Okay, to do that we have to add an event listener to the audio element and listen for when the audio stops playing. Okay, so after this function right here, I'm going to create an event listener. I'm going to say audio dot, I'm going to add an event listener to the audio element. I want to listen for the ended, okay, when it actually stops playing. Then if it ends, I want to run this function handle ended. This event is going to depend on two variables. First of all, it's going to depend on this repeat song. It's going to be a dependency, so say repeat song, and also it's going to depend on this function we called in here, play next. All right, so now we have to clean up this user effect. So I'm going to return a cleanup. Say return an arrow function. I'm just going to say audio dot remove event listener. What event listener do I want to remove? The ended. Okay, and the function handle ended. Okay, now every time you use a use effect hook to actually add an event listener or a subscription, you always have to clean up that use effect hook for when the component unmounts. Okay, now this is going to help you to prevent memory leaks and other performance issues in your application. So always remove your event listener, always run a cleanup. Okay, now let me check if we run a cleanup in other use effect hook. We didn't add any event listener here. we didn't run any cleanup here. Let me do that with our function. Then I'll just copy both of these right here. Just copy both of them. I'm going to paste both of them right here. Then instead of add, I'll just say remove the event listener. Remove the event listener. Format the document, then check on the rest. Use the effect hook. We didn't add any subscription or event listener here, and that's it. Cool. Let's actually test this out if it's working. Let me test this out. I'll just save. I'll go back to the web page. Then I'll go to the ending of the song. I'll play this to the ending. And it's going to go to the next song. Okay. So I'll also do that again. When it stops playing, it's going to go to the next song. But when we are at the last song, remember that our play next function is going to go to the next song. I'm going to stop playing overall. Okay. The song stops playing. Cool. So now what we want to do is that when we click on this, we want to set repeats to true, because if we want to set repeats to true, now we have to go to our application. Then we just set repeats to true. I'll set this to true. Okay. And when I save that, when I head back to the web page, I'm going to notice that when this song gets to the ending, I'll take it to the middle song. When this middle song gets to the end, it's not going to go to the next song. It's going to start playing all over again. Okay, so when the repeat is set to true, I want to actually show an indicator here that repeat is set to true. So let's do that. So I'm going to scroll down. First of all, I'll set this back to false. And I'm going to scroll down, look for that button. I think it's this button right here. Okay, so this is the button we want. So I'm going to cut this off. I think this repeat is actually the one we need. Let me check it out. The repeat is the one we need. Then the repeat one is when the repeat is actually set to true. So I'm going to check. I'm going to say repeat song. If repeat song is set to true, then I want to display this icon, the repeat one. That's the repeat is set to true. I just copy the entire button, cut this off, then I'll paste that right here. I want to display this button. Now, when the repeat song is set to true, I want to show this repeat one, okay, which is going to have that one in it. We are going to give this a Tailwind utility class of text primary, okay. And I'll just format the documents. Now we have to add an event listener to toggle the repeat. Now, if repeat is set to true, if we have this repeat icon showing, when we click it, we want to set the repeat on an arrow function. I'm going to set repeat song to false. Okay. Then for this one, we're going to run an arrow function that's going to set the repeat song to true. I'll save that. Let's actually test this out. I'll go back to the web page. When I click on this, it's going to set this to true. And the repeat song is set to true. So when I go to the first song, when I play the first song to the ending, it's actually going to start playing that first song again. This first song right here. But when I turn off the repeats and I play this to the ending, it's going to go to the next song. So all the functionality actually now working. So next, what we're going to work on is that when we click on a song and start actually playing that song, we want to be able to see the song queue right here. I also see it now playing the song we're actually playing. So let's actually do that. So I'm going to go to my queue components. I'll go to my SRC for that component. I'll go to this queue component right here. Now we're going to need two more variables from our context. First of all, we're going to need our current music. Then we're going to need our current index, and I don't think we're passing that to the provider. Let's go and do that. Go back to my layout, front-end layout, and here we're not actually passing that to the provider. Let's do that. So we want to pass this current index state to the provider. So down here, I'll just pass that down here, current index, and I have to register that with TypeScript. So TypeScript doesn't scream at us. So up here, I'm going to say current index, and this is going to be of type number. That's going to get rid of the TypeScript error. Then back here, we can actually just get this one is not spelled correctly, open. You can just get our current index here, current index. Yeah. So now that we have the current music, you can just display the current music right here. Now I won't click on this modal. You can display the current music that's actually playing right here. So let's do that. So I'll just go to this place. I'll just get rid of this SRC we had coded. I'll get rid of this. Then I'll say current music dot the cover image URL. Then over on this, I'm going to say type string undefined is not assignable to type string. Now the reason is for that is because our current music could be undefined. Now we'll go back to our global state. You can see right here that our current music can either be null or it can either be a song. So if it's null, this is actually going to throw an error because the SRC is going to be equals to undefined. So what we could do is that we can get rid of this. We'll just get rid of this. Then so we really want to display the image if the current music is actually set to song. Okay, then we'll just paste that image right here. And that's actually going to get rid of that error. That way is only going to render that this Next.js image component if we have a current music. If this current music state is actually set, no one is actually none. Okay, then we can update the title and the artist. So for this one, it's going to be the current music that is playing, the current music dot the title of that music. While for this one, it's going to be the current music that is playing, current music dot artist. Okay, I'm going to save that. When I head back to the web page, I'm going to notice that this song is actually displayed right here. When I click on another song, it's going to be displayed right here. Now playing third song. When I click on the first one, it's going to say now playing second song by Emmy. Cool. So after that, you have to actually loop through the queue we're actually playing. Now, if we click on a song, the general songs in the website, it's going to show a queue of all the songs. Okay, so you can actually go to the next one, the previous one, and if we click on the song from the user's library, it's going to show all the songs from the user library in the user's queue list. So let's do that. So I want to scroll down. So down here, you can simply just map through and actually output it. And to actually do that, we actually need the general queue state. So I just get the queue from my general state. And this is the queue we actually want to map through. Remember that this queue is an array of songs. Okay, so I'm going to map through that queue. So I just cut this off. So down here, I'm going to say queue dot map. Now every time we map through this queue, I want to call it a song, and it's going to be of type song. Then we can pass in the index, get the index. Then this is simply just going to return CSS we just cut right here. Okay, then we can actually update the data. Just format this so it's more. For the SRC, it's going to be song dot cover image URL. Then for the title, it's going to be song dot title. Then for the artist, it's going to be song dot artist. Then up here, you can actually pass in a key prop. I'll say I want to give this a key. I'll just do that right here. I'll give this a key, and the key is going to be the song dot the ID of the song. I'll save that. I head back to the web page. You can see that we have that queue right here. Also, when I click on this, we're also going to have three. Now, if when we actually upload songs to other users, when we click on songs from the new songs, it's going to show more songs right here, songs from other users too. But when we click on the song from the user's library, it's always going to show the song from the user's library. Okay, the queue list is going to be set to the songs from the user's library. Okay, cool. So now we're actually playing a song. We want two things. We want to be able to select a song from the queue list. Okay, we can actually scroll and select songs from the queue list that we want to play. And also, when we're playing a song, we want the song to actually show that we're actually playing this song. Like for example, when we're playing this first song, we want this to have this text to have this color of green. Okay, so let's do that. So first of all, we're actually going to copy our function to actually start playing a song. I'll just go to my user songs. Copy, where is that function? This function right here. This is the function to start playing the song. I'll just copy this. I'll go to my queue. Then I'll paste that just before we return null. Check to return null. Paste that up here. Then we have to get these two functions from our global state, set queue and set current index. So down here I'm going to say set current index, then set queue. Okay, that's going to get rid of that error. I'll just format this. Cool. So now we have to hook up this function to that div. Okay, so I'm just going to scroll down to this div that's actually having this key right here. I'm going to say on click. When someone clicks on any of this div, then we just want to run an arrow function that's going to say start. That's going to run this function right here, start playing song. And it's going to take two arguments. First of all, it's going to take the queue. It's going to be the array of songs. Then it's going to take the index. Okay, I'll save that. And when we actually click a song here, it's actually going to select a new song for us. And it says it's going to select a new song when we click on it in our queue. So now let's actually work on that active song, the song we're actually playing, to actually indicate the song we are playing. To do that, I'm going to add some conditional styling to this paragraph tag. So I'm going to cut these styles off. I'll just cut this off. I'll cut this off. Then I'm going to make use of backfix. I'll paste the styles here. But for this text white, we'll get rid of this. Then here we can say $, if the current index is equivalent to the index we are playing, then we want this to have a text of primary. As we want this to have the usual text primary text. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You can see right now that I won't click on the second song. It's the active song starts playing. Up here starts showing not playing. Alright, cool. So now that we are done with that, we are basically done with the entire application. The application is actually completely functional. Now we can play songs, we can actually navigate through the song, go to the next song and stuff like that. We can increase the volume. We can actually mute the song. You know, we can do lots of fancy stuff. We can click and actually repeat the song. When we stop playing the song, we're going to start playing that same song. When we repeat, it's actually turned on. So what we are going to work on is actually when we refresh the web page, we don't want to show this loading right here. I want to show that loading skeleton. Okay, so that's what we actually want to work on. I'm actually going to teach you how to do that. Okay, now that's actually going to make your application more professional. So let's actually do that. So I'm going to start with my sidebar. So I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll just open up the sidebar component. I'll just get rid of this H2 right here. Inside this H2, I'm going to create a div. Inside this div, I'm going to create two divs. I'll create another div. I'll give this first div that has around them a Tailwind class of flex, a gap of 2, animates of pause, margin bottom of 4. Give this other div a Tailwind class of within, height of thin, rounded of MD. I'll give this one a Tailwind class, height of 5, a width of 80%, and a rounded of MD. I'm going to save that. And to actually see it, I'm going to change this to true. I'll change this to true so that I can actually see it's always going to return true. I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page. We cannot see this loading skeleton. I think that's because we've not added a background to this. I want this to have a BG of hover, one of our custom colors we set in our Tailwind config file. Then this is also going to be of BG over. I'll save that. And you can actually see that right here. Okay, you can see that loading skeleton right there. But we don't want the items to be there. We also want that library text to be there. So what we are going to do is we'll just copy this right here. We'll copy this right here. We need this, and I'll just paste that above. And after this aside, I'll paste that right here. Okay, I'll save that. And that's going to ensure that, so it's going to ensure that we always have this right here. Then we have the loading skeleton. And if we want more of this, all we could just do is we just copy this. Then we'll copy this multiple times. 1, 2, 3. Now we're going to actually have 4 of those loading skeletons in our sidebar. But obviously we don't want to actually repeat ourselves because we actually want to add like 10 right here. Okay, so if you want to add 10, you have to drag this down 10 times. So there's actually a better way to do that in React. I'm going to teach you how to actually do that. Cool. And to actually do that, I'm going to cut off this right here. Just cut this off. Then here I'm going to create an array. Dot array. In this array, we're going to pass in how many times we actually want to display this. I want to display this 10 times. Then I'll say dot map through the array. I'll call each of the items I'm mapping through an I. Then I'm going to get the index. Then I'll just paste what we just copied in here. Okay. Then we're obviously going to pass in a key. So the key is going to be the index. Okay, since we don't have an ID, unique ID, I'm going to make use of the index. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and you can see that we actually have 1 to 10. Now if we change this to 1, we are obviously going to get 1 here, but we actually want 10, so I'll just take it back to 10. Alright, now these are obviously going to be displayed when the user session is actually being pulled. This for the user session. Okay, so I just pass in the loading right here, loading. Then for when the user song is being put from the database, we don't need the aside, we only need this right here. So I'm just going to copy this. I'll save this. I'll go to my user songs, and instead of outputting that loading right here, instead of outputting this loading, we're just going to paste, create a div, paste that right here. Okay, I'll just format the documents. And you're going to notice that I won't go back to the web page. When we refresh the web page, you're going to see that we have the loading skeleton right here. So now that you are done with the sidebar, let's actually add the loading screen for this one right here. Okay, inside the all songs, we're going to create a div. Just get rid of this loading screen. I'm going to create a div, and this div is going to have similar style as a container that wraps around this right here, that grid container that wraps around, that keeps this item in a grid display. So what we are going to do, we're just going to copy that div. This is the div that wraps around the cards. We just copy the entire div. Okay, then we just paste that up here. I want the grid styles. I'll just paste that up here, and you can see right now this grid gap, so grid calls, this is what we actually want. So inside this div, we can actually create a loading card. For this one, we're also going to have 2 divs. This is going to have a Tailwind class of width full, height of 50, rounded of MD, margin bottom of 2, and a background of hover color. Okay, then after that, we'll create another div. Give this div a Tailwind class of height 3, a width of 80%, PG of over, and a rounded of MD. Okay, I'll save that. I'll check it out, and we cannot actually see it because it's not loading. So I'll just set this to true for now. Head back to the web page, and we can actually see the loading screen. But we don't want the item to be arranged side by side. We want them to be arranged vertically. So what we're going to do, just cut this, just wrap them in a div container. Just wrap them in a div container. Format documents. Save that. Yeah, it's actually better. It's not actually animating, so I'm going to give the div that wraps around them a Tailwind class of animate pause. I'll save that. Yeah, you can actually see that smooth pause animation right here. Now we actually want more of these, so we're going to do what we did in the sidebar. We're going to map through it and just output that. So I'll just copy this. I'm going to wrap it around the div. Here's the div, I wrap it around the div. Then I'll just copy this right here. Then I'm going to wrap it around the div. It's going to be right here. Okay, then you have to pass in a key. The key is going to be the index. Then it's going to give us actually 10 cards. And we can actually see 10 cards right here. They're kind of too close to each other. So I'm going to increase the gap. I'll just give this I think the gap was gap 2. I'll give this a gap of gap 4. Yeah, I actually prefer it this way. Cool. So now we can actually get rid of this true and just add our is loading right here. It's loading state. Then I'll save that. Then when I refresh the web page, you can see that smooth loading effect right here just before we put in the song. So now we are basically done with the application. We are done with everything. We've written all the codes for everything. So before we actually test the application, then deploy the application, we have to actually run some lint checks, okay, actually do some debugging. So let's do that. So I just go to my terminal. And this is actually very important to check if you have errors in your application or bugs in your application to be able to spot it so that you can actually build this application. So I'll say, just scroll down. Then I'll say npm run lint check. Click on enter, and you can see that we have some warnings here. We don't have any major errors, but we have some warnings which we are actually going to fix now. So we're going to go to our login page. I think this is coming from our login page. So let's actually go to the login page. Go to my app folder, go to login, and go to the login page. I'll just close this up a bit. This one is set at some warnings for some we have to use the first hook is missing a dependency router. Either include it or remove it from the dependency, which means we made use of router inside the use effect hook, but we did not actually pass in the router as a dependency. Okay, so what we are going to do, this one is for the login page. So I'm going to go to the login page, line 25, right here. Okay, we made use of router inside of this use effect. We didn't pass as this, so we're going to say router is one of the dependencies. So we're going to go to the next one. The next one is the sign up page. So same thing here. This one is at line 26. We just pass in the router as a dependency. Sorry. And the next one is for the sign up, still the sign up page. We fix the sign up page. Then the upload song page. We also have to do that in the upload song page. I'll go to the upload song page. And this one is going to be for line 25. So I'll just pass in the router here. I think, yeah, pass in the router here. Then that's for the upload song page. I think that was about it. That's about it. I'm going to save this and actually try to run npm run lint again. Run a lint check again. Just go run another lint check. I'll say npm run lint. And we still have a warning. We still have two. I think we still have just two warnings left. We have to hook use effect. Let me see a dependency router. I think I already added a router there. Okay, I did not save the file. Apologies, I didn't save the file. Let's do that again. npm run a lint check on lints. And the message you've been waiting for, no ESLint warnings or errors, and we are good to go to actually build this application. So now that we are done debugging this application, we run our lint check to check if we have any errors, and we have already cleared up those warnings. So now actually have to test this application. Okay, so what we are going to do, we're going to create a new user, upload a song with a new user, then we're going to play the song. So first of all, I'm going to log out this particular user, then I'm going to click on login. Then I'm going to head to sign up now to sign up a new user. For these users, I'm going to call this user John Doe. And for the email, I'm going to use a random email. I use test123@gmail.com. Okay. Then for the password, I'm going to make use of 00000000. Okay. Then I'm going to click on continue. It's actually going to sign up this user. That's going to take us back to the home page. And you remember that when the user signs up in Supabase, the user is automatically going to be logged in. We're going to have a session. Okay. Now when we head over to Supabase, I just go to Authentication. Then you can see that we have two users. We have igbo@gmail.com and we have test123@gmail.com. And you can see the user fees right here. So now let's actually upload a song with this user. Right here in our left side, you can see that the user has no songs. Okay, so let's actually upload a song. But we don't want to leave it like this. When the user doesn't have a song, we actually want to display text that you have no song in your library. That's very simple. Let's actually do that. So I'm going to head over to my user songs. Right here, I'm going to check. After this error check, I'm going to check if the songs .length, as the songs we are getting with React query up here, these songs right here, if the songs .length is actually equivalent to 0, that means the user has no songs. Then we're just going to return a h1 tag. I'm simply going to say you have no songs in your library. Save that. I won't head back to the web page. You can see right now we actually have that text here. Let's add some Tailwind classes to it. So I'll give it a class of, first of all, text of center, a text of white, then I'll give it a text of 2xl, and save that. I'll check the output again. I can see where right here you have no songs. I'll change that to XL to, I want it to be smaller, very small. I'll say XM. Yeah, this is way better. You have no songs in your library. Okay, so let's actually upload a song for this user. So I'm going to click on upload. And the title of this song, I just call this Vibration. By who? I'll just use a random artist. I'll say by Riz. Then audio file. I'll just pick the audio I actually want to upload. I'll go to music streaming website, assets. I'll pick an audio. Then I'll pick a cover image. What cover I've not used before? Make use of this cover 10. I'm going to click on add song. Then it's going to say song uploaded successfully. It's going to take us back to the home page. Now, if uploading the song is actually taking time for you, it's actually due to your network, okay? Because you're actually uploading an audio file which has a larger size, okay, than regular images. Now, after uploading the song, you're going to notice that this user now has one song right here, okay? And also the song gets added to the all songs, okay? Now, this is all the song we have in this platform. Now, let's actually play this song. I'm going to click on play song. And you're going to notice that the song actually starts playing. And when you check add the queue, you can see that this is actually the last song in the queue. So you can click on the first song. You can see that now you are playing the first song. We can go to the next song. Then we can also go to the next song again. Then we are at the third song. Then we can go to the last song. And it's going to play the last song. Okay. So with that, we are done building the project. Let's actually deploy this on Vercel so you can actually share this with your friends and share this with potential employers. So I'm going to head over to github.com. Now, if you don't have a GitHub account, you can create an account with GitHub. Creating an account with GitHub is absolutely free. Okay. I'm going to click on new repository. I'm going to call this repository music streaming websites. Okay. Then for the description, you can actually leave this description blank, but this way you're going to describe what this project is actually doing. I'm just going to leave my blank. Then right here, you can see right here, choose visibility, public or private. Now your repo can either be public or it could be private. Now, if you want everybody to be able to see this, now if you are building this project to show to employers or to show to your friends, then obviously you want them to see the source code and you're going to leave it as public. But if you don't want anyone to be able to access the source code, you can put this to private. Okay. Then I'm just going to click on create repository. And you can see all we have to do right here. Now, all we have to do to actually create a new repository, you have to use this command in our command line. So I'm going to copy this up to this point. And the reason why I'm not copying this git init is I want to create a new Next.js application. A git repo will already be initiated. Okay, so you don't have to do that. Now, if we go back to our project, you can see right here that we have this right here, 37 changes. Now, this is actually git tracking the changes in our code. So I'm just going to open up this terminal. Then all I just have to do, I'm saying git add dot. Then after that, I'm going to paste that command right here and click on enter. And this is actually going to take some time to get pushed depending on your network strength. But when it's done, you're going to see right here, done. So all we have to do, we have to go back to our GitHub repo, just refresh the web page, and you can see right now that we have this right here. Okay, we have this project right here. So all we have to do now is head over to Vercel. Now in Vercel, you're going to see all the projects you have already added to Vercel. Okay, then I'm going to click on add. Now, if you've not created an account, you don't have to even create an account. You can actually log in with your GitHub account. So I'm going to click on add new project. I click on projects. Then you have to actually specify the project you actually want to import into Vercel. So I'm going to click on this one we just created, music streaming website. I click on import. I'm actually importing this from my GitHub. Okay, so I click on import. Then you have to give this a name. So I'm going to say music streaming website Egbon Tech to make it unique. Egbon Tech. Then after that, I'm going to click on deploy. But by default, Next.js is going to know which framework we're actually using. Okay, so we don't have to select. Okay, so I'm just going to click on deploy. And we got an error during deployment. You're going to say error occurred, primary page login, read more. Now, why this is happening is that remember that when we created I'll just close up this terminal. when we created an env file, right here, env.local. Now when GitHub pushes this to GitHub, Git push our applications to GitHub, this is going to be part of our git ignore. Now when we go over here, you can see that in our git ignore, we're going to have .env right here. Okay, so any env files we have is not going to be pushed to GitHub. Remember I said this way we put in this env file right here, this is where we're going to put in our sensitive credentials. So this is not going to be pushed to GitHub because this is actually sensitive. Okay, Git is going to ignore this. So what we are going to do, we're going to create environmental variables. Okay, so we're going to go up here and create some environmental variables. I'll just open this up and I'm going to say new environmental variables. I'll just copy from our env file. I'll copy this, the Supabase URL, then I'll paste that right here. Then for that, we're going to copy this right here, which is the Supabase URL. Then we're going to paste that right here. And also we have to add another one for our public anon key. So I just copy this, then I'll paste that right here. And for the key, we're just going to copy this. Then we're going to paste, then see if we copied it correctly. Yeah, from the E. Then we're also going to paste that right here. Then we're going to click on deploy. After that, our application is going to be deployed on the web. Okay, then we're going to continue to dashboard. And you can see right now, you can actually visit the site. I just click on visits, and you can see it's going to actually open up our application. And you see that our application is actually going to be open in the internet. Now you can actually share this URL to your friends. This is actually a public URL. You can see the domain name right here. You can play a song, and you notice that the song actually starts playing. You can go to the next song. The next song starts playing too. Okay, you can go to the last song. I just click on this. So go to the last song. The song actually starts playing. Okay, and you can see our queue right here. Everything is actually working fine. You can actually log in a user. Let's log in a user. I'll click on login. I'll log in egbon@gmail.com. Then the password is going to be 1234, which is going to be 40. I'll click on continue. Login successful. Then it's going to bring me back to the home page. I say the user is actually logged in. You can play a song from this user's library, and the song actually starts playing. Alright, cool. Now if you enjoyed this project, be smash on the like button and leave a comment below. 1 like equals to 1 prayer for the YouTube algorithm to push this content to more people just like you who are going to find this content helpful and basically consider it as a very little way of you supporting this channel. And lastly, if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss out on the next projects we're going to build together on this channel. I'll see you in the next video.